Okay, so good morning everyone who's with us already. And I'm really glad to meet you all at this, let's say, improvised, but okay, still favorite Barometer International Bar Show, but Christmas edition. Good morning. So of course, just like many other events in 2020, we also have Barometer online this year. So, and we truly do hope that in 2021 we'll definitely meet you all. And during this stream today, during the show, we will actually present you the dates of Barometer 2021. But a little bit later, right now we do talk about Barometer 2020 still. Christmas edition is with us. So what today's show we have, okay, we'll have wonderful opportunity to see the greatest, the brightest stars, the greatest bartenders of the bar industry here in this show live, and you'll get precious advice, precious recommendations, and you will be inspired definitely. You may even ask certain questions, see the response, get some answers. So today with us on the stage, but let's say with us virtually, digitally, so we have the US, Canada, Netherlands, UK, Italy, and of course Ukraine. We have bartenders from these countries, and of course, to see them all on Facebook, we actually have all Ukrainian on YouTube. On the Barometer page, you'll find this stream in English or in Ukrainian as well. So, and also you may ask questions at Facebook page and YouTube. And if you really want to ask our speakers something.
Because right now I'd like to announce the first speaker, our dear guests. So right now, the first speaker from Italy. Milano, an old friend of the Barometer, the one who supports, cares and helps us to develop the industry. Author of Mixology Travelers, number 83 most influential person in the bar industry 2019 by Drink International, top 10 international brand ambassador by Tales of the Cocktails 2020. Author of the world prize book Low Alcohol Cocktail, New Frontiers in Mixology. Please welcome online Diego Ferrari.
Hi.
Diego, good
Hi,
morning.
Guys.
Oh, you're here?
Good morning to everybody. Yes, of course. So, thank you so much for your invite, guys. This is a really pleasure for me to be again in Barometer. The technology is amazing. 20 years ago, it was impossible to imagine to do a masterclass in the opposite side of Europe, just thanks to the technology. So I'm super happy for this opportunity. And today we have a really nice topic. As you know, I'm the creator of the book Low Alcohol Cocktails, New Frontiers in Mixology. And today we talk about this topic. And my great partner in this adventure today is Nemiroff vodka, that everyone knows because it's the most important vodka in Ukraine. And next year we celebrate their birthday because they celebrate 150 years from the creation of this company. So we are ready for starting this lovely topic and masterclass. So when you are ready, I'm ready for you guys.
Yeah, okay, just a second, Diego. I'd like to introduce your partner here in Kyiv. So together with Diego, we will host on the stage brand ambassador of Nemiroff, Yulia Terletska. She's here. Today she will be hands of Diego and will be able to show us how you can use the knowledge of Diego on practice. So right now, Diego, the stage is yours, yep. The air is yours. Let's start.
Great, so fantastic. Again, thank you so much for this opportunity, guys, and thank you to Nemiroff for do this masterclass with me. As I said, the next year we celebrate 150 years of this incredible vodka. Nemiroff is born in Ukraine and celebrated all around the world. In the meantime, I see there is a lot of people. So, hi guys, finally I can see from my screen everybody of you. Good to see you guys, good to see you. So, let me start with this lovely masterclass. The masterclass is called Low ABV Cocktails by Diego Ferrari, sponsored by Nemiroff Vodka. First of all, we have to understand the intro. We have to understand step by step this masterclass for understand better how to create cocktail low ABV, especially using a spirit like Nemiroff vodka. We have to start first with the analysis of the ingredients. Then second, we talk about the history, because if you don't understand the history, you cannot understand the present and the future. Then we get old recipes. So we have to understand in the past, the maestros, what they created with the ingredients in the market, and try to understand also them technique work. Then we get the trend analysis, because it's important to understand when you open a bar, when you be a manager in some bar, you have to understand in the better way the trends in the past years and analyze your customer, your location, your bar, and introduce the best cocktail trends in your bar for to be in line and maybe one step in front of the others. Then, how to create cocktail low ABV. So, great research, study, but in the end, we have to understand also how to create it. Then I will introduce you Yulia, Terletska, the ambassador of the Nemiroff vodka, that in front camera, she show you how to mix cocktail with the Nemiroff vodka. And last but not the least, me and Yulia, we created a virtual, so you can see some recipe, describes of recipes with Nemiroff vodka from our hands, so 4 hands work. So let me start with the first part, products analysis. You have to know that there is 3 different categories of this lovely liquid world. The first one is 0 to 2% alcohol. In this category, we can find different brands like Seedlip, Memento, Srinic, Amplify, Arch, 0024. Soft drink like Cola, Sprite, Pepsi, juice, fresh juice, water, because also is an ingredient, and ice, because a lot of people, they don't understand that ice, when disappear, when dissolved in the cocktail, is an adding ingredient in your cocktail. Then cut also the ABV in your perception. The second category is 2 to 21. Why 21? Because 21 is the limit, the break limit, where you can call spirit or not spirit, one liquid, one alcoholic brand. So from 2 to 21, we get a lot of different products. Some example. We get some liquors. Why some? Because not every liquors are less than 21. For example, there is a elderflower super popular liquors in the world that is 20 ABV. But there is also crème de cacao, crème de mint, that is 26, 28, 30. Then we get the sake. We get elixir, port, wine, vermouth, beer, cider, amaro, some kind of amaro, because not every amaro is less 21. We get bitter. Bitter, I mean Campari style. Drops bitter, I mean Angostura style. The bitter and the amaro and the drops bitter in the end are the same concept family. So the bitterness in the mouth, but are completely different. You have to know that the difference from the amaro and bitter, Campari style, for us in Italy are 2 different words. Amaro is the digestive, like Fernet, Jägermeister, Montenegro. Bitter is Campari style for the aperitif. In fact, in this case, in this area, 2 to 21 ABV, bitter less 21, you can find it like a Bordiga, you can find like a Pallini, for example. But you cannot use Campari because it's 25. Drops bitter as well. You get Angostura is 42. But there is some bitter, like Fee Brothers, that are less than 21. You can find 12, 7, 18. So you can use different flavors. Then we get sherry, marsala, and madeira. All different kind of fortified wine that we can use it in our cocktail in the best way. Last but not the least category is above 21 ABV. In this category, we get all the spirit: rum, whiskey, vodka, like our Nemiroff vodka, gin, mezcal, tequila, amaro again, because as I said, if you take Montenegro, Jägermeister, a Branca, is more than 21 ABV. Absinthe, bitter like Campari, like Martini, drops bitter like Angostura, and liquors in general, as I say in the previous example, liquors like crème de cacao, crème de mint are above 21. Why we have to understand the analysis of the products? Because sometimes we become crazy for understand what we can use, but before we have to understand what we get in the market, in our market, for create the best recipe for our customer. We are in the Maestro's era. Maestros, I mean, we talk about Jerry Thomas, Frank Marier, Harry Craddock. For understand, as I said, the future, we have to study the past. We have to understand how those incredible, legendary mixology, they are used the cocktail low ABV in them books, in them bars. If you open the books of the maestros, you can understand that you can analyze the old ingredients first of all, and then you can find different old recipes, of course, because we're still talking about recipes from the end of the 19th century and the middle of the 20th century. And in this case, you can use these old recipes for study and try to do the best twist of classic in your bars. Then we get to study 1 century of a different trends, because also the maestro brought these trends close to us and give us the kickoff of the mixology era, the cocktail era, the first cocktail era. Actually, now we are in the second golden era of cocktail. The first one was during the prohibitionism in US from 1920 to 1933. And we can understand, as I said in the previous slide, better how we can use this kind of information in our bar. Once upon a time. You have to know, guys, that in the past the ingredients were high ABV. Only few products were low ABV. What I mean? If you compare a crème de cacao from the beginning of the 20th century and one crème de cacao now, you can understand that there is a minimum 10 to 15 ABV in difference. So now you can have one crème de cacao, one crème de mint, 28 ABV, but in the past there was a 40 ABV, like a normal spirit. And the quality of the product was completely different because the taste was completely different. As I say, only few products were low ABV. And through these books of the Maestro's era, you can find different science. For example, we get port and sherry. We get claret, a kind of a cheaper wine used in France and Spain, wine in general, vermouth, beer, and cider. All these kind of products give us a basic information to understand the old recipes used in the books of this incredible mixology. We can recognize the recipes low ABV like the cobbler, the king or the queen of the cocktail low ABV, punch, used in a different era, in different party or as a welcome drink. Then we get eggnog. Maybe it's disappeared now, maybe not in this Christmas time, someone maybe making again the eggnog, but was a low ABV cocktail. The sangria, wine based with different flavors. Flip, another cocktail disappeared until today, but one of the cocktails great for the winter time. And last but not the least, Bishop was a kind of cocktail really close to the punch style, but with a claret, in this case the cheaper wine, with the cider peels and cinnamon and different spices. If we have to analyze the trends, the first analysis goes straight to the old school cocktail. Why? Because the old school are like when you are a child and you start to walk. If you are not able to walk, you cannot run, you cannot fly. So the old school are the base of our bar industry. And the study every recipes give us a great opportunity to understand how to make great cocktail in our bar. Because don't forget that old school will never disappear. It's a kind of evergreen. Then the most top trends that you can use in your bar could be tiki style. But the tiki style actually is not the best for the low ABV. Why? Because usually the tiki style were cocktail with a high level of ABV and usually rum based. Now you can find with also vodka and different other spirits, but you have to know that the particularity of the tiki world that actually is super young because arrived from the middle of the 20th century, around 1950, so are a really young trend, is a cocktail that uses spirits and liquors and some syrup. Never use fresh fruit inside. The opposite side, we get the Caribbean cocktail, as you can see in the slide. The Caribbean cocktail give an incredible push in the bar industry, especially in the first part of the 19th century. And in this case, we can recognize a lot of cocktails. Somebody can say, tiki is not Caribbean. No, it's not. The Caribbean cocktail, like daiquiri or pina colada or something like this, are cocktails that they use fresh fruit also inside of the cocktails. And often you can recognize cocktail with a low ABV perception. One example, if you drink a mojito, the mojito has a 13.13 ABV in perception. So it's really low ABV. If you compare it with a zombie in the tiki world, you can imagine it's not 13, but could be around 28 ABV. So it's more than double. Then, other three important trends are the molecular cocktails, arrived in the last part of the 19th century, around 1990-2000, that is an evolution, as I said, of the old style cocktail that reproduced with a different technique work. In this case, we can see already the approach of vodka in those cocktails, because you have to imagine that the vodka start to be super popular after the 1940, around 1950, especially in US, and arriving in Europe super fast. And a lot of vodka lovers till today, they drink cocktail vodka based. In this case, molecular cocktail, you can add a lot of different ingredients and play especially with the ABV. Often the molecular cocktail are something to bite. So in this case, when you bite something, your body, your blood, perceives the alcohol in a while, not immediately. In fact, there is a lovely history about New York when around 1950, 1960, 1970, was not possible to sell alcohol in the middle of the road, and the top clubs, disco clubs, was usually to serve jelly cocktail, so molecular cocktail, outside the door for the people that was waiting to enter. Those people was using to bite this jelly cocktail, and after 15 minutes, they was started to be booze, drunk. So when was to enter inside of the cocktail club, the disco club, they was already a little bit drunk, super happy, and was ready to spend more money inside. but was a bite, was not a sip. So it was logical, you can use it outside the door. Then the signature cocktail. Signature are the new trend of cocktail, where a lot of people, they use different spirit. A lot of vodka they use it inside of this incredible cocktail signed by the mixology. Every mixology in them bar, they use the signature cocktail in them list, and every mixology use different glasses. You can see the glass in the picture in the middle. There is the signature is the rondine glass. The swallow glass is one of the most lovely glass I ever see. And last but not the least, we get also low ABV trend, because now from already a couple of years, actually 3 years, this trend is super strong and grow every year, and for sure stay with us for the next 5 years. This is my, I'm sure that will be like this. So now we analyzed all these kind of steps. Why I say to analyze the trends is important? It's important because we have to understand when we open a bar, when we are bar manager, to not only analyze the location, where we are in the city, how many people they work in front of my door, what kind of people they come in my bar, but I have to understand also if my bar is in line for these kind of trends. What I mean, if I'm working in one example, in the El Bulli, the closer restaurant by Ferran Adrià, the father of the molecular mixology, molecular food. If I'm a mixology in this bar, I cannot serve a classic spritz because it's not in line. I have to serve something molecular style, signature, maybe low ABV, old school, twist on classic, but in molecular, with the molecular style, always. If I'm working in a beach bar in front of the beautiful sea, maybe the molecular cocktail are not the best. Maybe it's more logical to serve Tiki or Caribbean cocktail, and maybe some twist of the old school. So, understand what kind of trend you can use is like dress the perfect shoot or shoes in every beautiful opportunity. I don't think you ladies, you work with a Jimmy Choo shoes in the middle of the countryside close to the river. But you were in the super club, super trendy, or in a special moment. So this is the concept of the trend analysis. Going ahead with our masterclass, we have now to understand how to create a low ABV cocktail, because now we analyzed the history, the old recipes, the market, we analyzed the trends. We are ready to improve ourselves to create our low ABV cocktails. First of all, we have to decide impose some rules, and the rules are the base of everything, especially in the life. So we have to do some cocktail from 2 to 21 ABV, the limit of the spirit and not spirit. Obviously, less is alcohol, more is perfect for the low ABV concept. We have to understand the dilution of the ice, because often the people, they don't understand that ice, when is inside of the glass, disappear, is dissolved, and become as a water, and then make more dilution in the cocktail. Then you have to control the sweetness, because sometimes for stay low ABV, you use more product with more sugar, because less alcohol, more sugar. You have to control it, because you have to create cocktail recipes, sweet, dry, bitter, and sour, and make your customer happy. This is the main rule, the first one, because our job going one way, make happy our customer. Why you have to create all these kind of recipes? Because you cannot serve only cocktail sweet or dry or sour. Because if you get 2 people in front of you in the bar, maybe not now in a COVID moment, but they ask you one dry cocktail, one sweet cocktail, you cannot say them, sorry, I cannot make dry cocktail because dry cocktail is too high in alcohol. You have to improve, squeeze your mind, and create also this kind of cocktail. This help arrive also with the use not only of the product less 21 ABV, but also with the spirit. And Nemiroff vodka, in this case, help us a lot. How to calculate the cocktail's ABV? We get the example of the Negroski, the Negroni version with vodka, Nemiroff, obviously. The first analysis is old school, by hand calculation. This calculation starts like this. We get to calculate the ABV in the product in the recipe per the quantity in the recipe. What I mean? Bitter, 25 ABV. The quantity of the Negroski, is 1/3 per ingredient. 1/3 for me is 30 ml, 1 ounce. Easy. We get this number equal 75. Keep this 75 and leave it like this in standby. We analyze now the vermouth, red vermouth, 18 ABV multiplied per 30 ml, the same quantity, is 54. 54, we'll keep it like this just a second, just in standby. Now it's time to do the calculation of our Nemiroff vodka, deluxe maybe, with 40 ABV, and we do the multiplication per 30 ml, the same quantity, 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. And we get 120 in total. Stand by again this number for 1 second. Now we have to add those numbers in standby. So 75 plus 54 plus 120. And we get this big number, 249. This number will be divided for the total amount of service. If our Negroni is 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, 30 ml per quantity, the total of amount of service is 90 ml. Dividing this total, we get 27.6% ABV. But this is not the total ABV real in one Negroski, because we have to cut also the dilution. A normal dilution usually is at 20%. You have to calculate 20% of dilution. Now in this calculation, we use a standard number, 10%, just for make more easy the calculation, okay? So we get 27.6% less 10% virtual of dilution of the ice, and the real amount of Negroski in your mouth, in your body, is 25%. Okay? This is the old school style calculation, but we are millennial. In my case, I'm Xennial, because I'm a little bit oldest, and I use a normal app. I use the technology. In this case, I use this app called IFNB that can give us the same calculation. In fact, you can use the drink straight option. You can add, as you can see in the right side in my slide, all the name of the ingredients, all the quantity, the ml or the ounce, 30, 30, 30, the straight ABV of the bottle. So Nemiroff is 40, vermouth is 80, bitter is 25. You add in the middle of this screen the dilution. In this case, we replicate the hypothetical 10%, and the result is 24.90. So 25 ABV in our Negroski cocktail in perception. Now, I'll give you some example of the really popular and famous cocktails, low ABV based vodka. The Cosmopolitan has 18.5 ABV. Vodka Sour, 18.5. Harvey Wallbanger, 14. Moscow Mule, 12. Vodka Tonic, 12. Bloody Mary, 8.5. Now, I see you from my screen. Okay, put your hands up if you you was already prepared to know this kind of ABV. This is a surprise for you. If it's a surprise for you, stand up your hand. Great. So, a lot of people was not informed in the base how many alcohol has a lot of different cocktails. I suggest you in your bar, when you create your cocktail list, to add, close to the name of every cocktail, the ABV reported in every cocktail. And you'll see how the people drink cocktails or the feedback of the people. You will see that a lot of people, they will decide to drink low ABV cocktail in your cocktail list. Because if a lot of barman, mixology, they are not informed about the ABV in one cocktail, you can imagine how they can be informed a normal customer. And this is not a bad thing. Declare how many ABV there is in every cocktail. Do you know why? Because your brain, if you are outside with your wife, friends, husband, doesn't matter who, if you get in front a long night, sometimes you prefer to drink one drink more but less alcohol. But one drink more is more money spent in your bar. If you drink one martini cocktail, baby, you can drink two. But if you drink, I don't know, a vodka tonic, maybe you drink 3 or 4. Because in the brain of the same person, there is the concept that is low ABV. So this is a business, really nice topic. Now is the time to introduce you Yulia, Terletska, Nemiroff vodka ambassador, that will introduce some Nemiroff vodka cocktails, low ABV. So it's time to pass the voice to Yulia. Hi, Yulia.
Hi. Oh, wait.
Hi.
Hello, Barometer family. I'm happy to be able to end this year with you, with talented Diego, with lovely Nemiroff. As you know, I'm Yulia, brand ambassador of Nemiroff vodka. And also I conduct trainings all over the world and often create cocktails cards and adapt some recipes from our world ambassadors and colleagues bartender. Short history of Nemiroff. Nemiroff is one of the biggest world vodka brands with 150 history, presented in 5 continents, top 3 travel retail, and top 10 vodka brand in the world. Principles which Nemiroff company follows until now were formed 150 years ago, and we will have anniversary next year, so this is the second reason to celebrate. Principles: high quality standards, new technologies for production, high quality wheat spirits, only wheat, the natural ingredients, local ingredients, pure and clear water from local sources with perfect filtration. Also, we keep in with ancient recipe, the oldest tradition of Ukraine, and search for new flavors. New flavors is a big part of creativity. We have a lot of aroma spirits inside every bottles. I will show you this day, and you can try it today. During the last 15 years, Nemiroff received more than 100 awards. Last week, actually, we received for our Nemiroff Bold Orange Century Award in Las Vegas. I agree with all words in lecture by Diego, and I want to show you 3 different cocktails based on Nemiroff vodka. Let's start. Love ABV cocktail will be trendy and it will be remain because it's easy to do, easy to drink. That's like all-day cocktails with all flavor and tastes, and this is understandable for everyone. The first cocktail based on Nemiroff burning pear. This is not only pear flavor. This is infusion inside with natural extract of pear, honey, chili pepper, steps, herbs, and hint of flowers. The first cocktail called Pear and Tonic. We were inspired by Moscow Mule and vodka tonic. This is perfect base. 40 milliliters of burning pear. Next step will be Italian bitter liquor, Amara Verna. 20 milliliters. Put more ice. On the top, I used classic Indian tonic. Mix that by bar spoon. And more ice to save the bubbles. Okay. And the last accent is lemon peel for freshness and good flavor. This cocktail tastes like some fresh, interesting pear pie, well balanced between sweet and spicy, and velvety texture. Would you like to try?
Of course I do. At 11 p.m. a.m. in the morning.
Good Christmas time.
Yeah. Like this?
Yep, professional.
Very tasty, first of all. I'll try once more.
Take it.
Very tasty. Who wants to try? What's next?
The next cocktail called No Guts, No Glory Mule. This cocktail created by our American mixologist last year. And this is twist on Moscow Mule. Mule with ice. This cocktail based on my favorite Nemiroff product, Nemiroff honey pepper. This is visit card of Ukraine, and based on traditional recipe, old Ukrainian recipe, with 27 herbs, roots, and hint of flower inside, with natural honey and chili pepper. I pour 40 milliliters. This product have 11 stages of filtration. The last one is silver. Next step. Yellow chartreuse. 10 milliliters. This is a not low ABV ingredient. Now I pour homemade chili and ginger syrup. 15. And Natural acid mix, 15 milliliters. We have inside a lot of bitter and spicy and sweet ingredients, so I will use like mixer, just soda water. Mix that. And for garnish, I use ginger candy. You got it. That's right.
So it's once again for me, yeah?
Yes, exactly.
Best job in the world.
You'll have fun day with Nemiroff.
It's much lighter than the first one. Lighter.
Lighter, yeah.
With the Christmas notes.
Yes, gingerbread, some kind of.
Yeah, very tasty. And very beautiful.
Okay.
And one more, yeah?
Yes. Dessert cocktail. That will be woody highball, based on Nemiroff Deluxe. This is good base for classic cocktails with 11 stages of filtration, the same like honey pepper, the last silver, and a little hints of aroma spirits, linden flowers. But this is just aftertaste for lightness. I pour 40 milliliters. Old, fresh way to put lime. And also, I have homemade chestnut and macadamia nut soda water. Without surprises, please. And pour it on the top. The major thought about my speech is that you can use all ingredients and you can choose juices, tonics, soda. You can make something by yourself, maybe some hard infusions or soda water. Don't stop to trying. And this is good way to have party at home. Straws. Timur.
Maybe we're gonna ask our cameraman to try it. You want to try? Okay, I'll do it for you. This one is the best for me.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. This is 3 different cocktails.
It's because of vodka or macadamia water.
Vodka.
Very tasty.
This is the third vodka for these 30 minutes.
But which, let's once again name all the cocktails. So this one,
Beer and tonic.
this.
No guts, no glory mule.
Ooh. And the third one?
Woody highball. Yep.
Yeah, and which one do you recommend for Christmas Eve?
For Christmas Eve, I think that will be great because this cocktail have well concentration of sweetness and
It's pretty
freshness
spicy.
of lemon. Yeah, that's good.
So the first one. But it's better to
But
use
it's,
all three cocktails during all the eve.
Up to you.
Yeah, okay.
That's your taste.
So Diego, which one will choose you?
Actually, I'm really curious to taste the one with the honey vodka Nemiroff. I really love the concept and really curious to taste it.
Yeah, thank you so much. So what's next?
Next,
So,
we will come back to Diego. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Yulia.
See you today.
thank you very much, Yulia. Super professional and really tasty cocktails. But now is the time to understand how those cocktails are in ABV, in perception. And if the studio can share the screen, please, of my presentation. Perfect. So we can see the first cocktail that Yulia proposed was pear and tonic. The pear and tonic is a cocktail with a Nemiroff burning pear, then Amaro Verna, Schweppes Indian tonic, and lemon peel sorry, for garnish. This recipe, in perception, has 12% ABV. So, low ABV cocktail, perfect in line with a great long drink, fresh, and with this incredible burning pear Nemiroff vodka as a base. The second cocktail that Yulia proposed was No Guts, No Glory, with honey, pepper, with Nemiroff honey pepper, chartreuse yellow, homemade chili ginger syrup, natural acid mixed, and soda. As a garnish, she used ginger candy for garnish. In this case, the ABV perceived in this recipe is 12.5. As you can see, more ingredient. She also used a really important spirit like the chartreuse with 43 ABV, but using a good balance in quantity and in the technique work. In the end, we get a really balanced cocktail, not only the taste, but also in the ABV. The last cocktail proposed by Yulia was the Woody Highball, one of my favorite category, the highball, and is made with Nemiroff Deluxe, slice of lime, and homemade macadamia nut and chestnut soda. Without garnish, just in the glass, just as the highball has to be, and the ABV perceived are only 7.5. So that's incredible how the mix of different ingredients used with the good idea of the quantities and technique work bring us in the best way for a low ABV recipe. Last but not the least, I decided to add a couple of my version of cocktails by Nemiroff, and the first one is a bloody orange tea using the bold orange Nemiroff vodka, and the recipe is Nemiroff bold orange, cooled black tea, tomato juice, and foam of a brown beer. As a garnish, just dehydrated tomato peel. I created this recipe using the food pairing study. So I created every single ingredient using this comparison, this best match, starting from the orange flavor, and I compared in food pairing this important study, molecular study, for understand which food combine well to others, and I created this kind of twist of the Bloody Mary. ABV, only 8.5, in perfect line with a normal Bloody Mary. Last but not the least, Wild. This incredible wild cranberry vodka by Nemiroff in our recipe with Nemiroff wild cranberry, ruby port, seed lip groove 42, mid, and dehydrated apple slice. In this case, we get a cocktail that is more wild, as the name. I use it again, the food pairing study for do the best match and flavor in the mouth of my customer, and the ABV are only 15%. So, in the end, you can see that you can use a great spirit-based vodka like Nemiroff for creating incredible cocktails and offer to your customer the best experience ever. From my side, that's all. I would like to say thank you to you guys for to be here today. Thank you to Barometer for this opportunity. Thank you to Nemiroff Vodka for sponsor this incredible masterclass. I hope that you like it. And from my side, Happy New Year and Merry Christmas at all. Thank you guys. Big hug from Italy.
Thank you so much, Diego, and of course this virtual applause just for you. Thank you so much for being with us virtual this year, and hope to see you next year, of course, in Kyiv, in person, in September. Will you?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so
Bye.
before we say goodbye to you, of course, I'd like to tell all our viewers online that you have an opportunity to ask someone in comments, for example, on Facebook or on YouTube. And we have a lot of comments about your beard, Diego, of course. Yeah, it is a magnificent beard. And as I remember, Mario Farullo wrote that you can hide iPod in your beard.
Yeah.
Do you have someone
Mario
there?
Farula. Yeah, Mario Farula is crazy. He's my friend.
Yeah. Hello to all
always
the viewers and, of
supporting
course,
these
to Mario.
Yeah. Was watching with us the masterclass.
Yeah, maybe you have questions to Diego. You can ask it right now or write down
Yeah,
on
sure.
the comments. We have still a couple of minutes before the next speakers. Waiting for questions.
Sure.
No questions right now. I have yeah, you have a question. Yeah, let's do it. Just a second. No one here.
Of course, of course, of course.
Thank you very much, Diego, for your speech. And my name is Helen, and I want to ask you about low ABV cocktails in European countries. Actually, in our countries, as I can see, in post-Soviet Union and our bars, the most popular question of our guests is it cocktail strong? So, unfortunately, yeah, it's a big problem, which we're really trying to explain to our guests, is that in first thing, is it cocktail, is it taste, it's not like ABV. So let us to know why has low ABV cocktails taken hold at this time in European countries. Maybe we have like more opportunities to our guests to say it as well.
Thank you so much, first of all, for this question. I would like to answer you straight from an experience that I did in 2014 in UK when I did my first masterclass about the low ABV when I started to study. And when I was talking with different colleagues and friends in UK, the question was, but in Italy working, because in UK it's not possible to use this kind of approach of low ABV because everyone asking strong cocktails. And you have to imagine that in 1 year, in 12 months, every bar in London was using in the cocktail list one big area called low ABV cocktail because the request started to be super fast. And the UK is the perfect example because I live in UK. I know that the people after the job, after the office, they arrive in the bar, in the pub, they start to drink until they are dying. So you can imagine. And this kind of approach for them was alien, completely out of the world. But after only 12 months, every bar in London using low ABV cocktail. Obviously, that the people are not all the same. Maybe in some country it could be more fast, this change. Maybe in some country is more slow. But for sure, they arrive before or less to ask this kind of cocktail. Don't forget that the people was the same in Italy. They was asking, can I get a super strong cocktail? Yeah, what do you prefer? Negroni, sorry, I don't want to say Negroni. We get the Negroni sbagliato, without gin, with the Prosecco. And they ask you, no, I don't want the Negroni mistaken, the Negroni sbagliato. I prefer a gin and tonic, because there is the gin. The gin is too strong. Analysis, the Negroni sbagliato has 18.5 ABV. A gin and tonic is 11. The people, the customer, often they doesn't know how many ABV there is in one cocktail. You know what I mean?
Thank you very much. And last question, how do you think, how many years need Ukraine to start like a low ABV tradition in the bar?
I think depending from how many professional mixology and bars they start to create slowly, step by step, cocktail low ABV. If you have to imagine that if you get 1,000 bars and 1,000 bar start to do educational in the customer about how to drink cocktail and how many ABV there is in one cocktail, 100% that in 2 years you see already the result. Because obviously, if the customer start to understand that Nemiroff vodka is the best vodka compared to the other one, or this bar mixology is the best to the other one, obviously the customer start to know how to drink better.
Thank you so much, Diego. We have just 1 minute for you, and we have a question from online. Yeah. And someone asked, do you have your own signature cocktail?
Yes, actually, as you know, I'm also the global ambassador for Matusan and Roma, and I have to do my signature cocktails for my guest night shift and for our cocktail strategy. But you know, the signature cocktail change every year, change when the people change also taste. Obviously, that if I travel all around the world, the same cocktail maybe the best one in Italy is not the best one in Japan. So I have to balance this case in this case, my cocktails.
Thank you so much, and of course, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year once again. To hope to see you in Kyiv next September for Barometer 2021. That was Diego Ferrari. Thank you so much. And additional applause to Yulia Terletska, who are here in Kyiv. Thank you. Hope to see you during this day and, of course, next year too.
Bye.
Ciao. And now, dear friends, I'm the most honored to invite to our virtual stage the next speakers, and it's really breathtaking how many awards they have. So, winners of the 2016 Imbibe Personality of the Year Award, Industry Legends. Winners of the 2011 International Wine and Spirit Competition Communicator of the Year Award. Winners of the 2010 Class Awards for Best Drinks Writing. Winner to 2009 Best Drink History in the UK Gourmand World Cookbook Award. Winner 2010 Best Drink History in the UK Gourmand World Cookbook Award. Both selected for Drinks International Bar World 100 for 2020. So, please meet the amazing couple and top world professionals, Anastasia Miller and Jared Brown. Anastasia, Jared, good afternoon. Are you here? Do you hear us?
No.
Oh,
Guys, have you muted us over here or something?
now we can see you. Hello.
I have nothing going on. Hello?
Hello. Do you hear us?
You switched off my sound.
Because we hear
No,
you.
Can't hear anything. Yeah, can you hear? No, We're live.
Good morning.
can't hear.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can hear everybody soon.
Wait, they've said we're live.
We're
Let's
live.
Just go with that.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Give
Yes.
us a thumbs up. if
Hello,
you can
we're
hear us.
live. Hello. Hopefully you can hear us.
Okay,
Yay!
there we go.
Anyways, hello. I'm Anastasia Miller.
I'm Jared Brown, and we are so happy to be able to join you today, if only by video. I can't tell you how much we wanted to be there in person, not just for the wonderful food, really, but
Well, what about the wonderful food?
oh yeah, the wonderful food too.
Okay.
Definitely wanted to be there for that. But
We're here to talk about something that is near and dear to our hearts. We wrote a whole book about it because of it. We want to introduce you to two gentlemen who basically created what we know of a golden age of cocktails, both in the U.S. and in Europe, two different times.
you may have heard a lot about Jerry Thomas, but Jerry Thomas was just one of the three great fathers of bartending, and today we're going to talk about the other two.
You're going to meet the two Harrys. I believe we have a presentation slide here somewhere.
And we just need to say next slide whenever we want them to change
Oh, I
slides.
love it. Okay. So we'll say next slide. America's Golden Age. We're going to start off the first one. And you can see, yes, it is America. I want you to meet the Dean of the Bar.
You didn't say next slide.
Oh, next slide. Next slide. Meet the Dean of the Bar, Harry Johnson. No middle name. We don't know if that was really his last name, but that's the one they go by. Next slide. He was born in 1845 in Königsberg, now Kaliningrad, on August 28th, apparently on a ship. His father was a captain. That was his start in life. They call him the world's greatest American bartender. You're going to hear this a couple of times. But he was originally Prussian. Next slide.
And actually, there is another reason to call him America's greatest bartender from American bartending history. Jerry Thomas wrote the first cocktail book, 1862. But Jerry Thomas died in poverty. Harry Johnson died a very wealthy man.
Very well.
So, me personally, I give a little more credit to the man who was a great manager and a great businessman over the man who was just a great showman.
Good point. But also, that was not the first cocktail book. The first book of mixed drinks.
Actually, Jerry Thomas, 1862, was the first book to contain cocktails.
Maybe to contain cocktails, but mixed drinks.
Oh no, the first book entirely devoted to drink. That would be Oxford Nightcaps, 1860,
1827. Yes,
Yes.
England. So there you go. Anyways, back to our story. 1860, San Francisco. He'd made it all the way to San Francisco when he was 15 years old, probably because of his father. But he jumped ship at 15. I don't think he liked being in the sea that much. And he started bartending at the Union Hotel. It's a pretty good job for a young boy. He was on the harbor, and the hotels and the bars along the harbor were made out of the old ships that had run aground. So you could stay at the Atlantic Hotel, which was an old schooner, or you could stay, just all sorts of odd places. And during that time, he wrote a little book of cocktails. That's all we know. Dave Wondrich and Jared and I have almost considered the possibility that we know which booklet it was, and it did not contain his name, but it contained the name of the company that hired him to write the little cocktail book. Not too sure about it yet, so we're not going to say too much. But one of the reasons we keep talking about the two Harrys is because a lot of major things happened during these two guys' lives. While Harry was in San Francisco, it was just when the Civil War started, and the Civil War did make it all the way to California. So he was in the middle of the Civil War while he was learning his trade. Let's see now. Okay, next slide. Next slide. And once the war was over, once he'd grown up a little bit, he decided he'd done enough in San Francisco. 1868, he moved to Chicago. Chicago was considered to be, next to New York and San Francisco, the most important place in the world. It was the breadbasket of the United States. Everything came to Chicago from the Midwest, from all the farms, and went out to the two coasts. So you wanted to be there at some point. So he opened up a bar there. Still young. But unfortunately, even though the bar was very successful, he lost his business of Great Chicago Fire. And unfortunately, he was right there at that one point in the near north side where they're watching everything burn, including his place.
So what are the two other options you've got when you're a bartender and you need to make a little extra money at that time?
Yeah.
Write a book,
Yeah.
which a bookseller paid him $1,700 to devise his book, according to his memoirs. And the other thing you do is you enter cocktail competitions.
Oh.
And he did in
Next slide.
1869. And 1869, New Orleans, he won a cocktail competition, won him 100 silver dollars, was it?
100 silver dollars, and what kind of a cocktail shaker set? I forget.
It was a gold cocktail shaker
gold
set.
cocktail shaker.
But that picture, if you've seen a Perry Johnson, this is the picture of him. And that's actually the picture of him making the winning drink. It was drinks, but they allowed him to make only one style of drink and to make 10 of them. And so he set up a pyramid. He was actually holding two mixing glasses together to pour, and he pulled it off flawlessly, which, if you can do that, and I'm judging, yes, you're probably going to win if the drink tastes good.
And especially if the pyramid doesn't collapse. That always helps.
Yes, we have seen that when someone was competing and tipped a whole pyramid of purple drinks onto the lap of a judge wearing all white. That person didn't win.
It was very scary.
Yes, but...
Next slide. And as if you think, okay, he's made it through the Chicago fire. World is turned a little upside down. At least he's made some money from a publisher wanting to publish his book. He married a young woman named Bertha Paul, also from Prussia, and in 1873. And he decided that in a couple of years to become a U.S. citizen. This is when we decided we call him an American finally. During this period, even though it's a happy time, he's doing some very positive things. Something also very serious happened in the world. It was called the Long Depression. It was before the Great Depression we all hear about. This one was equally as bad. 1873 to 1879, the United States was bust broke. But he still managed to go on and still managed to get jobs and still managed to do a lot of other things. So next slide. 1878, he heads the bar and the wine cellar at New York's most famous restaurant, Delmonico's. Delmonico's is the place where Diamond Jim Brady and his mistress, Lillian Russell, used to go and eat. What was it, a grand total of 16 steaks? How many oysters?
Lobsters.
Lobsters. Oh, lobsters, not even oysters. Lobsters.
And oysters.
And oysters. And puddings. And I mean, they were very good-sized people.
But Delmonico's is actually still open today,
Yes.
so a bit of living history in New York.
One of those few. Next slide. 1882, monumental moment. Harry had saved up enough money from working at Delmonico's and making his way to head barman and manager and everything else, and he decided to open Little Jumbo. It was along Second Avenue, which was the artery line of the elevated. You'll see the elevated in the slide. There was an elevated on train that took you from the heart of the finance district and City Hall all the way back up to the Upper East Side where all the rich people lived. He had his little bar right between. So the councilmen and the politicians and the lawyers and the bankers would come to his little bar and then catch their train home.
Little Jumbo at 119 Bowery in what is now Chinatown is now a little furniture shop. It's one of my dreams that someday someone will go there and at least convince the furniture shop to let them open a speakeasy in the back. So if you're looking for a life goal, take that one on, please. Go with it. This was also a very interesting time in cocktails and in drinks, because it was about this point that people transitioned from those heavily garnished and very complicated drinks characterized by Jerry Thomas into these streamlined triplets, just 3 ingredients that
Simplicity?
Simplicity was
Simplicity.
just starting up. And Harry Johnson was just the very beginnings of that. You began to see his garnishes become smaller and cleaner. It was about this time that we saw a move from sweet garnishes into savory as well. The cherry disappeared and the olive took its place.
Don't forget the bouquet of fruit on the cobbler. If you look at Harry Johnson's earlier books, you can see illustrations of these drinks where you don't know how much liquid there really is because it's all ice and fruit. You know, there's a good 10 centimeters of fruit on the top with a straw sticking out of it.
Next slide.
People didn't like it anymore. But he also did an official edition of his book. They finally published it. Next slide. One of the things also Harry Johnson is very much to be attributed with is he introduced the concept of vermouth cocktails. In this 1882 book, he had nearly 30 cocktails, 3 ingredients, but in each one contains either sweet vermouth or dry vermouth. Have to congratulate him for this one. The Bijou, the Tuxedo, the Martini, the Martinez, they were all in this book.
But the Martini didn't show up till the 1888 edition and is the first time that a recipe for the Martini appeared in print. A fascinating drink because it was not the Martini that we know today of gin and dry vermouth, but it was equal parts of gin, sweet vermouth, a dash of gum syrup, a dash of bitters, a drop of absinthe. I should caution, if you want to make this original one, young bartenders prone to excess love to change that drop of absinthe to a dash. That changes it from being a fascinating martini into a glass of absinthe. Nothing wrong with a glass of absinthe, but it's not what Harry was making. So a little restraint. And the garnish for that original martini was a cherry.
Surprise! Next slide, please. Harry did well with Little Jumbo, but the problem at the time was between 1882 and 1886, the neighborhood went down. It became a very notorious gangland area, and at one point he had to stand in front of his own bar, have his assistant tending to his customers, so he could stand outside and kick people out of his bar. It was getting worse and worse. There were also a lot of protests for prohibition at that time, that early on. So he had a lot to fight. He decided, I'm not going to fight anymore. I give up. He gave up Little Jumbo and instead opened Johnson's Cafe and Restaurant. He decided maybe it's a safer bet to be a restaurateur instead of a bar owner because people will have to eat and he can say this is a respectable place.
But very importantly, he also included 29 pages on bar operations. And his bar operations tips, his management advice are still as applicable today as they were then and really worth reading. Where can they read this for free?
If you want to read Harry Johnson's book for free, go to www.euvs.org O-R-G. We have a free library up. You can go there and click a book and read it online for free.
That's www.euvs.org. And we have digitized about 156 books and put them up free, no password, no branding, searchable across the platform.
No subscription.
Because there should be no barriers for anyone who wants knowledge, especially in this industry. So please help yourselves.
And some of the 242 cocktails that are in this book are really amazing to see the variations. Some of the twists that people didn't first notice when we first started looking at the history of cocktails, such as when you add a twist to the cocktail. Harry did not put the expended twist into the glass. He disposed of it.
There's a great reason for this. The twist brings two separate flavors to a drink. When you squeeze the twist over the top of a drink, it brings sweet floral citrus that comes up into the nose. If you take that twist and run it around the rim, if you put that twist in the drink, you get sharp citrus bitters from that twist. So two completely different flavors from a twist. And I'm not saying you shouldn't run the twist around the rim or put it into the liquid, but do it intentionally, do it deliberately, knowing that you're getting this separate flavor. Try it on a martini, for example. 2 martinis side by side. Squeeze one over, discard without putting it in the drink. The other, run it around the rim, put it in, discard it. You can pick out which is which instantly in a blind taste. And I've done this to about 150 people. I think one of them preferred the one where the twist had gone into the liquid. So why do we all run it around the rim and put the twist in the liquid? Because the bartender before us did it. Because the bartender that person learned from did it. And it doesn't mean we have to continue it. Just like cooking, cocktail making is evolving, and we're learning and we're developing new understandings. This just happens to be an old and forgotten understanding that we're bringing back.
Next slide. Now, 1896 and 18 to 1898, yet another depression happens, yet another financial crash in the United States. But Harry doesn't bother too much with it all. He's done well with his restaurant and cafe, which is still in New York, and still you can walk into the place, and it's still called Johnson's Cafe and Restaurant. Not owned by him anymore, but what can you say? Anyways, he left with his wife and baby for Germany. He returned, and now, instead of being a restaurateur, he decided to be a hotelier. He's worked his way up. He has decided, despite the finances, the man who owned Trainer's Hotel was already heavily in debt. He was worried about everything. Harry had walked into the hotel to have a drink. The guy told him his problems. Harry wrote a check for $5,000 on the spot and relieved the guy of his debts and took over the hotel.
If you are going to gamble, much better than the horses, much better than the casino, is to bet on yourself.
Did it.
And this is what he did, was he took his life savings, he bet on himself and his own success. Of course, he had his problems. The police were very corrupt at that time. If you ever heard the term the Tenderloin District, it came from Trainer's Hotel when a police sergeant was assigned to this neighborhood and he saw he could make a lot of money here. And so he said, no more sirloin steak for me. I'm in the Tenderloin.
Ooh, what a name for a term. Next slide, please. So the one version of the book that you'll find online from us that's really, again, worth looking at. We have a few versions, but this one in particular, 1900, 229 pages of bar operations. If you look at the illustration of the design of Harry's ideal bar, it's still an ideal design for a bar. Things have not changed. He added on more drinks. He spent a lot of time worrying about how you raise up your barbacks to become bartenders, how you should treat your barman, not just your customer, but how you should treat your team. He was trying to unionize bartending in the U.S. It didn't happen. But he did have great feelings for making sure that if everybody's happy on the inside, you'll be happy on the outside. Next slide. He finally opens his greatest business. It was the Pabst Grand Circle Hotel at Columbus Circle, right off of Central Park, in the center of all wealth and entertainment of the city of New York. His partner, of course, was the Pabst Beer Company, who had also opened another 2 hotels in New York. But this one was amazing. This one had a theater where the Wizard of Oz was first time ever performed as a musical. He had a private art gallery of naked lady paintings that people could go up and see. He had dining rooms. He had different styles of bars all over the building. Rooftop garden restaurant and bar. It was an amazing piece of work.
Before air conditioning was invented, rooftops were very popular in summers. Today, actually, rooftops provide a great opportunity in winter. If you've got a covered space and you can put out heaters, you can throw amazing parties and events on rooftops. We have a pop-up going in London. This will be the 4th or 5th winter on a rooftop serving hot gin drinks. So don't overlook those opportunities. There's always a way to produce more income from your space. Harry Johnson was a master of this.
Next slide. Well, things didn't go too well after the Pabst Hotel unfortunately went bankrupt, not because Harry was actually involved. I hate to say this, but he left his 19-year-old nephew in charge of the business while he was trying to repair his marriage. And unfortunately, his 19-year-old nephew was not as financially savvy as he should have been.
The nephew also opened a 600 or 800 seat restaurant directly across from the Opera House. It would have been a great location and a sure thing, but the restaurant name was the Kaiserhof, the home of the Kaiser, and the First World War started at that moment, and the name Kaiser was not popular in America.
No, but Harry, in the meantime, didn't know what was really going on. He spent most of his time trying to patch up his marriage and his life, and he had another child. And
another side of bartending.
Yes, next slide, please. Well, his wife never saw him.
You need an understanding partner, an understanding spouse. There's no question.
His wife never saw him. She got a little upset about that. So, anyways, the war happened. 1914 to 1920. It wasn't just the war. The First World War happened. It was also one of the first major pandemics that we recognize killed millions of people in modern times. That's not to say the bubonic plague and all other plagues that had happened and pandemics that had happened before the 1900s. This was the first major one that occurred in the 20th century.
And in 1918, they spent a lot of time arguing about whether you should wear a mask or if that was taking away your freedom. Everything that you hear today, they argued about 100 years ago. It's fascinating to read those old articles.
It's an irony. How many businesses had to close? How many people had to stay home? How many people were locked in their houses because people were afraid? And that's right after the war. It all came in at once.
More people died in the epidemic than from the war, didn't they?
1.8 million people died in the epidemic.
20 million.
Oh, right. 1.8 million. Right.
Yep.
I was thinking London.
Yep.
Okay. But yeah, 20 million died just from the Spanish flu alone.
Yeah.
But Harry couldn't leave Germany. He went through the First World War in Germany.
Next slide.
Next slide. It
1933.
Yeah. Well, let's finish here. Because between the time of the 1920s, of course, he couldn't really conduct any business at a bar in the United States. It couldn't happen, prohibition. So he basically would come over to the U.S. in the 1920s to help his nephew work on the management of a restaurant that he had taken over, Keen's Restaurant, which still exists. The one article we saw at one point, he said, "I've come over to see my nephew Paul to make sure he's okay with his new place." What people secretly don't know is that Keen's Restaurant's bar was designed by Harry. And if you walk in, even today, it still looks like Harry's bar, including the eggs on the hard-boiled eggs on a rack, including the glassware, including the naked lady painting. It's all there, and it still works efficiently. The barmen say they can keep turning out drinks for hundreds of people. Not a problem with this old-style bar. It is an amazing design.
Being a historian of drink, it feels sometimes like being a gold miner, where you spend half your life just digging and searching and finding nothing, but every once in a while you find a nugget. Finding that bar in New York designed by Harry was one nugget, but also this picture you're looking at of Harry was another great discovery. There were no known photographs of Harry anywhere, and we began searching through the original passport applications from the late 1800s, the early 1900s, and that's where we found the only photograph of Harry Johnson was buried in these passport applications. So that's how this photograph came about.
But he never made it back to the United States, even though he was an American citizen. In fact, when we went to Berlin to see his grave, the certificates had said that this was an American who had been buried in Germany. It was one of those quiet moments. He had gotten married again, and he wasn't alone when he died, but he lived a very long life, and he'd actually lived a very successful life. And this is the thing that's most fascinating. He was ready to produce another manual with even more ideas of how to run restaurants, hotels, and bars. No one has ever found that manuscript, but it exists somewhere. It must have existed somewhere in Germany before he passed away. Someday, some historian's going to find that. But that's just the first Harry. Next slide. Sorry. One more thing.
I am not boasting, but I am glad of the chance to say that it takes training to be a publican, and that a publican's chances for success are just in proportion to his observance of business rules. And the best of those rules are to keep an orderly place and to sell good stuff. Oh yes, it does not hurt if he knows how to make drinks properly.
So the lesson of Harry is make sure you keep a good place. Creative drinks, yeah, that's interesting, but what's really important is making your customer happy, making the place good for your team. That's a wonderful legacy.
Knowing that it's a business that you're running, but in terms of the most important thing in a bar, the greeting and the departure, because someone walks into your bar, they are a stranger in a strange place. Even a regular is a stranger in a strange place until you acknowledge them, until you look up, give them a nod, give them a hello, welcome, I'll be with you in a minute. And the length of time before they get that will be something they will feel and they will remember as whether or not your place was great or mediocre, or they don't even want to stay. And the same for the departure. What they will remember most about a visit to your bar is how you said thank you and how you said good night to them. That will stay with them. So those two moments, even more than making a great drink, even more than making a different and interesting drink, you're creating an experience for them. As the late, great Gary Regan said, nobody goes to a bar for a drink. You go in the hope that you will leave feeling better than when you came in.
Next slide. Now we're on to Europe's golden age. Europe's golden age took a bit to get to, but we got there. Came from a different world, came from a different place, came from a different mindset. But one of the great champions, next slide, was known as the Dean of Cocktail Shakers. I love the fact both of these men were considered to be deans. You had the professor, Jerry Thomas, but you had Dean Harry Johnson and Dean Harry Craddock. Next slide. Harry Craddock is well known in many circles as the great American bartender who introduced London to cocktails. It's really kind of funny.
Who took over the American bar at the Savoy, making American drinks.
Yeah. No, don't start. We got to get up to
Then
the
spin
story.
on.
Okay. He was born in England in 1875. The day after Harry Johnson's birthday, just so happens, on the 29th of August.
Come on, let's get up to the good stuff.
Oh, come on. Give me 2 seconds.
Ugh.
This is the important stuff. It was in the middle of another Great Depression in England this time. So he didn't have many opportunities to be what his father and the rest of his family were in, which was the textiles trade. They were weavers, they were seamstresses. One of his brothers was an accountant. They'd hoped he'd become an accountant. Guess what he did? Next slide. He ran away. 1897, he arrives in New York from Liverpool. Smart man. Next slide. Between 1900 and 1906, Harry had no experience, no family experience, no nothing. So he, just Harry Johnson, he tended bar in Cleveland, in Chicago, in New York over 6 years. He went from the Cayuga Hotel to the Holland and all the way up to Chicago's Palmer House, which was an elegant place like Delmonico's in Chicago. And finally ends up at the place that Enrico Caruso and everybody went to, the Astors, everybody in New York, to the Knickerbocker Hotel. Almost everybody worked at the Knickerbocker Hotel at one point or another. Next slide, please. That didn't even finish there. By 1912 to 1918, the First World War had happened. The flu again. This is that one pivotal point where war, flu, economy was terrible. But Harry was working at the Hoffman House and the Holland House, which were at the time 2 of the famous bars that really, really were the signatures of where elegant people went to drink. He became a U.S. citizen, just like Harry Johnson did, and then he entered the draft in 1918. Well, they didn't take him, and America wasn't in the war for very long anyways. What was it, 6 months? Something like that. But then something else happened. Next slide, please.
Now you might notice something odd about this slide. One part of it says 1920, but it says Prohibition in the U.S. begins 1919 and runs to 1933. Prohibition in the U.S. did actually begin in 1919, not 1920, as all the history books say, because they had a wartime prohibition where nothing over 2.5% ABV was legal. So all they did was drop it from 2.5% to 0 in January of 1920.
Yeah, well, there you go.
So as far as we're concerned, Prohibition began on June the 31st, as they called it, July 1st of 1919.
Well, again, there's something to be said about going away and going to someplace else and working in different places, working in different cities, because by 1920, Harry decided, well, it's time to go back home. So he went via Liverpool down to Bristol, where his brother was working, and then he finally made his way to London. Next slide,
It
please.
was appropriate that he arrived in Liverpool, which was home of the first American bar that we found in England. Now, what is actually meant by American bar and American drinks? Actually, it just meant that these were drinks made with and containing ice. Because an American invented the commercial trade in ice. The truth is, this was exotic. It was weird for Europe. In England, central heating
Central heating was weird.
Central heating didn't really exist till about 1970. So nobody wanted ice in their drinks except on the hottest day of the year. The rest of the time, they were very happy to have slightly cool or warm or hot drinks. And I believe that extended out over Europe as well.
Yeah.
So it was Frederick Tudor from Boston, 1806, who invented the commercial trade in ice that created this concept of American bars and American drinks. If you want further information on that, I highly recommend two books, Ice King and Frozen Harvest, both stories of Frederick Tudor.
But Harry didn't come to the Savoy as a head barman. He actually arrived and worked at the dispensary bar. So he was working the drinks in the background. Went to the grill restaurant. Went to the rest of the hotel. He didn't become head bartender until 1923. He did invent a few cocktails at the time, and the one thing that is, again, kind of an irony, we can't talk too much about it because we don't have much time, is that he took over from two female bartenders, Ruth Burgess and Ada Coleman, who had been working the bar at the Savoy ever since it was first opened. The sadness is that the reason why Harry was hired as the head bartender was because there were a lot of American tourists coming in the 20s looking for a drink. The one thing they didn't like was women tending the bar. They didn't want no barmaids taking care of their drinks. So the management had nothing better to do except to hire a man who knew the American system. Luckily, by that time, he already had an American accent, and he was able to do American-style service with American-style drinks. Ta-da! Harry becomes head bartender. The one thing that was good about this was he publicized the fact that cocktails were here, despite the fact that London critics really hated cocktails. They wanted their old punches and stouts and mixed drinks, nothing to do with this American business. He fought it. He fought it in newspapers. He decided that the bartenders in London were not taken care of well by their management. So he helped to found the UKBG, United Kingdom Bartenders Guild, with William Tarling, who was the head barman at the Café Royal. The two of them actually helped to organize bartenders, to organize it so that young bartenders coming from other countries could learn English, they could learn good bar service, they could learn proper management techniques, accounting systems. He tried to do the thing that Harry Johnson was not capable of doing. But Harry Craddock was capable of doing, organizing bartenders. Of course, now bartenders are organized all over the world by the United Bartenders Guild,
International Bartending Association,
which was a takeoff of the UKBG. That's always hard to say. He was also asked by the hotel in 1930 to do a compilation of all the recipes that he served to his customers. A lot of his customers came up with these recipes. Harry did not come up with all of the recipes in the Savoy cocktail book. He compiled ones that someone would say, here, I love this drink, I'm from Chicago, can you make this for me? And he would write it on an index card and put it into his file. So he had it whenever anybody would come up and say, do you know how to make a? And he would know how to make a. The thing that the Savoy cocktail book also shows us is that by this time, Europe had discovered a lot more than just your basic whiskey, gin, bourbon, scotch cocktails. They discovered tequila. They had discovered different variations on rum. I mean, there are Cuban rum drinks in a London cocktail book from the 1930s. Tequila, vodka. He internationalized European drinking with this book. Of course, William Tarling's book also did the same thing 3 years later, the Café Royal cocktail book.
Now here's a trend that has all but disappeared, but was huge at this time, and that was that bartenders like Harry Craddock, William Tarling, etc., would, without fail, make a special drink for just about any momentous occasion. So any election, they would make a drink, or any famous race finishing, or if there was a great musical on stage, or a
White
big
cargo.
a film coming out, they would make a special drink in commemoration of that, just to be served in their bar. They would write it down and they would keep these. And these drinks became like a diary of current events of the time, these wonderful celebrations. And I think bartenders today could go back to making more drinks to celebrate special moments and special events.
Good point. Next slide, please. One of Harry's cocktails, just again to give you an idea of how much things did or did not change from Harry Johnson's day to Harry Craddock's day. Harry's cocktail. You're looking at gin, vermouth, a dash instead of drops of absinthe, and a few fresh mint leaves. Well, you know, a little bit stronger too. You had an American
He
audience
was a
who
young
dying for
bartender.
booze. It's a young bartender who's dying for booze. You know, but again, the simplicity of these drinks continued on even into Harry Craddock's generation. Next slide, please. Okay, Harry'd gotten tired. I mean, he was fairly old by this time. He was in his 50s, and got tired of being at the Savoy. He ended up taking the Dorchester Hotel, which is over on the other side of Mayfair. Offered him the job. They would build the bar to his specs. If you're head of the bar and somebody says, I'm building a bar according to your specs, what do? You leave the bar that
You
you're
say
at to go
yes.
against. You say yes. And he did. Ironically, right after he finished designing the bar, they reopened the refurbished Dorchester. World War II started. Whoops. The Dorchester eventually became the headquarters for all Allied operations. So you had Churchill staying at the hotel. You had most of the U.S. generals staying at the hotel. And Harry, in good old-fashioned terms in those days, actually came up with drinks like the anti-tank. Why not, you know? He was serving the key minds of the Allies throughout the period. He stayed throughout the war, stayed a couple more years. But if you look at that date, realizing he was born in 1875, this was a very old man. He had spent his lifetime traveling across the United States to learn his trade. He'd come back just in the nick of time to see the bright young things of London in the 20s go crazy. He was in London in time for the Blitz. He was in London throughout the war. He finally decided it was time to retire. Next slide, please. So he did, to Kensington. One of the things that makes Harry sad in one respect is he was such a giving man. He loved his customers so much. He used to lend them money. Kind of a problem. He never really thought about money too much. He was too busy with his work. He was too busy with the organizing bartenders. He was too busy losing his wife that he had for 2 minutes. He was busy to a point that he was totally broke when he retired. There wasn't anybody to help him. There wasn't anybody to do anything for him. But next slide. He passed away January 23rd, 1963. If you ask any of the former Savoy bartenders of the recent times, they all said that his ashes were scattered. In 2012, we discovered they weren't. We found his grave in Gunnersbury Cemetery, and thanks to Plymouth Gin, we organized having a headstone placed in Harry Craddock's spot. So if you come to London someday, you can go to Gunnersbury and you can finally find Harry. Next slide, his legacy.
America is still the spiritual home of the cocktail, and the middle-aged American is still the world's best cocktail critic.
That has a lot to say.
They will certainly be the most outspoken.
And the next slide. What we tried to tell you with these two historical figures is, no matter how dark things look, no matter how crazy the world gets, people need bartenders, people need barmen, and need barmen who understand one thing: great service and a commitment to your profession. That's what they have to say. And with that, we've said it all. So thank you very much. Good night, Gracie.
Good night, Gracie.
Yeah, that was really cool. Thank you so much. Anastasia Miller, Jared Brown, live. Thank you so much, and of course, hope to see you next year, in person, in the end of September 2021 here in Kyiv. Thank you. So, dear friends, right now we are waiting for you in 15 minutes. Right now we're going to have some break for coffee or something else. And in 15 minutes, let's meet on the same platform to have an opportunity to listen and communicate with the legend of our industry, the Maestro, Salvatore Calabrese. Let's meet in 15 minutes.
Энергия воды. Могущество стихии. Сила мастерства. Богатство форм. Совершенные грани. Безупречное сочетание. Ice Drive. Искусство льда.
So welcome back, dear friends. We are live. This is Barometer Christmas edition. So we are live on YouTube and of course on Facebook. So be prepared to write all your questions in the comments, because right now we're gonna have a great session, Q&A session with someone special. So we continue our list of star guests, and now I'm excited to greet and invite to have a speech one of the world's leading bartenders, an award-winning global powerhouse, a consultant for select brands, a sought-after judge for worldwide competitions, and former president of the United Kingdom Bartenders Guild. Please meet the legendary Salvatore Calabrese, the Maestro.
Hi, guys.
Hello, good afternoon, Maestro. How are you?
Very well. Yourself? Can you hear me?
Yeah, of course. We are here
good.
to have a great time with you right now.
I'm glad you think that way. First of all, thank you very much to have invited me. Very honored. I still remember last time I was in Kiev at your beautiful Barometer bar show. The most impressive screen of any other show that I have ever seen. It couldn't be any bigger.
Yeah, that was really great. So you are more than welcome once again. And of course, remember that next September, in the end of September 2021, we're going to meet in person with you and all our viewers and all our guests, special stars in Kiev.
Wow, it'd be great. Looking forward for that.
Yeah, that'll be really cool. So what are we gonna do right now?
Well, listen, when Marina contacted me and asked me if I was interested to participate at this Christmas edition, I said, of course, why not? After all, we are on a lockdown here in the UK, in London, so my bars are closed and I am at home. And what a better way just to have the opportunity to be in front of so many wonderful young guys that I can see on the screen. Hi, everyone. Okay. And then she asked me what I want to talk about and what kind of presentation I wanted to make. And to be honest with you, I don't think I was in mind to do any presentation or any lecture. I think you guys have been lecturing enough. But one thing I like to talk about is how we are today and how we should care for each other, how we should support each other. And that's what I'm going to talk about. And a little bit of experience of my life group and what made me to be, did you lose me? Are you okay? Hello? Can you see me?
Yes, we see you, we hear you, everything fine.
I lost your screen, so it's okay. So, I don't know why. So that's what I want to do. Can you wait 2 seconds, guys? I'm going to call my technician to see because I can't see you guys. And I am a dinosaur.
Yeah, I think we're gonna try to fix this right now. Just a second for you. Trying to fix. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, you have an opportunity to ask everything you want right now. You can write your questions in the comments on Facebook or YouTube, and the small audience which present right now here in the hall, you can also ask your questions directly to Maestro. So right now we are waiting Maestro to be back. You can use this time to think about your questions, of course.
Advice, I just came in, my wife.
Yeah, you're back.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I'd like to see you. Can you see me now?
Yes, we can see you. Do you see us?
So I was saying, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to talk about my life experience, what makes us great at what we do, and how we should care for each other in this terrible moment. I think each one of you in Kiev, like everyone else in the world, are concerned and worried, included me. I mean, I'm missing my team at the moment. I'm missing my guys, and I'm missing my client, my guest. I mean, I've been in this industry now for 54 years. I started in 1966 as a young child, which was not unusual to see a young child work and help in either bar or restaurant during the summer holiday. And I grew up, really. I grew up to understand what means hospitality. what means how to care. Remember that I have certainly learned the journey of a mixologist, how to know how to mix and how to create incredible drink. But that doesn't give you the right to think that you are great or great at what you do. You have to learn two things in our industry. One is the true journey how to mix. Then you should learn everything that you should know about the bar industry, right? After 54 years in this industry, I still haven't learned everything. And I will never will. I will never will. Every day that I will be going into my bar, every day is a learning curve. I will learn from my student, from my bartender, to everyone, and from my guests, because every of each of our guests are different, all right? So you have one journey, one learning curve, the art of mixology. The art to know how to mix and how to create incredible drink, right? In many different formats. And today, you young guys, you are the master. You are much better than I could ever been at your age. You have much more. The world has become to be smaller. You have a lot more interaction with the ingredients. When I started this industry, I had only about 20, maybe 30 bottles behind my bar. I'll show you a picture of me at the age of 12. Can you see it?
Yes, yes.
No difficulty. Okay. This is me behind the bar at the age of 12. And you could notice that there was only maybe 20, 30 bottles. There were very few bottles, maybe a couple bottles, 2-3 bottles of gin, a bottle of vodka, few aperitivo, Campari for sure, vermouth, but there was not much, all right? Today, behind any of my bar, I even have up to 600 bottles just behind the shelf. And then what I would require for any of my bartenders when they work behind the bar, that they should learn everything about what they serve. All right. So we have by far an incredible knowledge on product. And you do that because if you are here today to listen to me, that means that you are interested to understand what makes a great bartender. But this is only one hand. What makes us great is the other hand. The art of hospitality, to know how to care. All right. Remember that a great bartender in my time, and I hope it still is today, it was about caring for the people that we had in front of us. And there is not a better time that we have or we can encounter today, because the people who will be coming to your bar today, they are worried, they are concerned, they're scared. We are frightened as well. But we go back behind our bar. We still should try to give a positive note to someone who's in front of us, all right? So today is about the other art. It's the true art of knowing how to be a better bartender by caring for the people that we have in front of us. But not only for the people that we have in front of us, but it's for us all. Your team, your friend, your fellow bartender who works next to you, who's also maybe is in need of encouragement. We should all, each one of us, take courage, and let's hope that eventually we can come out of this crisis that we encounter today. Because a few years back, when I came to Kiev, at the Barometer Bar Show, I had over 1,000 people in front of me. It was by far one of the most magical experiences that I had as a presenter, and do a lecture and a talk to people like you who were truly interested to hear what I had to say. And I said thank you for that, and I said thank you to Barometer for giving me that great experience. But I haven't made any presentation today because I thought the best presentation is to listen to you, to hear you guys, to ask me questions, and to ask me how we can be better today. What can we do to feel comfortable with each other? What you want for this wonderful industry that we have. Remember that the bar are the biggest theater that anyone could encounter. The soon people will come to your theater, to your bar. That's when you should start to learn how to act, how to care, how to make sure that your magical moment comes to reality. Remember that a bar, the soon I walk into a bar, I look for something. And what I'm looking for is the soul, our soul, and the soul of everyone who's in that bar. It's not how beautiful the bar looks, because I do design beautiful bar. But what makes the bar, it is not the environment. It's not how many bottles you have behind the bar. It's not how luxury is. It is about us, right? So you can have, I worked at the Duke's Bar for 12 years, from 1982 to 1994, and I made a bar very, very famous. A very small bar with 6 tables, no music, no nothing. It was just me to play the music and interact with the people that I had in front of me. And working with a bar that I still have to use a nice bucket, because I didn't have a station, and a domestic fridge, and washing my glass by hand for 12 years. That means I truly enjoyed a simple bar to a luxury bar that I designed today. So it's not the place what makes us, it's us in ourselves what makes the place, all right? So if any one of you has a question to ask me, please do so, all right? And I'll be delighted to answer any question. Anything, any worry that you have in your mind. Is any one of you wants to ask me a question, guys? Don't be
Yes, we have a
shy,
couple of
yeah?
questions. Maestro, just a second. We are waiting for the mic. I'll give my.
Oh, I love this. Moving around.
So, hello, I have a question. So, a question. So, within the current lockdown reality, COVID-19 reality, so your opinion, will our industry go to online environment, to digital? Is it possible? Is it possible for the bar industry to exist online if we close all the bars? So your vision of how the bar industry will develop in the upcoming years will go to digital, or still we'll have these like offline bars there? So how will it evolve?
In the world about pandemic, about COVID-19 and lockdowns and so on. How do you see the our industry in the future? What it would be like online format or the old fashioned speakeasy?
Well, guys, first of all, foremost, you must understand I am a businessman, all right? And I own bars. So the first thing, I hope that I will be able to open the door, and I'm sure we will open the door. Okay? Remember that any Christ, we should always look at the light, right? Our parents, our grandparents went to one war, from First World War, Second World War, and we're still here. Okay? Hospitality is it. Okay? It is not about do a virtual. Okay, so people will come to your bar because they want to feel human. They want to socialize. They want to be able to meet that beautiful girl or that beautiful guy. Okay, so our bars are not just a place that a robot will be in there because it doesn't pass the virus, right? It is about about caring for each other. However, okay, it is important that in the moment that we have today, okay, that we don't have car, but we still have bills to pay. We should innovate ourselves. We should be creating a way how to make some money to make ourselves noticed, yeah. So it is important that we do a cocktail takeaway, we bottle cocktails, but I'm worried that the more we do that, the harder will be to go back for what we used to do. Because the people will stay at home because they say, well, do I need to go to a bar and ask for Negroni when I have a Negroni in a bottle, which is just as good, and I can stay at home or watch television and pour it. I hope it's okay for the moment, but I hope we don't counting on this. So what I'm saying to you, when I say that the bar is a place where you meet, where you socialize, where you might meet your beautiful wife or your beautiful girlfriend or your beautiful boyfriend, it is important that we strive, we work hard, that we want to open that door. Because after all, a barman to be on his own, it's not fun. So I appreciate today social media. I appreciate the fact that I'll be able to talk and communicate with guys like you via internet, but I would rather to communicate with you by being in front of you, see your expression, see how you react to my voice, and see how much you could love what I say or what you don't like of what I say. It is important. I mean, I am Italian, all right? And as the true Italian, one thing I miss the most is to embrace, to cuddle, to say hi, how are you, welcome, right? And say good night. And this is what I love about our industry. As I say, I've been doing this since 1966, and I still love it, and I still cherish it, and I still you guys, which are the future, or something that I have loved to do it for so many years, to carry on and to love what I have loved for so many years. Okay?
Thank you so much. Do we have any other questions?
Question.
Yes, we have.
But I am worried. Thank you. Any other question?
Ciao, Maestro.
Ciao.
We know you have a lot of waves of lockdown in UK. How you keep motivated your team in Donovan Bar? How you keep stay stronger and motivated all of you guys?
Well, it's not just about my team. Remember that I am a maestro, and because you call me the maestro. But I could never be the maestro without my team play the music or play what I like to play with them. So I miss my team, all right? I miss them immensely because they are my voice. They are the one who really, truly makes my bar comes alive, all right? And to keep them motivated is what we communicate with each other. We stay in touch. We do face talk. We talk about, let's be positive with each other. I talk to them in a way to say, I am almost their fathers, their fatherly figures. And it's nice to able to have a team that they believe in you and they trust you. And just as much as I trust them. All right, because it's very, very important. Remember that our job is not about being individual, all right? Our job is about being a team. We unite with each other. And the industry should be like that, because now we need time that we need, each one around the world need each other. We need to talk with each other, because what you are worrying about that when your bar will be open, when you're going to go back behind the bar, when it's going to be your next wages, right, to pay the rent, to be able to come back and do what you love to do. It's just as much as difficult for you that it is for me. I have done my bit in the past. I feel very, very sorry and worried for young bartenders who have tried just as much as I have done when I was young to open up their own bar, to have their name on the door, to create something, all right? And people like Alex Cretena, for example, and Monica, Eric, who have created this incredible bar, and they are now in a position that they reach to have the best bars in the world, and now they are in a worry that they might not be able to open the door. And I always say, maybe we should try to sustain people like them, because they are a pillar for the industry. For you as a young person, maybe you're not going to look at me so much because I'm the old-fashioned style, although I'm not the old-fashioned style, because I breathe and learn every day as a young person. Remember, the shaker does not know how old you are when you shake them, all right? It's all about to know how to be innovative. It's all about know how to be thinking what you want to do next, right? And how you motivate yourself. Every day I try to motivate myself, all right? Whenever I go to the bar, I try to look how can I make my bar a little bit more different, right? What other people will do. So we should always learn. We should always be a sponge. But to come back to your question, I miss my team. Yes, I miss them terribly. I miss the idea of to embrace my guests. I miss and I'm scared that everything that I have done for the last 50 years is collapsing. Guys, I'm not immortal. I have kids, I have a family, and I have a team that I want to support and care for. But what is important is not to lose courage. Please, let's not lose courage, all right? Because before we know, if God will bless us, and also there is a vaccine on the way, and we will find the light, I am sure that soon everything will be more normal. People want to go back to their friends, and the friends are you, the bartender, the master hospitality, the master care. It's not just about the restaurant, it's about that person who can listen. Remember that the bar can create the most incredible music that anyone wants to encounter. It is a meet social people and socialize with people.
Thank you. Applause for you.
Thank you.
So, guys, do we have another questions? Yep, please.
Yeah.
Здравствуйте. Хотелось бы узнать...
Hello, I'd like to know what is your motto? What motto do you use? Actually, is there anything?
Your motto, what is the motto of your life?
What is my motto of my life? I love that. Never lose your smile. All right? Remember that as soon as you walk into your home, your bar, right? People don't want to listen to your tragedy. All right? They want a smiling face. This is the biggest tool of any bar hospitality. Welcome and come and enjoy my place. This is my biggest motto. And what I do, I'm making sure that each one of my team has the same belief. It doesn't hurt to smile. You guys today are far too serious. Even when you shake or when you do something, it's a barrier, right? When I grew up, all right, I learned one thing. This was my master at the age of 11, Signor Raffaello, okay? And his motto to me was, remember that whoever comes to see you wants to know you. Never lose your expression, your smile, your love for this industry, okay? And this was, I don't know if you can see this picture of me. Can you see me here? Look. I can just about put my head above the counter. That's me at the age of 11, all right? So my motto is, it doesn't really matter if my drink is better than yours or your drink is better than mine. But can I make the memorable experience of someone who comes in my bar remember me? That is the biggest motto. And today, I still have a client that I met 40 years ago, and they still send me message. Okay, so this is longevity, right? And the longevity is you guys. That means anything that I have learned, I pass to my team, right? But what I teach my team is to learn how to be more embraced and to smile and care. This is
Thank you so much. But what is the secret? How to keep smiling in this year?
Well, do you think that I don't be depressing and pull my hair and get mad? It is important that we choose an industry that we cannot be show negativity, okay? Because whoever comes to our bar, right, they want to forget how depressing their days are. So it is not easy because in your soul, you don't feel happy because you are worried. And I am worried, right? But I have a duty. I choose this profession to care for people in front of me who comes to see me. So therefore, I should be stronger than the person that is in front of me. I should be care for the person in front of me. Remember, bartender is many things. The way that I enjoy my journey, I have learned how to be a host, right? A friend, a doctor to work at, right? Because I need to know how to use my chemistry, my whatever I have behind my bar, all the alcohol that I have, how to make somebody feel better, either to cure a cold or stomach upset in many different ways, or to make them happy and jolly. But one of the most important thing is that you want to create that memorable moment for somebody who comes to your bar, and maybe you can give them a reason not to feel lonely, all right? So what I'm saying to you guys, every trouble that you have at home and every worry that you have at home, never bring at home at work and never bring work at home. Many young bartenders would say to me, Maestro, how come you still in a relationship, a strong relationship with your wife? I met my wife in 1976. And one thing I have learned, that whenever I go home, I am the man at home, right? I never bring my work at home. And it's very, very important. And but I do the same when I leave home. I never leave and bring home at work. Okay, so try to separate the two things, right? Because then you start to understand that you really truly love your work, but you truly love your wife or your family, and you dedicate your time for what it is. So don't bring always work at home.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep, let's continue. You next? Nope.
Maestro.
A maestro, every bartender had funny stories at work, both positive and negative. Do you have some memorable things like that in your work? Some fuck-ups at bar, or vice versa, some fun stories?
Bartenders have their own different stories, fuck-ups, funny stories, and so on. What is your main fuck-up or main funny moment in your professional?
I have many stories. I have written 14 books. My very first book sold over 1 million copies. My own bartender guide, it is by far the most sellable cocktail book in the world. So I'm very proud to say that in the lecture way, I have done a lot. Even I wrote a beautiful book about cognac, which is an experience that I do. But one thing I will not do is, as long as I'm still working at the bar, is never writing a story about, how can I say, my guest. But I have many stories. I mean, you know, we talk about hospitality, and we're talking about when people will come into your bar and alcohol can play a very strange reaction. In 2006, England won the World Cup, all right? Rugby team won the World Cup. And I had a bar which it was very famous at the time, Salvatore at 50. And I had the English team, the young people who won the World Cup and some of the old guys come to my bar to celebrate. At one point, one of my bar manager runs at the door and he says, Salvatore, we need to call the security. I said, what do you mean you need to call security? We never call security in our bar. He said, yes, but they're going to start to fight. He said, who's going to fight in my bar? And they said, the English rugby team. Can you imagine how giant they were? I said, well, they're going to have a fight in my bar. So I don't do no more. I said, don't worry, I'll deal with that. So I went in the middle of all of them, right, where they will start to argue. And I went to the main guy, Lawrence Delaggio, who was the captain of the English rugby team. And I said, Lawrence, what's happening here? You know, you're in my home. And he said, Lawrence said, Salvatore, it's not me. I said, who is it? It's Nick and Ben. Okay. Now, Ben was 6'4", 2 meter, 5 centimeter giant, right? And Nick, it was 2 meter, 10 centimeter, 6'10" giant, right? So you can imagine, I'm not very tall. I'm only 5'6", 5'7", maybe, all right? So I turned around and I went to Ben. I said, Ben, what are you doing? And Ben turns around and says, Salvatore, it's not me, it's Nick. I said, okay, you better be a good boy then. And I turned around and I said to Nick, which I was reaching him there, right? Can you imagine it? You know, and he was so pissed. He was so hungry that he wanted to fight. He didn't see me. He couldn't see me. And I said, Nick, can you please looking at me? And he was looking at Ben. So I didn't do no more. I went, Nick, slap him around his face, right, gently. And so all my bartenders, they start to be very scary because they said, Nick is going to pick up Salvatore and use him as a flag, you know, to hit everybody. So I got very annoyed, I'll be honest with you. I really got annoyed because he wasn't looking at me. So I took a little stool, little poof, you know, that I had, and I stood on this poof, and I went right on his face, and he got like a shock. He said, can you see me now? And he said, yes, Salvatore. I said, what are you doing? Calm down. You are in my home, giving me a cuddle, just have one last beer and bugger off from my bar, right? And what I'm trying to say that sometimes we don't need the security. What we need is ourselves to know how to diffuse a situation, right? And so each one of them went away, and my bartender, they start to clap me because I resolved a problem that the security would never resolve. Remember, big guys against big guys, it's just a mess, right? So whenever you work in your own bar and environment, the last resort is to call a security. Every problem that you will have in your bar, you need to deal with. You need to deal with the situation that someone will be rude at you. Someone will be swearing at you. So calm down. You know, just smile. Just say, thank you very much for your appreciation in my skill. Always make sure that whatever, don't put fire, don't put, as you said, don't put wood on the fire, okay? Just gentle. And I have many situations. For example, I spoke to you that we could make the dream come reality for somebody. I've been very blessed, guys. I served everyone that you could possibly imagine in my bar. I had, one time I used to be known as the royal bartender. I served everyone in the royal family. From Princess Diana, Prince Charles, to Her Majesty, Princess Margaret, her Queen Mothers, everyone that you can imagine in the royal family I have done. I served martini to Her Majesty, not one martini, but actually two of my martini. So my martini has a royal crest. I served several presidents in the United States, travel to America and then host a private party for President of the United States. I've been blessed that I met iconic people like Fidel Castro or Nelson Mandela, lots of film stars. Like a funny story is, one day I had Robert De Niro coming to my bar, and as he walked into my bar, he asked, who's Salvatore? And I say, I am Salvatore, Mr. De Niro. And he says, what makes you so well known that every friend of mine said, whenever you go into London, you should go and see Salvatore. So I turned around and I said, Mr. De Niro, please take your cap off, your hat off, and come to my bar. He took his hat off and he came to my bar, and we are still friends. So this is a bless. It's a bless because each one of us needs somebody. And I had one guest in my bar many years ago at the Lanesborough when I was a bar manager there, and at the library bar. And his name was Mr. Smith, very successful businessman. Hold on a minute, guys. I got a light in my face. Would you believe it? The sunshine is coming over. And he was coming to my bar, sit at the bar, but he was a very, very quiet person. He loved beautiful women, obviously, but he was very shy. He really was shy to talk to females. So one day I had the two ladies in the bar, and he was sitting at the bar, and I did do no more to introduce this lady to him. One lady was very bubbly, lots of energy, and he was very shy. And they hit with each other, and I made sure that the conversation carry on. Eventually they start to go out, and eventually he comes to me, Salvatore, and says, Salvatore, I'm in love with her, and I like to propose to her. I said, what is the problem? Bring me the ring, I'll organize it. He brought me the ring, and the day that she came to the bar, they both came to the bar, I organized a part of my bar which full of flowers, all right? And she was very impressed. He said to him, he said, my God, I knew it was going to be a special day, but I did not know you would organize all these flowers for me. So he looked at me, and I said, of course, it was the first thing he did. All these flowers arrived today, and it was for you. Eventually, she gave the ring. He gave the ring to her, and she said yes. They got married, which was fine, and I organized their champagne reception. But then she fell pregnant, all right? The day that she was giving birth, on the way to go to the hospital, they decide to stop at my bar to have a glass of champagne to say thank you for I made them, the experience for introduced to them. I never served a quicker glass of champagne than I did that day. But I'm telling them, I said, now get out of my bar, because one thing I can't do is giving birth. And today, the son comes to my bar and tells me, my dad tells me that if one day I'm looking for a good woman, I should come to you, and maybe you can introduce me a good woman. So longevity in the business. So you see, you could create a great dream for somebody, an opportunity. That's why bars are so special. All right? Any other question?
Yeah, thank you so much. We are practically out of time. Just maybe one final question. Here we have it. If no, I think I will ask you just a final question from me about maybe which new skills do bartenders need in these new times, new reality, what we have to achieve?
Well, today there is a new skill, by all means. I mean, the skill of a mixologist, it's amazing, it's incredible. But I hope the simple reason I came to your show today is to tell you that the new skill is to care, right? Because the sooner we'll come out of this crisis, everyone will come to your bar to have a better, to forget what we went through. So your skill and your challenge, it will be use these, right? The smile. Give a little bit more welcome, right? First impression, last impression. Say, welcome, bye-bye, see you again. I'm going to tell you a story, and I'm going to close this. A story that I like to tell about, because that will give you the understanding to understand how good we could be. In my bar, I had one guy called Stevie Wonder, a good friend of mine. All right, he follows me everywhere that I go. One day, while he was at my bar, I created a cocktail called Champagne Wonder. And he started to have quite a few of this Champagne Wonder. I had my pianist playing the piano, right? And I was seeing, and I saw Stevie Wonder rocking his head like this, right? Listen to the music. So what I did, I went to Stevie Wonder and I said, Steve, would you like to play? And he said, Salvatore, I would love to. So he stood up and I took to the piano. But he did not only play one or two songs like normal people will do, great musicians. He was there playing in my bar for over half an hour. Now imagine how magical that was for my client, my guest, to listen to Stevie Wonder live. You could not describe it. It was a real magical moment. But the most magical moment for me, it was when he left. When he stood up to leave, I went to say bye-bye to him. And he started to applaud. He went like that. And I said, Steve, what's that for? And he said, from one artist to another. And that's what we could be. If we love what we do, if we embrace each person comes to our house, it doesn't matter how famous they are, because we could be as the biggest star that there is in the world. So love what you do as much as I love it. And maybe when you reach my age, you still love what you stood up to do. I love you all. Please, 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 let's be together and let's embrace each other.
Thank you so much. Salvatore Calabrese. Dear Maestro, it was a great pleasure to have you here. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being with us. And of course, we are looking to meet you in person next September in Kyiv.
Oh, and I'm looking forward to being here with a beer, maybe. You see, this is the new trend, guys. We young bartender, we becomes to grow the beer. Old bartender grows the beer. The lockdown look.
Yeah,
I hope you like it.
Okay, thank you so much. If you have time, of course, stay with us during all our Christmas edition Barometer. Thank you for being with us. Once again, your applause to Salvatore Calabrese. And now, dear friends, dear viewers, we are going to have a break and we'll be back in 40 minutes. So it's a dinner time. So at 2:30 p.m. Kyiv time, we're going to meet once again on the same platform to see a seminar by Dmitro Kalamaze. See you soon.
Энергия воды. Могущество стихии. Сила мастерства. Богатство форм. Совершенной грани. Безупречное сочетание. Ice Drive. Искусство льда.
So what, everybody, we are welcome back all of you to our online barometer Christmas edition, and we are about to start the second part of this year's event. So we are happy to see all of you who join us online, of course, to get valuable knowledge from industry professionals. And now I'm glad to announce brand ambassador of Bushmills, Dmitro Kalamaze, who will tell us about the softest Irish whiskey, its history, and of course, the ways of testing. Please welcome on stage.
Добрый день. Доброго.
Hi everyone. Thank you so much. If I may, I'm gonna get started. Sure, go ahead. Friends, I'm so glad to see you all, because this hasn't happened for a while now, and this year, well, I'm not gonna even say anything about it. It's different for everybody, but we're gonna start with something different. Here's the first thing, the clicker. Irish whiskey. What associations do you have with Irish whiskey? I don't want to simply stay alone on the stage, because first, I don't want to do that. Second, it's difficult. So what associations do you have with Irish whiskey? Okay, keep naming. With Ireland, more associations that you got. Yeah, the best one was Ireland. Of course, Ireland. It's not possible without Ireland. So, Bushmills. What, where, how? Today, it's going to be very brief and very to the point. And everybody will learn something interesting for them. Bushmills is the oldest whiskey distillery in the world. 1608 is the first time when they received the license. And up to this day, we are doing miracles. We create the product that is loved worldwide, that is known worldwide. And it is in front of you. We're gonna soon give it a try. In a nutshell, we only use Irish barley, then we have to grind it, then we get the mash, then we add yeast, then it goes through the distillation. Everything is as old as a day. A classical technology. Somebody mentioned, I'm sorry, you haven't seen the person who is that, because it's very hard to see you when the light is shining to yours. It goes to triple distillation. And this is what makes classical Irish whiskey. This is something that has been existing now for more than 400 years. This is what we have in our glasses. And this is the pinnacle. And this is my story, but all of you are gonna get your story as well. Aging. I'm gonna talk about each whiskey variety, and in every glass you get a whiskey with different aging from different barriques. Blending. She is the one, thanks to her abilities and skills, thanks to Helen, she's the first one who managed, who did it, who was not afraid. And let's look in the future. We now have one more line with Sexton, and this is her story. New whiskey, new Irish whiskey by a female. She did it. As simple as that. Again, this is a pinnacle. Next, let's proceed with tasting. There are glasses in front of you. 1, 2, 3. And we are gonna taste them one by one. Number 1 is Bushmills Original. This is our business card. The one that the whole world knows about. This is something that the whole world knows about our product. This is a blend, and 60% it is made of the malted whiskey. And we can call ourselves Irish only if it stays for 3 years in a barrique. This is a bourbon barrique. Then it comes to our production facility. Then we burn it, additionally, to reincarnate it. Because then the barrique starts breathing anew, starts sharing with us everything that we want to get from it, everything that we like about it. So let's taste number 1, because I can keep talking about it forever. First, feel the aroma. I'm not gonna tell you lots of things. We definitely have professionals here. They know what we are talking about. This whiskey can be described as a Christmas pie. Christmas barometer, Christmas pie. A baked layered dough, fruits, pear and apple, sweet spices, honey notes, and in the end, on top of this Christmas pie, some sugar powder, and we get this aroma that surrounds us. And this also is my story. Nothing more than that, just like it. Now, let's taste it. And I'm gonna do that together with you with pleasure. And once more, I don't wanna be here alone. So please share your emotions, share your impressions. Cool, awesome, tasty whiskey. More. Is it again Ireland? Ireland, classics. Who went to Barman Dictate yesterday? Okay, let's taste it. For me, this is a whiskey that you want to taste slow. And I feel like playing with this whiskey. Break down all of the aromas, flavors, and this process is ever continuous. This whiskey is so multifaceted and it has so many different flavors and aromas to it. And next I'm also going to mention that when talking about Black Boucher. So what are your impressions? Swedish? What more? Well, of course it is tasty. Now, let us take another step further. The next is number 2. This is Bushmills, Black Bush. Excuse me? There is no clear home. I found wild turkey barriques, I found bullet barrique, bullet barrel, and many others. But I wouldn't say that they all come from one place. So this is the answer to your question. Let's move on. Black Bush. Well, it is different. It is different compared to the previous one. Here we have the bourbon barrel, where we add spirits, and it is burnt as much as possible. That's why it is called black. And if there was no sherry barrel, we would have not made it. It would have been too much in terms of aroma and flavor. Thank God. I've tried what we got simply after aging in the bourbon barrel. Here, we use a sherry barrel, which smoothens it all, makes it softer, refines it, and of course, adds some sweetness, adds some dried fruit, some chocolatey notes, spice. How do you like the aroma? You feel some gooseberry in it. Cool. What else? Anna? Butter. Cool. More? Also, some pearish flavor. When we start tasting it, the aroma and the taste once more. Everything that I'm talking about here is my story. This is my experience. This is what I lived through. This is what I tried. And for me, aroma and taste do not quite coincide. It is as if you miss the hit going at you. And it's much better than expected in terms of the taste. So please taste it for those who have not yet tasted it. Magnificent. Kostya, how do you think? Great, thank you. Another compliment. How do you like it? Wonderful, great. Dima? Well, thank you. Now, let us move on to the next kind of whiskey, which is single malt. In this case, it seems to be similar to the previous one. Same barrels, but the bourbon barrel is burnt at the minimum level, the second degree of burning of the barrel. And in the end, of course, we use the sherry barrel, but it's single malt. And this is what I was telling about the previous kind as well. Aroma and the feeling are very different, very much different. And in this case, it strikes you, but in a nice sense of this word. How do you like the aroma?
So fruit, yeah. So for me, the story, I don't know. Actually, it's like Carpathian Mountains, something like it. And okay, almost the Ireland. Okay, it's May in Carpathian. So when in spring, let's just take spring. So just something truly this very intense aroma, flowery, spices, herbs, and all that stuff, and somehow some honeycomb is there, and nothing else. Just rich honey taste for me. How does for you? What do you feel like? Herbs? Someone has herbs, flowers. Does someone get flowers? Okay, honey. What else? No, I will not repeat that, okay? So, okay, now maybe someone did not have time to taste it. Okay, slowly, no haste. Let's just take the drop of it, just taste it, feel it. A small sip. So, how do you like it? What's about it? Okay, it's more dense, it's softer, definitely. So, who else would like to say something? Express yourselves, okay? So, it's milky, it's like banana. I don't know. Okay, dried banana. Good, good. Dima, tell me something. Someone gets spices. Yes, sweet spices. They are. Very well. Good. And this story is finished, and now I'm going directly to Ireland. Ireland, Association with Ireland, the following we usually have, when we talk about Ireland. So, drunk nuns, sorry, but literally drunk nuns, You may even take a closer look, but unfortunately here we won't have these slides on the screen, but definitely this is true. It is allowed to consume spirits there in this context. Okay, so when you cannot leave the pub because you have a herd of sheep, and okay, it's when the actually the shepherd is in the pub and they're waiting for him. I mean, the sheep. This is a fact. This is what Ireland is all about. It's like when if someone saw that, if you do know that, so Whiskey Talks, so what we have, these live sessions with bartenders. This story also came from Ireland when in pub. We entered a pub in Ireland, and so we had there a builder, a man coming in a Bentley, very old Bentley, but yeah, like Sir, Lord, I don't know, like whoever, the knight, and a top class guy, and also a third guy was there in shorts, in a t-shirt, very casual, and also an elderly man, and they were, communicating. They had different topics being discussed. When you're standing next to them, I was so thrilled. I was admiring. There was no restriction in pub. They don't have these restrictions or limitations. So they just communicate, they use any topic, and they just drink what they like. This is it. Whatever. What they love. I was so amazed. I was just astonished, and I really wanted to talk about something simple in a plain common language. Understandable for everyone, clear for everyone. This is what Ireland is. This is the spirit of Ireland. So maybe someone does have questions. Okay, you may. Bushmills. How to translate it? Okay, good. The name itself, the Bushmills. These we have two words. Actually, bush. Okay, it's a river. Mill is a mill that we still have today. It exists. By this moment, and we have like two words, a mill standing on the river, basically. So this is the start of the story. It's quite an extended story, and I need a lot of hours to tell, but 1608, the license, 1750, and then we had the brand. The brand was born at that time. So why do we usually have these disputes and a lot of, forums elsewhere? Like people say, oh, no, it's not the oldest brand. Okay, stop telling this. Yeah, no one is arguing about it. We have the story. We have history, even not the story, but the history. You can't argue that. You cannot argue with facts. Now, any questions? Anything? Okay, advantages. Advantages. Comparing to other Irish, good. We are the first. We are the first. We are, in historical context, we did not change the recipe for quite a long time. It's the same. It's almost the same. We're very conservative about it. Okay, we are the first. This is what the story is about. Any other questions? If you do have. Ukrainian market, starting from 2000, I guess, 2006, 7, something like it. We were launched at Ukrainian markets. So, of course, we are the leaders. We are in the top list. And we have someone we're trying to... We have rivals, of course, but yeah, still. Well, we're not fighting, we're not competing with anyone, basically, but we do have competitors. So the key competitor, okay. I think it's for another lecture, it's for another session, okay? So it's not about competition today. And I think everyone knows what the key players are in the Ukrainian market. Irish whiskey players, you know who these are? A year, maybe. This is the story. Okay, friends, I really want to tell you thank you. I'm so grateful, and I really want to raise this glass to y'all for this event, actually, that we're holding this event right now. So in Christmas edition, God, that's really great. Okay, so cheers. Cheers to everyone.
Спасибо.
Спасибо. So, dear friends, I have to admit, it was delicious tasting, I think, yes. And we found a lot of interesting facts and information, useful information about Irish whiskey. And, of course, we have an opportunity to try it right here. So, I think we're going to do a short break right now before the next tasting, before the next presentation here on this stage. So, stay with us. We will come back shortly.
Энергия воды. Могущество стихии. Сила мастерства. Богатство форм. Совершенные грани. Безупречное сочетание. Ice Drive. Искусство льда.
Once again, hello to everyone. Welcome back to our online barometer Christmas edition. So take your seats in front of your screens, because right now you will experience the incredible journey of the Johnny Walker brand through the centuries, from birth in 1820 to nowadays. The world has changed, the fashion has changed, but the quality and popularity of Johnny Walker brand remain the same. So, whiskey #1 in terms of sale in the world. For some acquaintance and for others, discovery of taste in a new way. Confident, Johnny Walker Black Label. Stylish, Johnny Walker Green Label. Unsurpassed, Johnny Walker Blue Label. So please welcome Andriy Demenko, Chief Bartender of the Italian edition and coach of the Diageo Bar Academy in Ukraine, and Alexei Kostanyuk, Chief Coach of the Diageo Bar Academy in Eastern Europe. Please welcome.
Alexei.
Okay, hi friends. Hi there, hi there, hi there. Oh, good afternoon. Okay. So, nice to see you all here at this wonderful, truly wonderful event. Thank you, dear organizers. I'm so grateful for this opportunity to spend some time with you, to be a part of this huge event. Barometer is a holiday for me. It's a celebration. I associate it with something big. We learn, but first of all, we celebrate. So before we start, I actually have a small task for you. So I'd like to introduce something to you for us to focus on the tasting. So please rise. There will be a small exercise. We will not jump, dance, hula hoop, whatever. We will not do this. Now, this position of power, okay, it helps us to concentrate and have this flow of energy. The most important thing is what we think about, how we focus. So I really need Andriy. He will actually check the time, because when it comes to power position, you need to have 30, 40 seconds, if more. We'll get more energy, but at least 30, 40. What do we need to do? Okay, I hope you'll see it. Please, we need to stand in this position of set letter. Okay, so hands up, and actually we need to feel the concentration with the whole perimeter of the body. Let your body concentrate. Let's just try. Okay, don't push forward too hard. Okay, so hands up. Yeah, it's like Z or S or whatever that is. That was just a preparation. So now 30, 40 seconds of that exercise. Try to concentrate. 1, 2, 3, and go. I would do that, but I'm trying to concentrate because we're about to taste this. Okay, so the posture, the position itself may look funny. It may look a little bit absurd. Please, guys in the front row. Okay, really want everybody to do that right now. What's with the time? 30 seconds. 30 more. 30 more of that thing. No, you need to stand. You just cannot. You cannot. You have to. Andrei. Okay, 10 more. 10 more. I know you can make it. I know you people can make it. You can. Thank you. Thank you for your efforts. I do hope that you felt this warmth in your body, your feet, but a lot of interesting things we can take from it, actually. So, and right now, let's go directly to the pleasant thing. So, when I met Johnny Walker 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago, and for me, this is quite an event. This is truly, it's about, I was so young 10 years ago, and I met this adult whiskey. Truly adult, mature whiskey. I wasn't with my two friends, and we were just sitting together, and people warned me, like, okay, Alexei, they told me you would not understand it, but with some time, with years, you will do. I did not understand the taste 10 years ago, and actually, I met the Black Label, Johnny Walker. How were you introduced? Green Label, that was my introduction in 2012. I was in Yalta working, and we went to a warehouse, and we found this green label bottle, like very funny price for that time it was, and my friend told that nobody was actually producing it, and I thought, like, okay, I felt like, wow, like whiskey investor. I thought I'll just take this bottle in 5 or 10 years. It'll be really expensive, like the Bitcoin. I'll make some money. And yeah, then I returned to Kharkiv, my hometown, and I couldn't resist it. I drank it. I thought I was drinking like, God, such an expensive drink, like that cost thousands and thousands in 10 years. But actually, I found out green label simply was not exported to Ukrainian market anymore. That was the thing. And its release, it was supplied later. But then 5 years, and right now, when I now know more about spirits and liquors, and I know more about Johnny Walker. Now I can feel it. Now I can taste it in a different way. Now I can actually understand it better. So when we talk about the brand, so at the very beginning we need to tell, I guess, about the history, of course. We start with the history of manufacturing of Scottish whiskey. So a couple of facts on Scotch, okay? So the only whiskey that can be produced in Scotland is Scotch whiskey, okay? And so its maturation is at least 3 years, up to 700 liters. But out of 3 components, it's made this interesting, this vibrant drink: water, malt, and yeast. So blended whiskey may include approximately 100 different single malt, single grade whiskeys, and from 20 to 40 drinks, you know. Okay. So if we talk about the cycle, okay, so we have these. Like first we need to prepare the raw material, then we process the grain and then grind it. Then we need to get sugar, then fermentation, distillation, maturation, blending, and finally we put it in bottles. Scottish whiskey, 40% ABV. That's it. So classification of Scotch, we have single malt Scotch whiskey, single grain, blended malt whiskey, and also just blended Scotch whiskey. Basically, consisting of single grain and single malt from different cultures and even different parts of Scotland, okay? So we have a couple of regions: Highland, Lowland, Speyside, Islands, and also we have as a sub-region the Islet Island, and Campbelltown Island is taken separately. And each of these regions, it has its own stylistics. Right now the borders are fading, but historically we have some nuances when it comes to manufacturing and in the profile. So basic ingredients, basically, why I add the slides on ingredients and basic ingredients, because peat, usually, it's a mistake to take peat as one of the components. No, it's not like that, because peat may be used, may not be used. It depends. So we may have smoked whiskey, and more fruity, more delicate whiskey with the aroma, more flowery. So the first stage, malting, it's very important for any whiskey, because in Scotland it's allowed to use just natural enzymes during the storage conversion, produced during the storage conversion to get sugar, and later actually to get the juice. So we actually put water to the barley, warm it a little bit, it grows, and then we have the next stage. So we need to stop the growing process, we need to warm it, and this is the moment when actually we pick, shall we have our malt as smoky or not? The Diageo company has a couple of big malting enterprises, so 4 of them, and the Diageo is one of few companies that basically is providing 100% of the malt and even manages to sell it to other companies. So peat can actually give us this unique Roman taste, something that we feel like is smoky, you know, at the same time a little bit medicinal, you know, something iodine, you know, something reminding of that. And After we dry it, we need actually to grind it, to granulate it. So we get this crude flour of the whole meal, 70% of fractions, then flour, and also some leftovers, and the shell. And this is the ideal proportion for us to actually get the sugar in the proper way. So after it, we have another stage. We put the hot water, mix it with this whole meal, and then get the sugars. We'll ferment it, and this is one of the stages where we can actually give the maximum impact to aroma and the taste, final one, because at the moment of distillation, we play with different types of aroma, but distillation just strengthens or underlines, emphasizes the aroma that already is there in the drink. If you don't get it at the fermentation stage, it won't get out of thin air. So we can play with the temperature of fermentation and the duration. So if you really want to get more fruity, herbal, aroma of green grass, ripe fruits, almond, then we will have longer fermentation. Short-term fermentation is concentrated, just want to have this malt aroma. So to get this balance, I guess, of all the types of aroma, we use different ways. Okay. Then we have distillation coming. So we need to have this juice, fully processed, we call the wash, and approximately 9% of ABV in it, so we need to distill it. And usually we have distilleries, a couple of containers, the wash still first one, and then spirit still. During the first distillation, we get low wine, or this 30% ABV for this wine we have. And then during the second distillation, we actually raise its strength up to 70% of ABV. Okay. And at this stage, we play to filter this heart fraction, trail, and also the middle note. So all of these has certain aroma, heads and tails. So if we give like too many of, for example, the trail, so we can make it taste more like plastic or something. So we can actually focus on one feature. And in trail, for example, we have more phenols. And if you really want to get this smoky, intense, full taste of the drink, we need to actually get rid of the trail as much as we can to get rid of the smoke. And also the shape and the shape of the size of actually the distillation container. So if more copper, we have the lighter alcohol. In small containers, we have more intense, oily, rich tastes. And then we have the maturation. Some experts say that barrel gives 70% of aroma for the final version of the drink. But, well, we can give different arguments when it comes to maturation, but this is also the wide spectrum, where we can play. So we can pick, like, the wood for the barrel. What would it be? American or European oak, whatever. So we can pick the volume of the barrel, but in Scotland, up to 700 liters. Remember that? We can pick the toasting level for the barrel. How big is it, and how will it impact the aroma? Then we need to take into account the level of filling, how we use the barrel itself. And also in Scotland, they use the technique called finish, is when actually you use barrels of other type to complete the process of maturation. Imagine each of the distilleries presented, and in 2017, according to the statistics, in Scotland we had 128 distilleries, and that was the biggest amount starting from 1945. That was the maximum. So they start restoring these dormant distilleries, and right now each of them actually has its own style and aroma. So today we have why do we need blends? Actually, we come to that. So blends are created to ensure that we have this harmonious synergy for all this diversity, and we have this new taste at the final end. So this is like the spectrum of aroma spectrum, and professionals of Diageo working with blending, they use it actually to create this balance in blends. So depending on which profile we really want to get and which taste and aroma. So you actually, in a miniature, you have this spectrum. You can actually take a closer look. Okay, so each blend is actually emphasizing certain spectrum, certain sector of the spectrum when it comes to aroma. So in aroma profile, and a certain component is brought to the front, and certain features are concentrating on certain features. In different blend, we have different combination of malt, for example, with other components. So one of the distinguishing features when it comes to Johnny Walker blends, we have this smoky component. If you actually take the infographics, take a look. So the concentration of smoke actually it goes downward at different stages of manufacturing. So when we toast the mold with smoke, then stage by stage it goes down. But Dave Broom thinks that smoke, even if we add it, even if we add a small fraction of it under the threshold, it gives this aftertaste and makes the drink more complicated, makes the taste more intense, and gives us the whole palette of the aroma. So smoky tones, smoky patterns are used in Johnny Walker blends quite often. So Alexei, thank you, Andrei. Now we go to really exhilarating part, how the brand was created. So the history, not 1 century, but many centuries. I just wanted to start that it all started in 1820 when John, son of the farmer, he lost his father. Since that time, like he was approximately 15 or 16, the following year what John was doing, he actually sold the farm and he opened his own grocery store. That wasn't like the whiskey production. Still, there wasn't a distillery. At that time, it was really fashionable and trendy. Blending was. Small, actually, distilleries made small amounts of single malt whiskey. Why John was so passionate about Scotch? Why? Well, the answer is simple. He was not satisfied with quality and stability of whiskey that he was tasting from bottle to bottle. He wanted to create his own unique blend. He didn't like what he tasted. So, well, actually, that is what he was doing when he created the John Walker store. His business, the whiskey business, was approximately 8% out of 55. After John died, when actually his son Alexander took the business, he actually raised the percentage for Scotch at the grocery store. When Alexander took the store under his management, it was not like a small store in a small town. It was a successful business, developing business, evolving. And in 1857, family runs the first brand Old Highland whiskey. So it was the first commercial. But it wasn't like the label, the Johnny Walker, but of course there are a couple of scenarios in each story.
Back in the day, the new ways are established, which also contributes to the development and the spread of Scotch, because this iron pass allowed to bring the goods to the ships. This is what Alexander Walker did. The captains of the ships became his agents, who started spreading Old Highland whiskey all over the world. Next, Alexander. Back in the day, by the way, round bottles were quite popular. No matter where you looked, all of them were oval or round, but Alexander wanted to make it different. And they decided to make a square bottle. But actually, this is not the only reason why it has the shape it has. I'm sure that some of you have already heard, but one of the most important problems back in the day was that they were broken. When whiskey was delivered to different countries, about 30% could be destroyed. That is why square bottle helped to protect the product and to deliver as much of the product to final destination as possible. In 1867, and the message that was conveyed by John Walker from the very beginning, he wanted to reach the pinnacle in terms of quality and the taste. And in this letter to Australia, in this manifesto, we can see that the values that are followed by the family are something that also contributes to the good quality taste, bottle after bottle. What happens next? The family doesn't stop at that, and they purchase the first distillery that is called Cardou. That happened in 1893. The brand realized to make the quality continuous, you have to purchase your own distillery. And when the family purchased this Cardou distillery, they got the exclusive right. The exclusive right to use Cardou spirits. But there was one important condition. Not many people know about that. The Hammonds who own distillery put forward a condition. We will sell it in only one case, if our family will be able to continue production. And this is also something that the workers liked before they purchased it. After Alexander passed away, two of the already businessmen, his sons, Alexander and another one, inherit this distillery. One of them was the sales professional, and the other one was the blender. And they already were exporting it to quite many countries. In 1908, as we can see on the screen, during one of the games, during a lunch with one of the tourists or artists, Tom Brown, the family asked to create a logo which would be recognizable, which would convey the spirit of John Walker. What did Tom Brown do? He simply turned around to the menu and made a quick sketch. And John Walker, the farmer who used to live in the 19th century, turned into a very modern gentleman or dandy. What's next? Extra Old Highland whiskey brand starts changing and transforming. A small analysis was carried out which demonstrated that consumers make a choice on what whiskey to buy also based on color. That is why a small rebranding was introduced. And this is when the first Johnny Walker Red Label and Johnny Walker Black Label were released. Talking about the quality. In 1934, the family gets the royal patent, which back in the day was quite a good proof of quality and standard, because not many producers got this award. Also, Tom Brown, well, people are talking that he suggested creating a motto. And what was the motto? It was created in 1820s, and it still keeps working. And we see a certain transformation closer to 2000 because it's quite a long motto. Somebody has been working since the 1820s. It was quite complex. So we see a certain change. Keep walking. This is not only about lifestyle. This is about what is happening in general. This motto, as you can see, can be used. Keep walking, keep learning more about whiskey, keep traveling. And at the moment, the company invests a lot in development. Why are we so happy to do this tasting now? Because this year we celebrate 200th anniversary since Johnny Walker was created. That is why today's tasting will be filled with festive atmosphere. The future. Diageo company invests a lot into further developing the brand. Museums are established, different tourist centers are created, and in general, Johnny Walker, the brand, supports making Scotch more popular as a category worldwide. And now, finally, it hasn't been that long. I hope you're all still with us and alive. we're gonna move on to the tasting. But before we get started, I'd like to ask you for some help. Each of you have a glass of ice. Could you please pour water into it? Yes, yes. Just pour some water so that you have a full glass, but don't put too much. We have to get a water that would be icy cold. So if it already started melting and we have this icy water, that's perfect. Awesome. And now, let me introduce you to the whiskey which I was introduced to 10 years ago. The whiskey which I didn't understand from the very start. It was quite complex for me. Scotch? It's not like you come, drink, and forget about it. No. With this whiskey, you have to create a certain ambience, a certain mood. This is not the whiskey that, well, probably this is actually a whiskey that you can drink every day. Yeah, you can drink it every day, actually. If it's tasty, you can drink it quite often. So, Johnny Walker Black Label. The first one is to your left. Johnny Walker Black Label, which is a business card of the brand. More than 30 different grains and barley malts. It is aged for 12 years, which you will feel in the taste. Is everybody ready? Awesome. Now, first please raise the glass. And look at it against the beam of light. If we talk about how do we evaluate it according to WCD, there are 3 indicators. First, its color. What does it look like? What color does it have? Sure, you may have different varieties. So focus on what you see in front of you. Next. Let's bring it closer to our nose, gradually. First smell, but don't bring your nose yet too close. And now, let us make a small sip. Don't swallow it right away. Keep it in your mouth. Focus on what you feel. As you know, alcohol is an irritant. That is why you cannot simply swallow it right away. Now again, let's raise the hand and let's take the second sip. To be honest, 10 years ago, I was perceiving it in a completely different way, because you were young. Andrei, let's move on. Yes. Next, we move on to another type of whiskey, which almost made me investor into the whiskey world, Green Label. I love this drink. And talking about it, the minimum aging of the spirits that are part of this blend is 15 years old. Green Label, by the way, is blended malt whiskey, so it only has malt spirits in it. And it balances the character, nature of different regions of the country. And here the main notes are Cragganmore, single, malt, linden. And here we're gonna feel that even the association, even the name Green Label will bring us towards freshness, freshly cut grass, more fruitiness, wood, orange blossom, linden, cedar wood. So just take the glass and enjoy the aroma. So here it's going to be slightly different. Even though you'll feel that it was aged for 15 years old, and you will also feel woody notes. It's going to be quite well balanced. The tannins will be well balanced, but aroma and profile will be somewhat different from the previous. Has everybody tasted it yet? Give them some time to focus. Yeah, focus on it. Think it through. We need to make a small break. I'm always saying when you are tasting strong drinks, you have to also think about associations. That will also help you when you communicate with the clients or customers. You're not going to tell them, well, there are some cryosol in it, tannins, and it also helps you to make the cedar wood stronger. No, you have to express your associations, your feelings. So try to come up with something of your own. Each of us has their background. Each of us has their associations, their mood. So try to pick some things that help you shape such associations, because then first it's going to be easier for you to enjoy it yourself, and then also recognize it when you taste it once more, and thirdly it will be much easier for you to recommend it to your customers, because you'll understand how to better describe the profile of this drink. And as Alexei said, please take several sips so that you can enjoy the aftertaste. To be honest, Green Label was my favorite one for a long time. And I'm gonna share my personal impressions, because even for me, it stands out among all blends. To be honest, the whiskey that is 15 years old aged, it is different, it's more complex, and the barrel impacts its flavor at all. A lot. And here we still feel freshness even though it was aged for 15 years. And for me, this note of the freshly cut grass, well, I've never tried it in it, but I still feel it when I taste it. Wonderful. Let's move on. Number 3, which is also called legendary. While we do that, I suggest you to drink some water so that your taste buds can taste the third variety properly. Blue Label is the whiskey that you should reach. We said that the previous ones are not that simple, but for me it already is an open book, which I understand, and with every single day it becomes even more fascinating because I reveal new facets. Blue Label is definitely not a whiskey that you would drink every day. This is a whiskey for special occasion, something that you can give to a close friend, or for New Year as a present. Andrei, what do you think about that? Well, if this is something that you're asking me to give you as a gift, I'll think about it. And now a couple of words about Johnnie Walker Blue Label. This blend has 16 spirits in it. A part of them are not produced. These are spirits that are already asleep. The majority of them are 25 years old. Some of them are more matured, and some of them are much younger. Johnnie Walker Blue Label, I strongly recommend you to enjoy it in 3 to 4 sips. But we have also prepared the special ritual to help fill it all. We have prepared the glass with icy cold water. Now, you have to take 1 sip of icy cold water, well, not even a sip, but put into your mouth icy cold water and keep it as long as possible so that you cannot feel your teeth. So you can take 1 sip of icy cold water, then 1 more so that your mouth is cold on the inside. Yeah, it's gotta be cold. Yeah, so cold that your teeth might start hurting. Well, of course, I don't want your teeth to hurt, but you have to cool your mouth as much as possible. I'd like to ask you all to do that because it's gonna be something new for you. Okay, how do we do it? Okay, you go ahead, demonstrate it. A big sip. Keep it in the mouth for about 10 seconds. 1 is not enough. Another sip of icy cold water. Yeah, I do agree. 1 more. There's never enough water. And afterwards, when we have cooled our mouth, we take a good sip of Blue Label and hold it in our mouth for at least 5 to 7 seconds. You will not feel how aggressive spirits are, but it will help you enjoy its sweetness and aroma. It is very important to hold it in your mouth for 5 or 4 seconds. You can do it for several times. The most important is to try and break it to at least 3 sips. So, how do you like it? Feel how the wave of sweet fruits is washing over you when the whiskey is inside your mouth. No aggressive spirits. You only feel very aromatic profile of this blend, and then these warm fruits transform into this soft smoke. I love it. I love drinking it like this. We're not gonna emphasize the aroma because it is quite subjective. For each of you, you can feel something of your own. For some people, it's gonna be vanilla. For others, dried fruit. For somebody else, light sweetness. Another important thing is whether you really held icy cold water for some time in your mouth, because it also impacts how you will feel the flavor. Actually, our tasting is almost over, and I have a small task for you. There is a phrase called slancheva, and in Ukrainian is gonna be budmo. So how about that? How about we speak some Scottish? It is quite a complicated word. Slanchava. Slanchava in Scottish. So 1, 2, 3. Slanchava. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for wonderful tasting. It was an honor to hold it for you. This year, Johnny Walker Company and family are celebrating 200th anniversary. So we'd like to wish you every success. And Andrei, I'd like to say thank you for your attention, for finding the time to be here today with us. And 200 years is not a limit. We're gonna keep improving, becoming better. Johnny Walker is the most sold Scottish whiskey in the world. That is why. Thank you so much. And see you in 2021. Happy holidays. Thank you. Thank you. Andrei Demenko, Alexei Kosteluk. So if you have some questions, we actually have some time to discuss the questions. But I see there are no questions. People want to chat in person.
To Andrei Demenko, Alexei Kosteluk. Thank you guys, that was really great. So, dear online guests, online viewers, please don't go far away from your screens, because in 20-25 minutes we will come back with the next part of Barometer Christmas edition. And then we're going to host 3 different speakers from 3 different countries and parts of the world at the same time, on the same stage. So stay with us. We will meet again in 20-25 minutes. See ya.
Энергия воды. Могущество стихии. Сила мастерства. Богатство форм. совершенной грани. Безупречное сочетание. Ice Drive. Искусство льда.
once again, Barometer Christmas edition live from Kiev, and right now we're gonna connect the whole world because just for your awareness, we managed to gather our speakers from the Netherlands, from the US and from Canada, so they could share their latest and greatest with you guys. So please meet Lan Moat, Diageo Reserve and world-class global cocktailian, co-creator of Bitter Sling Bitters, sommelier, writer, and spirits judge. Charles Joly, master mixologist, founder of Craft House Cocktails and Craft House by Fortessa Barware. And of course, Caitlin Stewart, Canadian bartender, winner of 2017, the World Class Bartender of the Year. So guys, do you hear us?
Oh!
Hello, how are you?
Hi. Wow.
Fantastic.
This is very technologically advanced. Amazing. Nice to see you all. Let's test the mics. Caitlin and Charles and really everyone, can you hear us?
I sure can, coming to you all the way from Canada.
Charles, the moment of truth, does your sound work? Are you on mute?
Unmute Charles, please.
Okay, maybe we need a little more tech support, but Charles is waving. Okay, we're asking him to reload his page, but in the meantime, he's leaving. He's going to go get a cup of tea and come back. In the meantime, I am going to kick us off here. It's a great pleasure to be with all of you today. And please just let me know that you can see the screen. You can see our 2019 World Class Global Bartender of the Year, Banny Kang. Okay, fantastic. So we wanted to kick things off today, and granted, we're going into the holiday season right now, but it's wonderful to be able to share some news about what we're working on globally with World Class, and certainly in the very young program that exists in Ukraine. It's great to be able to be part of your program coming up in 2021. And I suppose before we jump into all of the individual parts, we made a huge announcement last week or the week before talking about our host city for 2021 changing from Sydney, Australia to Madrid, Spain. And I hope that everyone was able to tune in and see this on our world-class social media. And it's going to be a wonderful festival. Safety is paramount, but we are very excited, no matter what, to bring our global bartending community back together, whether it's physically, virtually. We're managing all aspects. So I hope that we can share the video now that I've sent across with sound, if we can play that on the other side. Do we see a video playing? No, it's still just me. There we go. Sound, please.
After Banny Kang's victory in 2019 in Glasgow, World Class was getting ready to bring the Bartender of the Year Global Finals to Australia for the first time. But 2020 had other plans and the competition was postponed. It's been a difficult year for the industry, but the bartending community has stayed connected and inspired, constantly adapting to the new normal. And in 2021, the World Class Global Finals will take place no matter what. From the 5th to the 8th of July, we will celebrate global cocktail culture and crown the Global Bartender of the Year. Due to the likely continued local restrictions in Australia next year, Sydney will become our host city for the World Class Bartender of the Year Global Finals in 2022. And in 2021, the Global Finals will now be hosted in Madrid, a melting pot of the very best in cocktail culture and drinks innovation, featuring some of the best bars and bartenders on the planet. In partnership with Madrid City Hall, we'll collaborate with local authorities to celebrate safely and in line with government guidelines. Behind the scenes, we are working on 3 scenarios. Scenario 1 is a hybrid event combining a physical and virtual competition. The physical competition will be hosted in our world-class hub in Madrid. Bartenders who cannot travel will compete live from their own countries. Some site activities are replaced with virtual alternatives. Scenario 2 is a socially distant event in Madrid, in line with local government guidelines. We will have a limited number of global guests and adapted activities in our world-class hub. Scenario 3 is a fully virtual competition. We will go live from 60 countries around the world. Local attendees in Madrid, if possible. All finalists will compete live from their own country. All site activities are replaced with virtual alternatives. A final decision will be made based on the global situation in early 2021. Whichever the scenario, we know we will create something special. We will showcase and celebrate the very best of cocktail culture and the bartenders who make it happen. We will crown a new world-class global Bartender of the Year 2021.
Fabulous. Goosebumps every time I see that video. And I think we have sound. Let's just test one more time with Charles.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right.
Rock and roll. Amazing. Amazing. So just before we jump ahead a few more topics here, I just wanted to give a really warm welcome to Charles and Caitlin as well. And actually, Charles and Caitlin, have either of you been to Barometer Bar Show before in person or been to Ukraine?
I've not been to Barometer.
Unfortunately, no.
Let's get tickets.
Yes. Okay. So
Next year, Charles, I'll meet you there.
So this is a brand new opportunity for both of you. And I've spent a lot of time in Ukraine and a lot of time with bartenders in Eastern Europe. And so this is one of my, oh, and look at their beautiful faces in the room. I feel like we're there. It's really quite wonderful. It's really nice to see you all. So I'm going to go ahead and share back to my screen again. We have so many amazing things that we're working on with World Class that we would love to share with you. So of course we have our contest. Now you've seen the video. We've been working on this, since March. We have had no idea what the world was going to have in store for us, as most of us in the bartending industry and multiple industries have experienced. But it's a great opportunity to add something really exciting and really happy back to our schedule. And it's important that as we're chatting through World Class, we want to make sure that everyone knows that the World Class contest or the Global Finals competition is a small portion of the programming that we do with World Class globally across 60 countries and work with over 325,000 bartenders. So we have a huge educational platform. We've got a Community Day and Community Week platform. We're really excited to work with each of you and present some of the opportunities that will exist for the next year and beyond. And certainly Charles and Caitlin, both being global winners as well of the contest, have lent their expertise and helped us to communicate and connect with our community and a lot of our educational programming. So you'll get to see that as well. So more information coming out about Madrid. And I know the World Class Ukraine team is working hard and in other parts of Eastern Europe to bring a really exciting program for all of you bartenders in 2021. So when we're talking about World Class Community, this was a program that we started back in March of 2020, and we're all happy to say that we're still going. World Class Community Week was part of our response to keeping the community together in a time and a moment where we didn't know what was next. And since those days, we've worked with over 15 countries around the world, being able to bring really exciting educational and aspirational content. I've just got two examples here of the hundreds of sessions that we did. On the left, Tasting Wild with Talisker. So this featured our master blender, Diane Farrell from Talisker, our ambassador for Talisker in Great Britain, Jason Clark, the owner of Scout in London, probably one of the most progressive and nature or naturally focused bars in the world. So that's Rich Woods, and also John Renston, who is well known for being a forager in London and discovering the native plants that exist in all of the green spaces in London. So that was a really cool session. And then on the far right, we've got Ready to Discuss, Ready to Drink, led by one of our very own global ambassadors on Bullet, that's Jenna Ba. With the master mixologist for Neo Cocktails, that's Patrick Pistolesi from Italy. On the top left, we've got Tato Giovanni, who is the owner of Floreria Atlantico in Argentina, and Jenny Willing, who works with Cocktail Porter UK. So it was a really exciting moment to be able to share some of this great content with the world. And I'll just show you a little video here. And on the next slide, you'll see where you can see some of this content and where you can get involved even further. Now, in light of the fact that Caitlin was on the call today, I showed the Canada teaser video, but we've got great content from all over the world. So this is a few more details about the World Class Community Week and World Class Community Day program. And for anyone tuning in as a bartender, as from another country outside of Ukraine, of course, anyone who's interested in learning more about a community day or community week that we can help you with in your market, please do send us a note either to World Class on Instagram, direct message, or follow up with your local World Class team. So just, I guess, a brief background here. These are like the happier moments that we had on World Class. This was when Banny Kang won in 2019. Of course, all of the World Class alumni on the stage, and this was in Glasgow in October 2019. The most important thing about World Class is presenting opportunities for bartenders around the world and being able to inspire and connect our community around the world. And that's why I think this photo is also so important, because it didn't matter what year the World Class Global winner was from. It didn't matter which country they represented. They become part of this really incredible global family that really does step in and help when the going gets tough, and then of course the tough gets going. So we look forward to sharing more of these wonderful moments with you over the next year. And for all the bartenders tuning in today, we know that it's been a very challenging year, and we really hope that we can be part of whatever positive lights that we can help share with you as we move into January of 2021. Now, for those interested in learning more about Community Week, you can see some of the programs that we filmed, of course, on our World Class YouTube page. So that's World Class Drinks. And definitely you'll be able to see some fun cocktail tutorials by Caitlin, doing some really cool fun things with Switchel and a couple of other ingredients at home. And of course, Charles Jolie is doing his luau, his last minute luau, doing a sort of a Hawaiian or a Polynesian themed party in his home for a party of one, but sharing it on Zoom to the rest of the world. And I'm sure Charles will share more on that in a moment. Now, as we jump into studios, now I'm sure everybody is familiar with World Class Studios. This is our big educational platform that we have made available with some of the best thought leaders in our industry, some of the top bartenders in our industry around the world, and made sure to link that in with trends that people really do care about. So over the last year and a half, we have been working on 7 modules that Caitlin and Charles will be leading 2 of those today, one with Johnny Walker and one with Terletska. And the wonderful thing about this is that we've always spent time delivering these sessions in person, and there is no replacement for being in person. We 100% understand that. You don't feel the same energy, that same connection with people in person as you do on Zoom. But I would say that 8 months later, I think we're getting pretty good at this. I think all of us, anybody in the audience and all of us as the instructors as well, we've just figured out the way to keep connected and keep that energy level high. And so as we're able to do this with 60 countries, we thought it would be a great idea to make the content available online to the entire planet. So any bartender, regardless of experience level, regardless of location, you will now have access to World Class Studios online, and they're available now. And I will share the link at the end of this session so you can go in and follow up on that. Now, here are the sessions that are available online now. Of course, we won't talk too much about highballing with Johnny Walker or with Back to the Future with Terletska, because I know Caitlin and Charles will do a great job of that. But a couple of the focus topics that we've been working on. So Sweet Spot, which has been sponsored by Kettle One, as a way of talking about community projects. So we talk about community a lot as a bartending industry, but it's important that we're also giving back to our media community and seeing if there are great opportunities where we can partner with local businesses. We talk about hyperlocal as being an important part of how we do business, not only in 2019 and 2020, but also in 2021. So part of the focus of this community session is putting a spotlight on helping local sweetener companies. So in this case, we're talking about bees and we're talking about honey. We want to encourage everybody that is picking up, a bottle of sweetener, whether it's honey, it's sugar, it's date syrup, it's coconut, whatever it is, that we give you a more mindful look at the different sweeteners we have the opportunity to use in our drinks and making more thoughtful choices and using in using different sweeteners to amplify certain flavors of the drink and connecting it perhaps to a local apiary, bee making, if only we could make more bees, to a honey making facility or perhaps a local rural area of some kind. Heart of Gold with Tanqueray 10 focuses on acidity. And while the citrus heart of Tanqueray is ever prevalent as, the only gin that has whole fruit distillation of whole grapefruits, limes, and one orange for good measure, we wanted to extend that a little bit further. Everybody loves the zippy, acidic bite of some of the best gin cocktails on the planet, like a Tom Collins, like a Gimlet. And what we wanted to do was focus an entire session on acidity, not just the power of citrus, but the power of other acidic ingredients as a way of blooming flavors in some of the best cocktails that you'll be making. From cask to cocktail with Zacapa rum. Now, again, just a reminder, if Zacapa might not be available in your market, and that's okay, we still have the online program for you to go in and be able to learn about these things and apply them to different drinks or to different spirit categories or different brands in our portfolio. From cask to cocktail focuses on our legendary Solera system that we use at Zacapa Rum in an effort to blend older rums with newer rums to create this magical liquid that ends up in the bottle every time you pick up that bottle of Zacapa to make a beautiful rum drink. In this session, we do a deep dive into trees, the different types of oak, the way to make barrels, the different types of staves, different types of maturation. And we feel that this is a really important piece of the puzzle that we haven't really jumped into as frequently as in the past as we probably should have. So this is great as a lesson in learning about barrels that we can use across other single malts, perhaps tequila like the Don Julio, and other blended whiskeys like our Johnny Walker range of products. Rituals and hospitality, this is one that Charles contributed to in the online sense. We've done like some really amazing programs, and we thought this one focusing on that bartender handshake, that really special and magical interaction between the guest and the bartender, but then also bartender to bartender and guest to guest. We know so much about the way that we make drinks, and the way that we build bar programs is so much more than the drink. The drink is that one individual delicious something that complements a great experience and a great conversation. So we did a module based on that, and we're very excited to share that with you as well. And then lastly, the rule of three. This is with the singleton, talking about less is more. So if 3 has always been a magical and cosmic number in order to bring things together, three ingredients in, say, a Negroni, 3 ingredients in a Boulevardier, 3 ingredients in a Manhattan, in a Rob Roy. 3, there's something about that number that tends to work every time. And so this is a really cool session that talks about the power of the singleton being a powerfully complex yet very, very simple and wonderfully approachable single malt as a way to look at Scotch drinks differently. So we also have 4, and nobody has seen this. You're probably the first people outside of our world-class family to see these 4. Now, these 4 sessions are launching in the middle of January, and you'll have access to that online. We've got an amazing session with Don Julio talking about underground agriculture. And underground agriculture, we understand that the root system of blue agave, which is what we use to make the beautiful Don Julio range, it does propagate underground. There is so much action happening beneath the soil as much as there is happening above ground with the bulb. So we thought this would be a great opportunity to talk about the earthy character of Don Julio while linking you and getting you used to ingredients that grow beneath your feet. So whether it's a beet, a carrot, a parsnip, ginger, peanuts, whatever it is, we've got a really cool session lined up that talks just as much about environmental consciousness as we do about tequila and as we do about root crops. Punch modernism is a focus on batching and ready-to-serve drinks. And we've got a wide range of really geeky and amazing bartenders that contributed to this one in an effort to help bartenders really understand the magic of preservation and also the magic of pre-batching. And so whether it's hydrocolloids or it's a more in-depth study into acids, different spirit types, this is a really great session for anybody that is aiming to do ready-to-serve drinks, or anyone that's aiming to sort of increase the level of efficiency behind the bar. First Draft is a new one coming out with Johnny Walker that focuses on taking your highball experience and putting it into a larger format, into draft serves. Now, whether it's slushies, it's frozen drinks, it's draft, it's what's nitrous preserved, whatever it is, this is a really cool session to just really take that understanding of fizzy, long, delicious drinks with Johnny Walker and being able to do that in a much larger capacity. And then lastly, the future of menus. We know that over the last year, that the way guests are interacting with our offering and what our offering should be as bartenders and bar owners is drastically changing. So by doing a session completely focused on the history, the reasons why, where we are and where we're going with menus, we thought this would be a really great way to introduce the world to an updated evolution of menus. Now, we're online. We've got 7 of these modules online. They are now available for all bartenders anywhere in the world. If you've got an internet or a data connection, you can access the Diageo Bar Academy website and go to the World Class Studios section. And again, I'll provide that link at the end. This allows bartenders around the world to be inspired, get creative, and get educated from any location with any experience level and be able to have these one-on-one experiences with top bartenders and thought leaders in our industry. Now, a lot of the other things coming down the road, we've got another slew of education that's coming in 6 months from now. So in addition to that world-class global finals and the local competition where one of you or several of you will end up joining us in Madrid, we are ready to serve you a lineup of education and other opportunities that we're really, really proud to represent and to help our bartending and drinks industry continue to persevere through these challenging times. Now, we've got lots of little videos here that we won't necessarily go through, but there's previews and you can see a little glimpse on each of the programs on our world-class Instagram page, Twitter, or on Facebook. And today's program, we have Charles Joly presenting the Highballin' program, which is featuring Johnny Walker and also focuses a lot on serve strategy and history. So this will be a nice program for any bartenders tuning in today that are looking to sort of up their long cocktail game, learning a bit more about how to use one of the greatest spirits in the world for flavor and inspiration and creativity, and also the history of this 200-year-old brand, which has celebrated 200th birthday this year. And then after that, we will have Caitlin walk us through this very creative and almost whimsical look at how we can use Talisker single malt whiskey in our Back to the Future program, which is an extension of our Talisker Tiki program. Now, here's the link on the screen here. So diageobaracademy.com/en_ZZ/world class. I will make sure that this gets put into the chat. And it would be great if you could keep in touch with us and let us know how everything is working out with your learning. We'd love to keep in touch. And before I pass it over to Charles to walk us through Highball, I just got to find your deck here, so I am ready to go. I thought I would pause for a moment to see if there were any questions, or Charles and Caitlin, if you wanted to jump in and make a couple of mentions. I know the two of you have been busy doing a whole bunch of things in the last year, so maybe as questions are coming in, we'll just go over to Caitlin first and see if any thoughts on the World Class program.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've been fortunate enough to be involved in a few different world-class programmings over this last 9 or so months across the world. And it's just really amazing to see the bartending community really connect and come together through education, especially when we're all in this, kind of strange time, being locked down in our homes and not having as many people sit at our bars as normal, or as we're usually used to, I should say. So the world-class programming has really kept my mind sharp, which right now, as you can tell, I'm fumbling over my words. It is 7 a.m. here in Vancouver, so I'm still waking up. But yeah, I mean, the world-class programming is just something that's always there and I use as a resource. So when I'm creating cocktail menus, when I'm looking to create new cocktails, I always go back to my education. and take little tidbits. Even what Charles is going to be talking about today with the Johnny Walker highballs and what I will be talking about today with the Talisker Back to the Future. I've definitely taken bits and pieces from each of these sessions and put them into menus, put them into cocktails to create something new, something a little timeless, and something that everybody can enjoy on an easier level, so I can spread my knowledge to literally anybody around the world.
Amazing. Thanks, Caitlin. And over to you, Charles.
Yeah, first and foremost, I just want to say thanks so much for, for having us and this afternoon for y'all and this morning for Caitlin and I. We really appreciate being here. And I think this, the fact that we're coming to you from all different parts of the planet is so indicative of the world-class program and what it is really about. Before this whole thing went down, I would say that talking on FaceTime was one of my least favorite activities on video, but I've become quite fond of it because of the way we've all been able to connect. And I think it's just shown what a true community. Somebody's pizza is here for lunch. But I mean, it really is. It does show what this hospitality community is globally. I've been on many a Zoom call with people from multiple continents at the same time, and it's a wonderful network to connect with. And I think that. As Lauren said, world class is so much more than the competition. All three of us have actively competed in the globals, so it's been a big part of our life. But it really is about the education, the friendships, and the global community that you form. So I hope that you enjoy the sessions as well. I hope that when you're on your own time, you go back and check out the World Class Community page and watch is in depth when you can take notes and kind of dive in it on your own pace as well, and enjoy everything we have today. And thank you again for having us.
It was not a pizza. I think they found someone else to bother. So 1 second.
All right, so we're going to kick off with the highballing session brought to us by Johnny Walker Black Label, and this is such a fun cocktail, and it's so of the moment. I think it's something that we find as bartenders, and I wish I was in that room with you now to be able to get this direct response from everybody. But I mean, I feel like when we are done with a shift and when we are ready for a drink on our own, we go to simple cocktails. I know when I'm done working, I don't grab 7 or 8 ingredients to make a drink. It's usually a 3-ingredient cocktail or something very light and refreshing. And so the highball is just, for so many reasons, of the moment right now. It is easy drinking. It's relatively easy to prepare in its most simple forms, and it also has so many endless ways to vary it. It's low ABV, relative to some stirred cocktails that are a little bit more spirit forward, and so that's certainly something that is trending as well. And I'm not sure if you've seen it in your bars locally, but I've certainly noticed it around the world at different bars, entire sections of people's menus dedicated to the highball, having 3 or 4 specific highball options on their menu, aside from their shaken and stirred cocktails, which I find a really refreshing addition to cocktail menus, because it is such a lovely drink. Who doesn't like something light and effervescent and refreshing? And I guess that is something to look at. What do we consider a highball when it comes down to it? And I think a lot of us go to the idea of the tall Collins glass, the highball glass that shares the name with the drink. We think of, I think, the Scotch highball being the most famous of all of the highballs. So, does it have to do with the fact that it has ice? Does it need to have soda water in it? Does it need to be scotch? And I think the answer to all of those questions is no, that as bartenders, our imaginations and our creativities are the only limits. I think one thing that all highballs share in common, you have your base spirit, you have a drink that is refreshing. It's not always carbonated. If you think of something like in Brazil, they mix quite often their whiskey with coconut water, which would be still, not sparkling. In Japan, they also mix with water that's not sparkling. And it's quite a popular drink. And I think outside of the gin world, perhaps one of the most famous highballs would be the gin and tonic. And if you think about the Spanish style gin and tonic in the big copa, the big balloon style glass, that is certainly a highball by all points of the definition, regardless of the fact that it's not served in a Collins glass. And that's a drink that's really adapted itself. All different sorts of tonics have been made. You'll see all sorts of botanicals dropped into it. So it's a drink that's evolved simply beyond gin, tonic, and lime. And we're seeing the exact same thing happen with the traditional whiskey, the traditional Scotch highball. With that interpretation and that growth in the highball category, citrus has also started to work its way into the cocktail. So it's almost, it starts to walk the line between the sours and the fizzes and the Collins style cocktails, between that and a highball. And we'll look a little bit later in this session at how we can still keep the clear, clean essence of a highball and work in some of that acidity to keep a balanced and complex cocktail. All right. So, this is quite an old cocktail. Going back to the 19th century in England, you can see some handsome chaps there enjoying a cocktail. As soda water, sparkling water became available, it was all the rage. You can imagine when you had only a few things that were normally available as a beverage. Once something that this fizzy water came about, it was really exciting for people. And early on, though, it was brandy, it was cognac that people were drinking in a lot of their highballs. But like so many places around the world, if you all are familiar with the phylloxera epidemic that hit and it decimated the European wine crops, and absolutely completely wiped them out, nearly completely wiped out wine crops, grape crops, wine and cognac and brandy became nearly impossible to get. It would have been absurdly expensive. And so things like Scotch were there and ready, and with wonderful tradition and ready to step in for that brandy. We saw the same thing in the U.S. happen, actually, when phylloxera hit. Things like rye whiskey and American whiskey skyrocketed, where brandy was very popular. Even one of my favorite stirred cocktails, the Sazerac, it was because of phylloxera that the cognac that it was originally made with was replaced with American whiskey when brandy was hard to come by because of phylloxera. So in comes the Scotch highball, and it never ends up looking back, and for good reason. I fell in love with the Scotch highball again on a trip to Scotland a few years back. If you've ever been and have the opportunity to go, please make that trip is worthwhile. It is a gorgeous part of the planet. The distilleries are absolutely phenomenal. And while everyone is around, of course, wanting to grab these big malts and these beautiful blended whiskeys, and it's 6 p.m. in the afternoon, I thought it much more sensible to get a refreshing Johnny Walker Black highball with a lemon twist. And I was perfect. And then I would have that bigger whiskey as a nightcap, perhaps. But the Scotch and soda, obviously today, and even into, we've seen other cultures emulate it. The Japanese whiskey highball, following, of course, the style of in their whiskey production that the Scots have used for centuries, paying homage to that is wildly popular. So since the beginning, it has, Johnny Walker understood the importance of this cocktail, and it really, Johnny Black in the highball is just the perfect pairing. For me, this is a whiskey that is, truly a world-class whiskey. And it's one that's almost so ubiquitous, and it's like at every bar that it's sometimes we can forget about it. It's like the thing that's all around us at all times. And it was honestly in traveling a lot for me that I would be in, say, a bar in an airport, and you're looking around and the choices might not be as good as they are at your favorite local bar, but then you see that bottle of Johnny Black and I'm like, yes, this is something I could get down with and pull up a chair and enjoy, and any bartender can whip you up a beautiful and simple highball. So if you guys, there's a little quote up there from Dave Broom, who's one of the leading malt whiskey and Scotch whiskey experts in the world, and a gentleman. He works with the World Class program. He's been on as a judge and as a contributor, and a fine gentleman. I've traveled with him in the past, but he and many other of us look at Johnny Walker as the gold standard of blended Scotch whiskey, and it truly is. It's incredible with how much of this whiskey is enjoyed around the world, that they're able to continue to make it consistently, continue to make it at an extraordinarily high level, and continue to get it to all corners of the world. So this is, Diageo actually owns 28 of the 126 distilleries in Scotland, which is remarkable. It gives them access to over 10 million barrels of whiskey, which is, it's a lot. It seems like that's amazing. We have whiskey from all over the place. We have it from all of the different regions, everything from the peated and very traditional Scotches of Islay to Speyside and the Highlands and Lowlands. But for me, when I think about that, it becomes really daunting. When you have all of these options, then you really need to know how to use all of the tools in your toolbox to get to the right place. They also own a large grain distillery in Cameron Big, which then plays and works its way into the blended whiskey that really allows all of those malts to shine. So there is an incredible team that is behind blending all of those millions and millions of tasks. And Lauren, if you could pop to the next slide there, we can take a look, I believe, with their mugs. Standing center there is Mr. Jim Beveridge and his team of 12 whiskey masters and blenders, and his team, most of them with science backgrounds. I've actually got to hang out with Jim over in Scotland. We've got to blend together. We worked on a blend for one of the world-class global competitions, and his team is amazing. This crew that you're seeing here is responsible for putting the blends together for all of the whiskeys in the family, and that is a huge responsibility. I'm sure it comes with its perks, but it's also you're talking about millions and millions of cases of whiskey and getting it right, because people know these whiskeys. People have grown up with them. It's something that generationally gets handed down and is introduced to new members of the family. And so there is this great responsibility that comes along with it too. And they are truly experts of their crafts. And it really is, though, as we get into it, there's a lot that goes behind it. This is like a very loose flow chart of the creation of the whiskey, but I'm not sure if any of you have had the chance to do any kind of whiskey blending. I know the World Class program actually a few years back were doing it all over the world. They were bringing in to small classrooms with bartenders all of these different malts, and they were and so they had grain whiskey and then malts from maybe a dozen of the different malt distilleries, and test tubes where you can measure out very specifically, and said, okay, here, make your own blended whiskey and let's see how it comes out, or here's a finished product that you can taste, and then work backwards to try and blend and match that. It's really, really difficult. It's really difficult to make a good whiskey, and it's really difficult to replicate that as well. If you've ever been to an aging warehouse where any spirit is aged, it's something that's happening organically. You can try to predict the way the whiskey is going to taste on the back end of a dozen years of aging in that wood. But if you make whiskey and you put it into 1,000 barrels, that all the barrels were assembled on the same day, all that whiskey was distilled on the same day, for 12 years that whiskey has rested next to one another in the same warehouse, and then you go and taste each one of those barrels, every one tastes different than the one sitting right beside it. It's just a kind of a beauty of natural wood aging, and also a challenge that comes into blending. And it's just like when we're making cocktails, working with Jim, it was very interesting that, his job and his team's job as blending their whiskey together it's like our jobs as bartenders making cocktails. We want to create something that is balanced, something that's nuanced, something that's interesting, but it also, it can't be a sledgehammer with one flavor. Like when they're making a blended whiskey, they can't have all that, a peat bomb, like have all the peat come forward from a big Isla whiskey and then mask all of the flavors from the beautiful, delicate Speyside whiskeys. Just like if we're making a cocktail and we want a little bit of spice, we have to use such a delicate hand and really use our trained palates to make sure that the only thing you taste is not a bunch of jalapeno or a bunch of chili heat or a bunch of ginger that then covers up all of the base spirit and everything else that you've put in there. So as we move in, there's some, just like when we look at cocktails, there are some flavor camps with whiskey as well. Well, I'm not going to have any breakfast whiskey this morning, but when you are on your own, pour yourself a glass of Johnny Walker Black, and you've probably had it many, many, many times. But those are the whiskeys and those are the spirits, the ones that I've had the most, that I find it interesting to go back and reacquaint myself with, because you've had them so many times that you feel like you know them inside and out. And when you sit down and actually give them a moment and take some tasting notes, it can be really interesting what you discover anew. And I love to keep a little tasting journal, and I will date my notes. And then as I grow, and like our palates are always changing and growing, and you're learning new things by tasting with new individuals, or maybe you take another class online or whatever it is, and to see how your own notes evolve over time and how you become a better taster. And all of these notes for me are not just there to fill a book and to take up time, but whether you're in, like breaking this down loosely into these 4 categories: earth and smoke, all of the fruits that you can pull out of it, tropical fruits, and then other spices and things like that. All of those tasting notes we then can use to create cocktails with. They all become launch pads for a direction that you may want to take a cocktail. So when you grab that bottle of Scotch whiskey, when you grab the bottle of Johnny Walker Black, you're not just grabbing it because it's the one on your bar, or because your head bartender said, okay, we need a Scotch whiskey cocktail on the menu, so here's Johnny Walker, put this on. You're grabbing it because you know, like, I get really ripe tropical fruits with this, and I get a little bit of this black tea smoke, and that's a direction I want to take a cocktail. It's working with intention, and having the why be as important as the how. So if we can move to the next flavor slide, that would be fantastic. And this is the thing with blended whiskeys. A lot of times, especially early in our careers, I think that we talk about whiskey and we think single malts are the way, like this is the pinnacle of whiskey is in malt whiskey. And malts are certainly beautiful. I I've enjoyed many a malt, and as the temperatures drop in Chicago, I will be certainly moving into my whiskey mode for the winter. But it is in blended whiskey to me that it is this amazing art form that happens. All of those 10 million, 11 million casks of whiskey become, 11 million colors to choose from and put onto the palette that will become this beautiful painting, this beautiful whiskey that comes out. And when you add the grain whiskey into the blend, it's almost like adding that drop of water to a very high proof spirit. It opens it up and allows all of those flavors to blossom, and as opposed to having one big flavor be a hammer and overshadow the rest of the flavors. There's just complexity in a well-made blended whiskey and depth that is not better or worse. It's just different than a single malt whiskey, and I think there's a lot of opportunities for it. And when it comes to doing what we do, which is making cocktails, a more sensible choice for a lot of reasons. They may be a little bit more delicate. They may be a little bit more reasonably priced to use. We have to consider that as we put it on our menu. Accessibility, they're a great introduction as well to bring people in to the world of whiskey. As we introduce new drinkers to the category. So I really do. I look at this. It's what impresses me most about the blending of whiskey, and I think that where we find connection with the blenders as bartenders. So let's take a look at how we actually can use this in highballs, and how we can start to create our own highballs. I love the flow charts here, the charts, they're very beautiful. But if we can bounce forward, that would be amazing as we, yes, exactly. This is just a graphic example of how adding in the grain whiskey, actually, it does not dilute, but it actually intensifies all of those flavors in the chart there. So bounce one more forward there for me, if you don't mind. Oh, very nice. Thank you. So, excellent. So, I mean, obviously, we look at the core of what we do really is balance. And there, we were talking with the team, and some of them really like to compare this almost to architecture, where you can have all of these different expressions that come out of it, but the foundation is really the same, and the fundamentals are truly the same. We need to, we use the skills that we learn as young bartenders to build these complex cocktails. So at its base, though, it really is. I don't know. I've been teaching a lot of Zoom classes, even to cocktail enthusiasts lately, and I start with the fundamentals of a basic sour. I teach them 2 cocktails. I teach them a basic sour with 3 ingredients, and I teach them a stirred cocktail, so they could learn something from the 2 of the major family groups of cocktails. And they're like, well, why did we just learn this cocktail? I'm like, well, now that you understand how to balance 3 ingredients, once you can master that and make those 3 things stand together, there's endless ways that you can branch off from that base that you've built, that strong foundation that you've built. And it's really interesting to me with something as simple as a highball, as something as seemingly simple as a highball, I'll say, because there are fewer legs to stand on. So every single one of those pillars needs to be rock solid, or else the whole thing collapses. So if we look forward here in the deck, and beyond this one here as well, something like the Johnny and Ginger, great cocktail. Johnny Walker and ginger ale, fantastic. You get you start to touch on a lot of things here. You get a little bit of sweetness from the ginger ale. You get a little bit of spice from the ginger itself. You have your spirit. You have a little bit of effervescence. Moving forward, it's not a very complex cocktail. It's a good cocktail, but we as bartenders are not in the business of good cocktails. We're in the business of making great cocktails and great experiences. So let's move forward here and take a look at what, yes, exactly. The slide said it, not me. Balanced but boring. But what we can do though is look at what is in the mix of that ginger ale, that ginger that's mixed with the Johnny and ginger. And we're going to take this idea and see how we can use it to replicate and make more interesting mixers on our own. So essentially, when you break down a ginger ale, you've got water, you've got the sweetener in it, whatever that is. Hopefully, it's sugar, you've got a little bit of citric acid to bring in for acidity. If you read the back of a can or a bottle of ginger ale, there's very rarely going to be actual citrus in it, and then whatever flavoring, some ginger flavorings in the case of ginger. So we can take that idea and move forward. Yes. And we're going to see how to make our own cordials, because at its essence, that ginger ale is just a ginger cordial mixed in with soda water. Looking at that, we're going to we're going to look at some formulas to see how we can actually make our own cordials. So when we talk about starting with that clean cordial there, we want to get a base. Now we're not talking about flavors at all. We're talking about the balance of the water, sugar, and the acids. So we've not gotten into the flavoring part. So that clean cordial, we start with our sweeteners. There's all sorts of sweeteners we could use. You've got sucrose, fructose, maltose, glucose. They have different flavors that they add to anything that we're working with, especially if you think of something like maltose has a really distinct flavor that can be cool used in a small amount, but it turns out that the most accessible sugar, the one that all of us have access to, is sucrose, just regular table sugar, has a really balanced intensity of sweetness and also a really balanced length of sweetness, where some peak early and drop out, and some, like maltose in particular, has a very low level of intensity in terms of its sweetness, and it's kind of low and long. It could be cool to blend them, but it's nice that just basic table sugar sucrose is the one that actually it turns out to be ideal in many, many ways. But as you develop your own recipes, certainly experiment with all sorts of things. Grab your agave nectar, grab your coconut sugar, grab your maple syrup, whatever it might be that you have that has that flavor that you want to add. So of course, when we have sugar, we need to balance it with some sort of acid, and the acids do the exact same thing. They have different peaks of their intensity, and they also have different lengths of their intensities. So the citric acid is the most common of the acids that we find. It's of course what we find: lemons, limes, oranges, things like that. And then down the line there, malic and tartaric acid, followed by these few others that we use. You can find these powdered acids as you move forward. And citric acid is, again, going to be the one that we know the best. It turns out if we can actually make a blend of the three, citric, malic, and tartaric acid, it combines the best of all of those worlds and makes a really complex acid. If you're only able to find citric, absolutely, then just sub that in for all three of those, and don't worry about doing a blend. You can do this side by side and see if it's something that makes a difference to you, that really elevates it. And I think you will find that complexity, but certainly keeping it simple to start is absolutely fine. This base is remarkably good. I can attest. I've made this base and then made several infusions with it. 500 grams of water, 500 grams of sugar. Make yourself a simple syrup, and then mix in your 30 grams of your powdered acids. If you have the blend, great. Or if you have just a citric, that's great as well. You'll be surprised. You'll be like, wow, you've made a really, really nice a la minute sour mix. And it's also one that is shelf stable. It's one that you can use in many, many ways. And you'll see with this little bit of work in the kitchen or at the bar to make this one ingredient, at the end of the day, you'll end up with a two-touch cocktail that's very quick to make, very easy to make, actually very inexpensive to make as well. For these highballs, they lend themselves very easily to being kegged and going cocktails on tap, to being bottled. Because of shelf stability and so many other things. So of course we don't want to replace our fresh citrus with this for all of our cocktails, but certainly for a highball and for a unique serve, there is a place that this can be used, and it's quite delicious. So the last part we want to talk about here is salt. And anytime that I look at salt, and as you can see, they're only adding 0.5%, and we talk about this as the taste threshold. It's where, for me, when I put salt in a drink, or when I see bartenders toss salt into their cocktail shaker before they make a drink, I want the drink to have a pinch of salt in it to enhance flavors. But if you can taste the salt, then it's become salty, like salted. I want it to have salt to enhance, but never to be salty. You shouldn't taste salt unless it's something like a Bloody Mary or a cocktail where the salt is actually an integral flavor in that. So just that small amount of salt is all it takes to enhance and carry those flavors. We did not forget about the fourth major flavor group, and of course umami as well. We're not forgetting about the fifth. We love all of our flavor children, but bitter is not one that we have forgotten about. This is something that we can bring in should we choose in the form of bitters and drops, in the form of infusions through roots or other botanicals in our infusions to balance it out. And that is a choice. And the beauty is you're going to be bringing in some of that through the tannins in the whiskey as well. And so your base spirit that you choose to use is also going to lend to the balance of the final cocktail. That's why we need to look at our tasting notes that we took. What are those tropical flavors? What are those fruit flavors in the base spirit that we're going to use in the Johnnie Walker Black, and how does that play with our cordials? So I think the fun part is when we get into the flavors. Now you've got a clean cordial, a balanced acid, sweet, a tiny bit of salt to enhance all of our flavors. And then we get into the flavor, and then we get into the actual flavors that we want to infuse. So like I was saying, with those 10, 11 million casks of whiskey, sometimes when you have too many colors to choose from, it's hard to know what to put on the canvas when you begin to paint. And I personally think less is more when it comes to cocktails. As I make and design a new drink, I always ask myself, is every ingredient in that cocktail playing a vital role? If I take it out, can I tell the difference? Or is it simply there because I had an idea and then I didn't try it with and without side by side to see if it actually made a difference? So when you add too many colors to a canvas and when you're painting something, it'll just all turn brown. You'll lose your definition. So I think choose judiciously, and as you do choose. And that doesn't mean to limit your creativity, but it just means to make intentional choices. So just like our sweet and our sour, everything that we look at needs to be in balance in our flavors. We can do complementary flavors like several orchard fruits together, perhaps pears with apples. Of course, those would be very easy. We can look at some cool contrasting flavors like, green herbs with some of those fruit flavors. But it's kind of neat and a good formula to start with if you're looking for some inspiration to take these 5 categories. And if you were to take something from each of these 5 categories and combine, you're going to have quite a complex cocktail. I would say, you could even pull one out because you may have crossover. You may have citrus in your tea. You may have spice in your tea. If you were to grab a chai tea, for example, you're going to be knocking out a bunch of these categories at once. But if you start to layer flavors and build your flavor story to go with your Johnnie Walker Black Highball into your cordial and you were to pick something from the fruit category, something from the spice category, some herbs, a bit of citrus perhaps, and then a tea, which again can have some beautiful crossover with these other categories. One of my favorite ingredients to use is tea, especially because the climate in Chicago, we have 4 distinct seasons, and so our produce is sparse in the winter. And I don't have as much fresh produce, so I need to use things that have been preserved and that are shelf stable. So I jams and teas, dried citrus peels, things like that, dried herbs that you may have harvested at the end of summer become really important as winter moves forward. So when we're extracting our flavors, and this is something that I get into in more depth in the Highball and seminar that you can find at the World Glass Global Community, actually was joined by Amy Morrison, who is one of those amazing whiskey masters that works with Jim Beveridge, and she contributed on that session. And we talk a lot about flavor extraction. Luckily, what you're seeing here on the screen is a sous vide machine or a thermocirculator. It basically just circulates that water bath and makes a very even temperature, so you can low and slowly infuse your ingredients in a sealed sous vide bag. These have gotten much less expensive, but if you don't have that equipment, I actually go into some detail in the Highball and seminar about how you can do it at home, simply using some plastic bags that, zip seal bags, and a pot of water and a simple thermometer. And you can do it something similar on your stove. Having that low heat, keeping the temperature below boiling, so we don't start to break down the flavors of all the wonderful ingredients you choose in your cordial, is nice, and it makes it much more rapid. You can also do it the old style way and just do a longer, slower infusion, the way that a lot of folks make bitters or different tinctures and infusions, and just do it over the course of days and even up to weeks for a long, slow infusion. But doing it with this heat extraction is nice because you get to test much, much more quickly. And if you're making batches repeatedly, you can keep up with your volume. And it's a little bit, I don't know, as bartenders, I feel like we want it now. We're ready for our results. We want to see what our artistry has brought together. So there are many examples of this that are also part of the studios that you can find that the team had put together that are really lovely examples to get you started. I would recommend grabbing one of those recipes and recreating it to start, just to see, like, okay, you have the proof now that they've made, these highballs work, that clean cordial base works. And then you'll see how you can very easily adapt this for whatever seasonal and local flavors that make sense to you, the flavors that you're passionate about. And at the end of the day, you do this work, it might take a couple of hours work to make your cordial, gather your ingredients, but it's done then, and your cocktail will take seconds to build. You'll just take this beautiful 1-to-3 ratio of 1 part strong to 3 parts weak to create your cocktail, 50 ml of your Johnny Walker Black, and then 150 ml of your soda water and cordial mix. And it becomes very, very easy. And again, one of my favorite ways to serve this cocktail, this highball, put it on tap, put it into a simple kegging system and pump it out on tap. I think it's great. It keeps, your temperature is going to be consistent all the time. Your carbonation is going to be consistent, and the serve is so easy. It's as quick as pouring a beer for somebody, and I think far more interesting as you go. These are a few of the serves there pictured, and those recipes are available. So I definitely recommend that you check those out, and I just recommend that you experiment. It takes It takes just a bit of time to get your ingredients together, to find your powdered acid, but it comes together very quickly once you get all of your mise en place, all of your goods together, and it's really fun. And I think you start to go down a wonderful rabbit hole of flavors and creation with the highball. It's a cocktail that has lived for nearly 2 centuries now, and I don't think it's going anywhere anytime soon. It's become more relevant than ever, especially as more people are canning and bottling cocktails as well. We're seeing it in the prepared cocktail segment, the highball. We're seeing it again on people's menus. I think it's just a wonderful opportunity for us as bartenders to showcase our creativity and to serve that when it comes to the guest being in front of us, very quick, very easy to do, profitable, of course, because we are running businesses, and hopefully delicious. So thank you so much. I appreciate your time with this. It is, I will say, being remote and from my home bar, not being able to interact with the audience. I miss that, and I can't wait to do that with you in person. But until then, I hope you all take care and have a beautiful holiday. And I think if we have any questions, that we're going to do that at this time. Is that right, Lauren?
Yes. Wait. Okay. I had to keep muting. There were people at the door. There were laundry machines making noises. Thank you, Charles. Always such a pleasure to have you here to walk us through an amazing history of a very, very simple drink. And hoping that we have some questions, but don't be shy. You can definitely ask those questions. And if you want to remain silent until the end of the overall session, that's fine too. I didn't even know the format of how people were asking questions. I don't know if people ask. Thank you, Charles. And I know that you have...
I'm sorry,
oh.
I have a question.
Perfect.
It's not totally about the topic of our conversation today, but I have a question.
Perfect.
If it's your home bar, it's behind you, this is a home bar? Well,
yes.
If it's yes, I'm quite jealous to you.
Please, you can come over anytime you're in Chicago. we'll have a cocktail at the bar.
And is there any way you use it in your experiments? Maybe you are making your own cocktail at home, or just practicing at the bar where you work? Or how is it going?
Yeah, 100%. I created this bar at my home because I stopped working at brick and mortar bars about 5 years ago and went independent, started to work for myself. So I needed to have a lab to work from. And certainly during the last 8 months, it's become my studio as well. So I've been presenting classes from it for people and whatnot. So it's been nice, and I get to entertain when we can be with people in person again and a little more freely. I'll be able to entertain once again. But for now, it's just me and my dog, and he doesn't drink much, so it's been slow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone should invest in building a cute little bar at home, just a couple of shelves. And Caitlin's got a very different creative setup behind her. But Charles, if I know you can stick around for a little bit longer, and then you've got another Zoom call to do. But if there's anything you want to share before we jump into the next session, we'd love to hear any final thoughts from you.
Sorry, just wait a second, because we have another question to Charles.
Charles, hello. As I know, you launched a bottled cocktail program maybe 3 or 4 years ago, which is super popular now worldwide. Can you tell us some maybe best practice, or for people who just want to start this stuff? Maybe do's and don'ts about bottling program. Thank you.
Yes, for sure. It's a good question, and I think it's so of the moment, because even last year at the World Class Final, one of the challenges was for the bartenders to each make their own canned cocktail. So every one of them had to design the label. They had to make their own highball, and it was really cool to see. They looked very professional. Many of them were very delicious. And you're right, it's become very interesting, especially I'm not sure how it is in Ukraine, but in the States, since people are not allowed in many places to dine in restaurants or be at bars, to-go food and to-go drinks have become very popular. And many restaurants that are used to making food are also delivering cocktails to people's home. So having a bottled or a prepared cocktail has become really important. We've been out, my brand, Craft House Cocktails, has been out for 7 years. And yes, lots of trials, ups and downs. Running that sort of business is not easy. We spent about 2 years to get the formulations correct, up to my standards, because we don't use any preservatives, only using really high quality ingredients, spirits that are things that we would actually want to drink, and actual citrus. So I think for bartenders, for someone like you and the others that are watching, making it taste good is the easy part. You know how to make cocktails, but then launching a brand comes with new challenges. It's how do you navigate distribution? How do you navigate marketing, partnerships with retail? So it becomes a business that's brand new to us as bartenders that you have to learn a whole new job. You can make. I have no doubt that everyone in that room will make a delicious cocktail that they could put in a bottle. It's everything else, though, that makes a brand successful that becomes the challenge.
Thank you very much.
Nice to see you, Dima.
Yeah, I think
Okay, is
that's
that
it.
it for
No more
questions?
questions.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Charles. And we're going to pass it over to Caitlin Stewart. Something I didn't say in the last session. Charles, just let me know when to change the slides. Caitlin, same for you. Let me know when you'd like me to change the slides.
I'll try to remember.
Wrong session. Hold, please. For many presentations.
I apologize in advance. Now that it's turned 8 a.m. here, my animals are starting to wake up. So if you see a friendly little cat walk across the screen, don't be alarmed.
All right. Hold on one second, Caitlin. I am here for you now. There we go.
Love it. All right, so shall we just jump right into it? This session, as you can see, is all about Talisker and Back to the Future. And we're definitely going to be exploring the world of storytelling and international flavors and how we can blend, together old world and new world of thinking and having a good time with it all at the same time. So Scotch whiskey can be enjoyed in so many different ways. It's not just for, sipping neat or with that small piece of ice. I think we have this stigma around Scotch that this is meant for either a booze-forward, stirred-down cocktail because you really want that spirit to shine through, and people tend to kind of shy away from, taking this delicious liquid and making a great, fantastic cocktail out of it. So last year, during our studios and actually during the World Class Global Finals, we explored a series called Tartan Tiki, where we took Talisker and we made tiki cocktails and explored kind of the mythology and the culture and discovered that there is a lot of similarities between Scotland and Polynesia, and that we marry and combine the two really nicely. So this studio is inspired all about the versatility of Scotch, because it's not just meant to be sipped neat, and the world of storytelling and the world of myths and flavors and culture, and of course using Talisker 10 along the way. So we can flip on over to the next slide there, Lauren. So we're super pleased to have a couple of contributors to this that you'll see a couple of quotes from along the way. But let's just dive in, shall we? So when we're talking about Talisker as a single malt Scotch, the brand that inspired this session here for us, hopefully everybody out there has had a chance to try Talisker. It's a delicious liquid. And if you haven't, and if you find a bottle or you're sitting at the bar, next time, give it a little sip and you'll know what I'm talking about. But Talisker is hailing from the Isle of Skye in the Scottish Hebrides. Talisker is a true representation of its surroundings. The picturesque distillery is in the small town of Carbust, and it's a mere stone's throw away from the North Atlantic. And it really, really tells a story of the sea, which is awesome. So you have the poet and one of Scotland's favorite people, Robert Louis Stevenson, who says, Talisker is the king o' drinks, and it's universally revered and loved. And we can just swap on over to the next slide, and we're just going to go through a couple of tasting notes since we're not tasting it in front of you. And if you have tasted it, you can kind of reminisce on some of these flavor notes and profiles. And if you haven't, here's a good little description of, kind of what Talisker is all about. So the appearance is a nice, rich amber color. I actually have a bottle behind me here. It's a nice, rich amber color, beautiful to the eye. I mean, we have these awesome, right on the nose, you get this nice little hint of salinity. That comes from the salt water. Because like you said, Talisker, the distillery, is right there on the water. It's this gorgeous, gorgeous distillery. So you get a nice little hit of that seawater on your nose. You can also kind of get the nose of, a little bit of shellfish or with a little bit of a citrus finish, which is really unique and interesting. This is why Talisker pairs really, really nicely with seafood. Now, if you were to take a sip, right on the palate, you're gonna get some rich fruit and sweet notes, a little bit of smoke in there with that maltiness, of course, a bit of pepper, and of course the seaside. Now, my favorite way to enjoy Talisker, a way that I actually enjoyed it for the first time at the distillery there in Scotland, is I had Talisker with oysters. And now again, you don't normally think Scotch and oysters as a kind of like an immediate pairing. Normally you think oysters and vodka, something light, bright, and refreshing. But again, that saltiness and that sea Talisker really shines through. Jason Clark, who's one of the global ambassadors for Talisker, his favorite way to drink it is, you take your oyster and then in the shell, pour a little bit of Talisker right in that shell and sip the Talisker from the shell itself. Honestly, best way to do it. So next time, if you're having oysters, break out the Talisker and sip along that way as well. All right. Now, I mean, all of these amazing characteristics of this beautiful Scotch whiskey is coming from the distillery itself. The barley is kilned using peat from the Highlands. It's kind of a medium-bodied peated Scotch whiskey, I'd say. The water used in Talisker production comes from Hawk Hill Spring, which is incredibly pure. The stills are also super unique to Scotland. Their long and looping swan necks are more akin to like a Jamaican pot still than anything else. This allows some of the alcohol to condense before reaching the cooler, giving this whiskey a lot of body and the character, and its nice, long, rich finish. Now, the signature sweet, kind of smoky saline or salty profile is a combination of the unique terroir of Skye and the marriage of these diverse casks that are used in the barrel aging process. Now, the saltiness from the distillery character is nurtured by ex-bourbon cask barrels. We've got some recharred barrel which helps promote the smoke, while the sherry butts give the classic honeyed sweetness. So as you can see, there's a ton of factors that go into making this delicious liquid that we can sip on its own or make a classic delicious tiki cocktail with. So switch on down to the next slide there. Perfect. But honestly, the most important thing about whiskey is how it makes you feel. If you've never been to the Isle of Skye, it's definitely a trek to get there. I will say that much. But opportunity, when we can all kind of travel around, and it's on your bucket list, it's a must. It's a gorgeous atmosphere, and it's so beautiful. And it's right by the sea. And so that's the way that the whiskey makes you feel when you're drinking it by the sea. I think we can all have these like memories and moments of being by the sea. I mean, living on the west coast of Canada, I have the sea right in my backyard. So, I take my dog for a walk every day right by the water, and I get this sense memory, and I get this feeling of calmness and serenity. So like the saltiness and the smokiness of this peated whiskey, it really paints a picture in your mind, and it makes you feel really warm inside, and it makes you feel kind of really reminiscent for the sea, which is, one of the reasons why I really love it. Whoop, whoop. If you want to just switch on over there again, perfect. Now, I mean, the flavors and the characteristics of Talisker is, it's partly down to the terroir of Skye itself, but it's also down to the skills of the blenders. But mostly it's down to the person who's tasting it. So we're talking about escapism. Now, I think we can all use a little bit of escapism right now. I've been in my house for quite some time, so I would really love to take a little bit of trip somewhere. And since I can't fly anywhere or go anywhere, I take an escapism through my mind, and I take escapism through, different foods I'm eating, different, cocktails I'm mixing at home. This is all bringing back sense memory, and it's all bringing me back to, when I sip on that Talisker at home, brings me right back to Skye and right back to the sea. And I love it. So we're creating escapism through our cocktail serves. And it's quite incredible that we can take a cocktail, give it to somebody, and transport them to wherever they need to be. Now, Mark Moriarty, who is our global gastronomer for World Class, he has a little quote here, just kind of talking about some escapism, one of his favorite meals he's ever had. So he says, Ume, Tokyo, September 2018, the only time food has truly blown me away. The dish was a set mackerel panna cotta, wrapped in seaweed with soy and the freshest salmon roe I've ever eaten. It was one simple bite that transported me back to my happiest day as a kid, out at the sea with my father in the west of Ireland. I could feel the wind, taste the salt, smell the sea air, feel the salt water, all while sitting in an 8-seater basement in the middle of Tokyo. To this day, one of my top 3 dishes. So, I mean, I love this. There's certain foods that I eat that remind me of my grandmother or, a time and place that I've been. And it's that little hint of escapism and that memory and that story that comes back that, really sparks, something within you. And we can definitely do that with food. And you know what? I think, especially with a category of cocktails like tiki or tropical cocktails, this is exactly what it's doing. One of the reasons why tiki culture is so popular is because it reminds us of distant lands. You can be in the middle of a snowstorm in Norway, sipping on a pina colada, and feel like you're sitting on the beach with your feet in the sand, which I wish I was doing right now. But with storytelling being such a big part of tiki and tiki culture, we can argue that this thread of, storytelling runs right through it. And a lot of the tales are based off of, mythology and mythical creatures. Even see the statues and the cups, the tiki mugs that you're drinking out of, those stories to tell. So, and the ingredients that you use in these cocktails also have a story to tell. So if you're making a cocktail, say with your Talisker, that Talisker is going to tell a story in your cocktail, which is awesome. So in order to tell these stories, you must be an amazing host. And I like to call myself a bartender. I don't often use the term mixology. I like using bartender because I am tending to the bar. It's right there in the title. And for me, that's all hosting my guest. It's all about giving them the flair and the panache of the story that I'm telling with the cocktails and my cocktail menu, or, just making their day a little bit brighter, letting them escape. And the thing about tiki and tiki cocktails, there's so many elements of storytelling, right in that glass in front of you. There's the flamboyancy of the cocktail with, the umbrella, the crazy straws, the crazy garnish. It's all underpinned by us being the host and being able to portray these amazing stories through our drinks. So let's go down to our next little slide there, Lauren. Awesome. So your serves should do a lot of storytelling for you. You know, part of hosting is knowing when to tell the story, but also when to let your guests just enjoy themselves. You know, not everybody wants to hear a long sordid tale when they sit down at the bar at the end of the day. Sometimes they just want to like take their mind off things and get into the zone. Jason Clark has a little thing to say about this because he has firsthand experience, you know, judging the Tartan Tiki cocktail competition in last year's global finals. He says, "We heard a lot of tales during judging, and while there was great creativity, it was often overdone. My recommendation is by all means, tell us a mythological tales that link tartan and tiki, but keep it short and punchy and to the point. Don't let a fanciful story get in the way of a good drink." Now that is so true. I mean, I've judged many a cocktail competition in my day, and I love a good story, but sometimes the story can be way overdone and way too convoluted that the drink gets absolutely lost. At the end of the day, it's all about the drink and what that drink says in that glass. Now, before we get too far ahead in kind of this mythological storytelling and these mythological creatures we're coming across, we're going to take a look kind of at some flavors from the Tartan Tiki experience last year from a couple of competitors. So first up, we have Andre Macaron from Emperador Hotel in Madrid, Spain. Now, he has a cocktail here called The Spell of the Island. Now, what Andre did here was he fused the flavors from the Isle of Skye in Polynesia by combining barley, cinnamon, and lemongrass in an amazing, vibrant, and well-balanced serve. As you can see, kind of the ingredients there. What he wanted to do, he wanted to enhance those fruity, spicy notes of the Talisker 10, and he wanted to make sure the smoke still came through, which is, again, always key and always important, because at the end of the day, especially if you're, you know, doing a cocktail competition, you want that base spirit to really shine through. So what we're doing is we're highlighting all those tasting notes that we got in the cocktail by using, you know, matching ingredients. And then we also have one from Sean Fenley. We can switch slides. Awesome. Called The Soggy Politician. Now, this one that Sean made, he got this, it's off of a tiki riff from a cocktail called the Pearl Diver, which is a drink defined by its ingenious use of butter in a cocktail, which adds texture and richness, which is really cool. I mean, I love fat washing spirits because, again, it gives that body, it lends a little bit of extra oomph. So what he did here is he took some peppercorn falernum, he made a peel de sapo melon, some lemon, and then made a cultured seaweed butter. Now, cultured seaweed butter is actually super tasty. It adds a really nice saltiness to your butter. Even that just spread on toast is fantastic. But with the cultured seaweed butter, that seaweed note is really going to lend a little bit of saltiness, which you find in the Talisker. So again, we're bringing it back to Talisker with that matching ingredient by pairing those together, which is super smart and really, really tasty. Now, I think, Lauren, you have a little bit of information. I'm going to read your own quote even while you're on the call here.
I hope you imitate the voice, though?
I can try. It's the run-on sentences for me. I love it. Now it says this is kind of aiding in all the flavors that we have at our fingertips and how we actually can use them. So what our lovely Lauren says here, I always look at whiskey to start and then break down the tasting notes on what makes each expression special and pair to those directions. This will usually point me towards something in the global food and culture scene, which gives me an amazing benchmark to build recipes and stories from. The builds might look unique or uncommon to the naked eye, but digging a little bit deeper reveals a connection to flavor and story that we had previously overlooked. Because again, it's all about matching that beautiful flavor, in this case of that Talisker whiskey, to the story and the other flavor profiles that you're bringing in. At the end of the day, we want those all to match. Now, I think you can throw up the next slide there. So yeah, global flavors. I mean, we're very lucky that we can, have access to so many different flavors from other countries and other places around the world. I mean, even just by looking at this chart here, we can see some of the global flavors, and where they actually stem from and where they come from. Whether it's allspice and cinnamon, coming from the Caribbean and Latin America, You have like dried fruits, you know, coming from Europe and Turkey and Morocco. I mean, creams and ice creams from the UK and Canada. That's where I'm from, you know, where it's nice and cold. We like ice cream. But you have, you know, you can find honey everywhere. You can find lemon everywhere. And these are all, again, tasting notes that we find in Talisker. We get that on the nose. We get that back end of that citrus. We get that kind of nice body and texture, which is kind of lends to a creamy note. You know, the options are really endless when you look at this category of global flavors and how you can actually use that in a cocktail. It's really all about now our imagination and how we put those together, which I think is really cool. Now we have another whiskey great, Mr. Irvin Trajkowski. He is, I mean, look at that man in that beautiful Scottish kilt. Irvin is awesome. He's a wild, crazy man, and he always comes up with some really, you know, cool ways to showcase a whiskey. Now, if I'm correct by saying he is the global leader, Lauren?
He's the New Age whiskey ambassador. So
There
he
you
focuses
go.
mostly on the
New Age
Singleton
whiskey.
and other cool whiskeys in our
Amazing.
portfolio.
Yeah, Irvin's an awesome guy. You know what? You get into a conversation with him, it's going to be a nice long conversation, and you're going to learn so much. So Irvin says, one of the key pillars of Polynesian and tiki culture that comes up again and again, no matter where you are in the world, is storytelling. At the world's best bars, this is expressed in the form of incredible hospitality through an enthusiastic bartender telling you a story with great energy to get you excited about the delicious beverage you are about to imbibe. Bartenders tell all kinds of stories to get people excited, but often in tiki, they tend to lean on Polynesian myths and legends that have inspired this great drinking trend, which is totally true. I mean, I love telling a story. Both Polynesian and, you know, Hebridean mythology, Scottish mythology, are intrinsically linked back to the sea. So what we're going to do now is kind of take a look at some of those mythologies and draw the connection between Scotland and around the world, because that's exactly here. We're bringing Scottish tiki to life. So we have something called the Selkies and the Mo'os. Now, in Scottish mythology, the Selkies were sea lions that could shed their skin and take human form. I mean, sounds crazy, but when a female Selkie shed her skin, a human could capture her and basically take her as a bride. Now, if that Selkie was to ever find her skin, then she could return to the sea, leaving her husband behind to pine and then eventually die for her love. I mean, usually mythologies never end in a happy ending here. And then in Hawaii, you have the mo'os, which is kind of an umbrella term, describe all sorts of like water spirits, mostly like mermaids, who are sea goddesses and gods. They were, you know, part human, part fish. And the mo'os could be extremely tiny creatures or really big, gigantic creatures, depending on what myth and what story you're telling. You know, there's a Hawaiian expression that in each woman there lives a little moa inside. But it was believed that the moas were especially dangerous to men, because apparently all sea creatures are dangerous to men, where if you were too weak to resist their female powers, according to the folklore, a person passed away, they could return back to the world and transform themselves into a momoa. But I think it's really cool. So you kind of have these two different sea creatures, a Selkie and a moa, but their stories are kind of weaved and intertwined, that they're these like human-like forms from the sea. So Lauren has actually come up with a cocktail here called the Dark and Glory. And it was inspired by the angry ocean and the deepest depths of the sea, maybe where the Selkies and Moas reside. With inspired flavors from a nod to like a Vietnamese style coffee or a black and tan cocktail. I mean, I think it sounds pretty cool, you know, again, tapping into those flavors of Talisker with the cold brew coffee and the blackstrap molasses, which is going to lend a lot of body to this drink. Some aromatic bitters, the Guinness stout and tonic water to kind of lighten, brighten it and add a little bit of fizz to it. I think it's really cool. And then Dark Glory, the name refers to a name given by poets in the past to the ocean's vast abyss beneath the waves. So again, we're drawing that story back to the ocean because Talisker is by the sea. All right, and another myth, I think a legend that we all heard about. I mean, I know I have, living in Canada, the Loch Ness Monster, or Nessie, as we call, and then the Indonesian lakes. So apparently the Loch Ness lives in these really still lake waters. Actually, when we were driving up to Talisker, the distillery, we drove past the apparent lake that Nessie resides. I didn't see any sightings, but they've been tracking Nessie for years and years, and have actually put a lot of government funding into trying to find the Loch Ness Monster. And they say that there's about over 20 sightings per year about where Nessie is. And then also on the Indonesian lake side of things, it's said that the Indonesian in Indonesia, it symbolizes, and the mythology of the lakes are like the eyes of the world, opening but eventually closing, which is again kind of dark and twisted. As the lake pulls in the minerals and the sediments from the lands and the rivers that it flows, the water eventually turns into bog and then to land, thusly ending its life cycle. So again, these waters and these strange creatures and how they all kind of take part in two different parts of the world. And so again, we're going to go into an awesome cocktail that was punningly named the Sky Tai, a nice little riff off of the Mai Tai, kind of using some of those Indonesian flavors. There's with Sumatra cinnamon. So when talking about lakes, the Kiraniki Lake District in Sumatra harvests a lot of the world's cinnamon supply, and this perfect marriage of this like Southeastern Asian ingredient and Talisker whiskey make for an incredible flavor combination. So again, we're kind of telling that tall tale of the lakes. Maybe it's the Loch Ness Monster, maybe it's the lakes drying up in Indonesia and bringing about these mythological stories, but tying it back to the flavors of Talisker and making a delicious drink from Talisker, an orange curacao infused with cinnamon, a bit of lime juice, a bit of grapefruit juice, and then orgeat, which is definitely a staple in a lot of tiki cocktails. Super tasty, really easy to make, but again, it's going to transport you to a different world. And then continuing on with our mythical creatures, you have the Kelpies and the Backenstein. I probably am butchering that, so forgive me. And this is all about the Hebridean Islands in Scandinavia and how they share this like legend basically based on horses. So you have the Kelpies, which was like a supernatural water horse that was said to haunt Scotland, and basically would lure people into the water side, and then they would get on their backs and they would with them, and then this person was attached to the Kelpie for their entire life and they could never leave the Kelpie side. Again, these are really dark mythological stories, but next time I see a horse by the water, I'm gonna stay clear. And then you have the Backenstein, which is to the brook horse, which again is another mythological horse in Scandinavian folklore, and it's also described to be near the rivers and during foggy weather. And anybody who climbed onto its back, again, could never get off again. So again, we have these kind of connections. And then you can go into whirlpools and Edgar Allan Poe, the great poet and author. So into tectonic mythology, sailors had always thought that whirlpools were portals into another dimension or other worlds. Some worlds opened to an island of giants, whereas others were exposed to the black sands of the ocean floor for just a moment to gaze into the funnel, which is kind of cool. So in Norway, Edgar Allan Poe described the whirlpools near Lofoten Islands as a narrow and towering bridge, which in the only pathway between time and eternity. So this next cocktail, called Norse Remedy, is a great little cocktail combining kind of some beautiful ginger liqueurs and honey apple shrubs and aromatic bitters, which, again, is going to pair really nicely with that Talisker and bring in kind of those, interesting ideas of these tectonic plates and looking into the bottom of the ocean and what you'll find and what you'll see. Being a shrub, being that vinegar-based, long-lasting healing for your body. I think it's really cool. And again, another interesting cocktail with a great backstory that ties in Talisker and ties in another mythological existence out there. All right. So basically, storytelling in hospitality is something that we as bartenders can do to make our guests feel entertained. I know that coming up with new cocktail ideas, it's all about the storytelling for me. I kind of have to go through, okay, what's on my menu? What am I going to put out there in my bar? How can I make this interesting? So if somebody asks me, how did you come up with this cocktail? I already have a story and something that's created in my mind and my memory. So the next time that they come in, they're like, oh, I had that really amazing drink. It was, about that horse that you were talking about that takes people away and never lets them go. And I'd be like, oh yeah, that's the kicking horse. I can do that up for you right away. So it's that hospitality, making people feel welcomed, making them have a little bit of escapism from reality, whatever that reality may be. And now, hospitality for me is really difficult because I'm trying to do hospitality from my home, but it's the stories that I can tell from the Instagram posts or the YouTube videos that I put up to get people engaged. And storytelling doesn't end with just creating the cocktail. It's that escapism that we give to the people that come and see us, which again is all about good hospitality. So I think that's actually the end of this Talisker one. A nice short punchy one, kind of just to get your creative juices flowing, to maybe think outside of the box, especially when it comes to Scotch whiskey and Talisker. So again, next time you can get your hands on some of this, have a sip, do your own tasting notes. Ignore the ones that I talked about. Think about what you have tasted, what's on your palate. And then from there, come up with your own story. Come up with your own legend, as you will. And create a delicious serve that's not just a dram. Maybe it's a delicious tiki-style cocktail, and share it with your friends and have a good time and be hospitable.
Thanks, Caitlin. I love that module is so much fun. I know this might catch you off guard, but I have a question for you, because storytelling is so much a part of what we do as bartenders, and I love a good story. And there's so many good ones in there, but I wonder if you have one maybe story and cocktail, regardless of which brand in the Diageo portfolio you developed for World Class, that really spoke to you and you thought it was just a really, really cool way to bring the story and the serve together.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, I think it was my entry cocktail that I did for World Class Canada. Everybody's entries around the world are a little bit different, but here in Canada, we have to do a single serve cocktail with only 5 ingredients, absolutely nothing homemade, just stuff that you can buy from the grocery store. And for me, again, it was really important to weave in a story and to bring some of my personal life into a cocktail serve so that the judges could kind of get to know me and then also have a delicious cocktail. So I made a cocktail called the Matriarch, and it was all about my grandmother. And my grandmother used to read my tea leaves at the end of a meal. So after we had our little cup of tea, she would put the teacup upside down and look at the leaves that were left in the teacup and tell me stories about my future and what she saw for me. And I, as a little kid, I always thought that was so cool. I think I drank more tea than I really needed to, just because I wanted my grandmother to read my tea leaves. So I made this cocktail that was actually, it was a Ciroc coconut cocktail, of course, because coconut is also really great for your memory. And I always wanted to keep these memories alive of my grandmother reading my tea leaves. So it was a Ciroc coconut, it had matcha tea, there was honey, there was heavy cream, and it tasted almost like a melted down green tea ice cream. But for me, it was the story behind bridging my grandmother's memories, my memories, the tea, all together, that really, the story was more important than the cocktail for me at that point. And I was able to kind of showcase a little bit of my life and my inspirations and, you know, where I gathered that all from. So that was probably my favorite kind of inspired cocktail.
Yeah, I love the personal stories, and I think for every bartender watching today, and for any bartenders that have participated in World Class before, or even just stood at the bar and did something very, very personal that was connected to a really great drink, those are the things that really suck us in. You know, we get
Definitely.
really invested and excited about being part of your world and part of your personal life, that, you know, you have a very special access just for that moment in time, and it's really amazing. And I remember looking at that cocktail when you submitted it.
Yeah, and like it makes you very human. It really brings like this human element. I think, you know, sometimes having that bar in between you and a guest, you can kind of lose a little bit of that human element. I know, especially right now, we have like plexiglass in between, you know, our customers and our guests and us, which again kind of puts up even more of a barrier. So anytime you can add a little bit of yourself in there, it makes people feel welcome, and it makes them want to come back to you and come back to that stool and sit and have a chat with you and enjoy a cocktail.
Beautiful. And I think another thing to make mention of before we open up for questions is that, you know, we've talked about the difference between being face-to-face with someone and then being on Zoom or on YouTube. It looks like you and I are in the same room right now. Like there's something about our background that it looks like, you know, we couldn't be farther away from each other right now. But
I mean, I'm having a Mariah Carey Christmas back here, so I mean, just got to start the record player.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's amazing. And, you know, you've also got a YouTube channel, Likeable Cocktails, where you're staying connected and helping folks really get connected with making drinks at home. But they, you know, I think you have an online personality that really translates with people. So it does feel in a lot of ways that you're in the same room with them. So I think that's a really good point to make as well, that every bartender that's in the room watching us in Ukraine and on YouTube around the world, you know, really work on what that online personality of yours and that online persona is, and sort of like just switch up the dial a little bit on your best characteristics and your best attributes. But Caitlin, just wanted to know if you had any other advice maybe for the bartenders listening in that are looking to do an online something.
Yeah, I mean, being genuine is always key. You know, you can always tell when somebody is faking interest or kind of, you know, putting a completely different personality out there. For myself, even when I'm judging cocktail competitions or watching other people present, I always look for that genuine spark and that connection. So yes, talking to a screen is not as fun as talking to somebody in real life, but if you can somewhat make that connection, you know, through a screen, that's the best part. So even just creating like an online presence and showcasing your work, you know, maybe you've made a delicious Talisker Tiki cocktail. There's so many resources now to be able to put it in a TikTok, put it in a reel, put it on your story, you know, put it on your homepage. But adding that little touch of personal connection is what always draws me in when I'm scrolling, you know, mindlessly for hours on end. So I always suggest putting a little bit of that genuine care and connection in, and you know, chatting with your fellow followers. I think I've had more conversations with people that I look up to and to people who inspire me in the bar world over these last 9 months than I have. And it's pretty amazing just to kind of, you know, slip into somebody's direct messages or Facebook messages and ask for advice. You did this, can you share your secret and your technique? And a good bartender will always offer up those techniques, because this is the best thing about our community is we want each other to grow and learn. So whether it's me putting out a basic video for some of my customers and regulars so they can make a delicious cocktail at home, or it's somebody who's taking amazing pictures and you're like, how did you get the zest shot perfect? If you're connecting and having chats with these people, more times than not, they will offer up their tips and tricks to you and let you in on it because we want to flourish as a community.
Amazing. Thanks, Caitlin. And we've got a few minutes left, so we're just going to open up for questions right now and see if there's anybody out there that has anything to say.
If not, that's fine too.
There's definitely a delay, though, so I'm just
a little bit. I am very jealous, though, looking out into this audience and seeing how many people are actually sitting together and getting to partake in an event like this. It's been a while for me.
Yeah, great. I think they only just realized they were on the screen just now. Now they're all laughing. It's like being on the Jumbotron at the Skydome for a baseball game. Amazing. Well, you know
start
what?
The wave.
So I just maybe wanted to, very nice. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Just maybe wanted to close out by really thanking Caitlin, especially because it is insanely early in the morning for her right now. And, joining from Vancouver is always challenging at certain times of the day. So really appreciate it, Caitlin.
It was my absolute pleasure. And I can't wait to actually visit everybody in person, hopefully sooner than later.
Definitely. And to all bartenders out there, we shared quite a lot of content today. I have shared across the link to our online World Class Studios modules. And just as a reminder, those 7 modules are up there now, and you may jump in with your favorite Diageo spirit of choice and taste along with any of the online sessions. We've got great video content along with our learning modules. So please do take a look at that and let us know what you think. We've got 4 new modules coming out in January, and definitely keep close to your local world-class team as they will have news coming out soon about the program for 2021. And we look forward to connecting with all of you in the next few weeks, few months, and be strong and have a wonderful, wonderful holiday. And thank you again so much for having us.
Happy holidays, everybody.
So thank you so much. Once again, your applause to this wonderful trio, Lauren Mote, Charles Jolly, and Kathleen Stewart. And of course, right now, after this massive portion of information, we need to digest it now to be able to use it in the future. So, dear friends, now we're gonna do a short break till 7 p.m. in Kyiv. So just in 20 minutes, we will meet the last but not the least speaker of this year's Barometer Christmas edition special show. So see you in 20 minutes.
Энергия воды. Могущество стихии. Сила мастерства. Богатство форм. Совершенные грани. Безупречное сочетание. Ice Drive. Искусство льда.
I'm happy to greet you again at our Barometer Christmas Edition online show, and thank you, first of all, thank you to all of you who are still with us. Now let me introduce you the next speaker of our event, Dmitro Kalamaze, the brand ambassador of Diageo Reserve in Ukraine and the author of the YouTube channel about making cocktails at home, which is called Something Tasty. So Dmitro is going to tell us what is the smell of words and the color of music through the prism of whiskey. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dmitro Kalamaze. Dmitro, the floor is yours.
Good evening. It is quite late. The most persistent are still with us, those who want to learn new things. My name is Dmitro Kalamaze. I'm brand ambassador of Diageo, the tastiest products on this planet. So if you want to serve good drinks, tasty drinks to your guests, then please send me messages and I'm going to tell you where you can find them. Today's presentation will be based on color, taste, shape, and touch. Why? I organized lots of different tastings for managers, bartenders, and ordinary consumers. And I realized that people are afraid to speak in taste. An example, when Dmitry was doing the tasting of his drink, a couple of people said something about a pear and apple. The other were hesitant, holding back. Why? Because our brain is afraid of perceiving aroma and explaining it by means of taste. But I took it one step forward. Many people ask me, Dmitro, what inspires you when you're preparing your cocktails, when you're making them? How do you create this well-balanced product? One thing I'd like to tell you, I am very much inspired by shape, color, touch. This is something that is hidden deep inside our consciousness. As you can see, on the screen we can see the word synesthesia. For some people this is a new word, for others it is not. Very often, describing different aromas, we use sounds. It sounds such and such. We use geometry. It has a round flavor. We use clearly taste. It has a soft taste. Of course, we also describe aroma. It has gentle aroma. And we describe color. And we don't even understand how it comes up. The scientists were trying to figure it out. How is it possible? How can you describe it in one word? What is this phenomenon? Why is it round or gentle? There's only taste, and they came up with the following notion: synesthesia, which from Greek means syn, which is general, and aesthesis, which is a feeling. So together we feel all of these basic tastes and aromas. The presentation is based on shape, smell, and color. Next, when we see a beautiful picture, for example, a photograph of a food or a drink, especially when we are hungry, we feel that the saliva is being produced, and our digestion system already is looking forward to eating it. That is why the stomach juice is also produced. Let's imagine what a lemon looks like. Take this lemon and chew it. Come on, keep biting it. It's very juicy. Can you feel the saliva in your mouth? Why? Because our stomach is now ready to eat it. And the digestive system is already working on it. That is why when empty stomached, we want to eat. Number two, say we come to one of the restaurants or bars, we're looking at the menu, drinks and food, and we look at the cocktail that is described in a very beautiful manner. Whiskey sour, we're only reading the words, but subconsciously we already want to get it, right? So when you come to a bar and it says Morskin Cornto, what is that? But when you describe it in a beautiful way, you already start selling. Is that right? And the same goes for the food. There's also visualization, a picture, then you definitely gonna sell it. And this subconsciousness creates this synesthesia. Today, we're gonna find those people who do not yet know that they are synesthesia followers and adepts. But by the end of our workshop, they're gonna find out about it. What is our brain? Our brain is like a processing unit. Not Intel, of course, but this is a part of the body that covers all of our systems: hearing, smelling, seeing, and touching. This brings together all of these bodies, all of these systems. For example, let us take our drink. Let's hold it in a hand. It is warm. We can feel it with hands. Let's look at color. It's yellow, warm. So we already can subconsciously understand that it can be sweet and warm. Why does that happen? Because of synesthesia. Our brain, no matter how weird it may seem, but 25%, it always wants to get some blood, even though it is only 2% of the weight of our body. And you have to work on our brain. For it to keep working, you have to feed it some energy. It keeps looking for food. It keeps looking for aromas. And when the brain senses it, it gets energized. Why? Because what do we need as a human being to live? To eat, to drink, to sleep. Cool, awesome, that's it. That's why our brain is always trying to look for food, for drinks, and then it falls asleep. When we, for example, look, say you enter a bar and you want to drink something or eat something, we look at a cocktail. In this case, let's take a look at this picture. So what can you say simply for looking at this picture? Grapefruit? Orange? Cool. What else? Smokiness. Why? We don't feel it, right? We only see the picture in front of us, which shows us the garnish, what it looks like, the color. Come on, speak up. This is alcohol-free Bloody Mary. So the brain intuitively already allows us to understand that it does have certain taste, it does have certain aroma. You already say whether it's roundish or soft, maybe it's some kind of poison. So when we look at the color, the brain automatically suggests the flavor. What are main flavors? Sour, sweet, salty, bitter, umami, upapi. Just kidding. You know, umami is the final flavor, which was approved by the Japanese. It's not mentioned that often, but it is used in some of the places. But we're going to talk about 4 ones. When you see these pictures, what tastes come to your mind? What can you say? Mango, melon, tomatoes, watermelon, grapefruit, basil, apple, spinach. These are ordinary pictures. What apples? What pears are you talking about? Let's move on. The next slide. Which of these drinks is a sweet one? This is a tarragon drink. Which color? Which one? Blue? Yellow? So let's raise the hand. Those who think that blue is sweet. Those who think that green is sweet. And yellow. See, the majority. Why is that so? You know why? Let's see. Do you agree with me? Orange sweet, blue salty, bitter red, and sour green. We're looking for the person who understands what synesthesia is. So salty. That was my mom sending me her regards. So let's look at the colors. Salty, I took one color. It's blue here. It also could be white. Maybe. Maybe pink. Then sweet. It's yellow here. Dark brown, like chocolate. And sour. For some reason, for me, it's green, like an apple. It also could be yellow. But probably you're not gonna say that sour thing is blue and bitter is red. This is something that is instilled in our mind from our childhood, a poison. Now, I'd like to introduce you to the wheel of taste. It was something unclear to me, but after today's presentation, it's gonna be very easy for you. Very often, when you taste a drink, you know, you take a glass of some drink, you don't even look at its color, you don't smell it, you just drink it and that's it. And very often, I ask the customers, what flavor, what aroma do you feel? Could you please describe it? People try to smell it. Oh, I'm still on the stage, Mr. Cameraman. And you know what normally people say? The most often times. Chocolate, cinnamon, vanilla, strawberry. I said apple when I had to do that for the first time. Are there any apple people here? You know what people say the most frequently? Something similar. Something that I've smelled before, something tasty. So the wheel of taste, how does it work? Like, we already talked about the color. So let's look at these descriptions. So now we're gonna taste whiskey. Do not yet get your hands on your glasses. Okay, the picture is already clear. We understand what things are sour, what are sweet. Let's take our whiskey. And the end goal of our description is if you're already a professional person working with tasting and you say that in this whiskey you can feel some of the nuts and you're like, oh my God, I hope that there is at least some fruit in it, something similar, and that's probably it. What nuts are you talking about even? If we look at this wheel of taste, then we are gonna become more and more advanced. And I learned that in 2017. When I used to live in France, I was very much surprised. When it was 12 p.m., people throw everything to the side and they go working, no matter what is happening. No, it's a lunch break. And they get a little bit of food, they break it down to all the molecules. And I was surprised. French are really good. Because many Michelin chefs originally come from France. From a very early age, they break everything down in terms of flavors and tastes. And you know, when our stomach is rumbling, we understand that we gotta grab a bite. We're not gonna break down mashed potato. No, this is potato, that is mashed, that's it. And if you have it with doner, that's even better. And when French explained it to me, I think I'll remember it forever. A very important thing in our life is to not drink and eat to live, but live to eat and drink. And this is great. Using this statement, you can advance your understanding of this description. Let's take whiskey. We feel fruity notes. There are different fruits. There are dried fruits, there are citrus, exotic fruits. Let's take citrus, kumquat, yuzu, oranges, lemons, limes. They're also dried fruits, exotic, banana, mango, durian, or passion fruit. If you say that these are fruits, it already is great. What next? Citrus. And if you hit the target, then we move on.
You will always remember subconsciously that, okay, yeah, this is it. So, honestly, I do recommend you all, even if you go to other country, like you want to explore some exotic fruits, vegetables, herbs, spices, whatever, always try to taste local at the maximum level, local stuff. If you feel confused even, when we came to Indonesia, we actually took this durian fruit. Yeah, I just closed my eyes and like, okay, just don't give it to me. How can they eat this? Damn, like I was afraid of it. Once, twice, and then again. And I started understanding like this fruit has something. So if you picked if you were given like durian and mango, okay, how can you eat the first thing? But still, every time you eat or choose a drink, like for example, we are obliged to break it into molecules. Okay, so we have this drink. Okay, first one. And how do you think? What taste does it have? Left one and the right one. What is the taste? Okay, tell me what that is. Okay, the shape, I don't know, visually, just try to evaluate sour, sweet, whatever, bitter, salty, what that is. What that is, actually. Strong. Okay. Aviation, okay. Any ideas? Anything? Okay, you understand that it's based on whiskey. That's a small tip for you. Okay. Something sweet. Okay. Adding color. Did it change? So, yeah, it actually changed. So, one drink, two garments. Visualization. Okay. How do you feel it? In the left and the right. So what's with the taste? How do you actually, banana, green, like something sour, yeah, well, okay, yeah, I think your ideas are good. Flour, okay. Let's take this Rob Roy cocktail, okay? Looks like two different garments still, but we take it differently. We perceive it differently, the information. Good. So, can we feel the shape, the taste of the shape? Okay, I'm asking you right now. How do you think? Can we taste the shape? Yes. Someone had the experience of tasting the shape? No. Obviously, you cannot taste shape, people. Okay, no, absolutely not. But I have an answer for that still. We have two shapes. One of these, these that looks like stars with acute and angles, and this one is smooth a little bit. So this phenomenon was studied by the German psychologist in the early 20th century, Volgen color. So let's call these things that we have Kiki and Buba, okay? Who is Kiki? The acute one. Then Buba is... Sorry, I'm just mixing those. Yeah. Who's Buba? The second one is Buba. And why Kiki's the first? Why we give names to shapes, people? Okay, how it works. So we use sounds to actually give a name to a shape. God, it's like this is a wonderful connection. 5 minutes ago, you didn't tell me, but right now we can give names to these things, these splashes. 1929. They started working this story. Okay, so today, these names officially are registered in 2001. Let's say Kiki and Buba. Two characters to heroes. I always take these as examples. When people go to me, like guests come to the bar, I heard of this story 2 years ago, and I wasn't like concentrating on that. And last year, I've been doing this in my bar. I make any drink, any cocktail, anything. I just ask my guest to say, what is the okay, I just he can drink it or she. Was it Kiki or Buba? I'm asking. Was it Kiki or Buba? What was that? And I can catch people. They say Kiki or Buba, and it works greatly. I don't know. They have such a great experience with it. I make Negroni, and people say that's Kiki. The majority. I don't know, because the bitterness gives this spikiness. Yeah, these acute angles. So. This comes intuitively, subconsciously from our birth. That's why we have these acute angles associated all the time with salt, bitterness, poison, I don't know, venom even. strength, but something that's smooth, like gentle, smooth, sweet, and milky. So this is the same thing with the guests, okay? Aha, we move further. Yep. Okay. Okay. Actually, the task is I did not have any more coincidences, so any matches. You know, 99% they say they try to understand the difference with the shapes, with the drinks. Why drinks? Because I work in the bar, I tend the bar, and 90% are drinks, okay? And I never asked for food, but I can, because those tastes, those flavors that actually refer to these acute triangle-shaped ones, okay, bitterness. So I usually say, where we have sparkling and still water. First one is sparkling. Why? Why is it sparkling? Tell me. This is the story. You just gotta explain it. Yeah, that's the thing. And there's so many examples like it. Okay, you just use these two shapes. Okay, use the logos of whiskey you have, each of you actually. You have it there on your table. So the logo of one whiskey, Copper Dog, Scotland, Bland presented, and also Ryan Co. Irish whiskey, and of course Bland. We'll have two different types of blended whiskeys, two stories. Okay, so when you take a closer look at these shapes, what can we say of these two whiskey types? The dog. What can we say of the dog? Taste, yeah. It's hungry. Okay, the dog is hungry. So, look, it's interesting to open it, your flavor perceptions. Color, okay, so it's dark orange, color of this dark straw, so sweetness, what that is. How can we call the dog? The shape, sorry, the shape. Okay, dog is subconscious, we have the shape, just, okay. Round, good. What can we say? Taste, sweet. Then descriptors: wood, nuts, nutty, vanilla taste. Okay, good, cool. We then take the Irish guy, Roman Co. Turquoise color. Tiffany, yeah, definitely. So what can we say? I can say actually that here we have flowers, fruits, gentle, pleasant thing, attractive. What can you say? Give me something. Food for thought. Okay, this is the thing with synesthesia. When you start looking at shapes, you will actually start perceiving the color, giving it a flavor, start talking about the smell. That looks, and it works great. Even when we take the logos, we start understanding subconsciously what the whiskey is, what the drink will be from the very beginning initially. And we will taste two different whiskey types, blends like Copper Dog and Ron Co. How do you think, ladies and gentlemen? So, look at these two bottles. What names we can give to them? We have Buba and Kiki, but who is who? Okay, let's have an investigation. Buba's at the right, Kiki's at the left. Just the shape. How can we give a name to a shape? What that is? How it works? Do you agree with me? Fine. That's the story. The story I was telling to you. Yeah, I can actually extend it, but I want each of you to reveal synesthesia, expert in synesthesia. You have two different types of whiskey, two glasses, Kiki at the left and Booba, the right one. Okay, guys, now your task. I will not tell you about this aftertaste and all these descriptors, but please, the color, aroma, flavor, how you taste it, aftertaste. Each of you, next to your whiskey, you have different colors and shapes. These cards, you have time, people, right now to taste it. Left one is Copper Dog, right one is Rowan Co. you taste. While I taste, I'll tell you about the whiskey. Your task is to match the whiskey with the shapes and colors you think if they match, in your opinion. So please, if something really didn't need to use, in your opinion, put it away. But you can evaluate the colors, compare it, taste it, and please, remember what you feel. This wheel, this spectrum of taste, please try using, well, you're tasting, but use this spectrum. And it really helps you to taste. It enhances our tasting skills. It helps our tongue to taste because actually our tongues are very powerful. And we truly right now are coming to, we want to get the winner. Who will actually try to match the taste with shapes and colors? We really want to get the winner. The best expert in synesthesia will actually get a present for me. So, what we taste? The Copper Dog. It's a blend. It was born in Speyside. Nice story we have based on real facts. And you saw every bottle. You have this small copper dog is attached to each bottle. And it was born in Craddock. Town. It was Highland region. Now it's Speyside. 8 malt blend. That is. Why copper? Why dog? Well, subconsciously, we refer to this logo, and it attracts you because we have this nice cocker there, and the dog is actually a symbol of a friendship, of balance, and certain uniqueness is there, and that's how it attracts. And whiskey, for me, first of all, it's an everyday whiskey. So if people come to the bar, my guests, they are afraid of whiskey. I tell you, please make friends with a Copper Dog. You have to. So I never offer other, you start thinking like, okay, will the person like it or not? I have Copper Dog. C'est fini. That's it. This is a great option. I tell the story. I give a glass of whiskey, and they start saying, Dima, God, I fell in love with this. Thanks to Copper Dog. Thanks to Copper Dog brand, I fell in love. 8 malt whiskey with from Speyside. Cool story we have, yes. I can tell a lot. But the distillery workers who actually were bringing whiskey from these distilleries, these were different stories, like in different gadgets. And Copper Dog, this was a copper pipe. And 1 pence coin was actually welded to the bottom, put to the barrel and closed with a cap. And then workers were gathering in Speyside, in Craigellachie, small town, in the hotel, Craigellachie, with the same name. And they were bringing these Copper Dogs, drinking whiskey, sharing stories, laughing, having a good time. So that was like the birth of the story. And the whiskey was based on this legend. They had the rebranding, and in 2015, Adam Pearce, the restaurant owner, came from London to Speyside. He saw this old hotel. He bought it, and he wanted to restore the legend. And he asked his friends to help, the blending expert and Stuart Morrison, and first of all, Adam Pearce called the illustrator and the blending master, Hugo Guinness and Stuart Morris, and they created this whiskey. The aim was to create unique, balanced, accessible product. Affordable. Try it, please. Taste it, play with the shapes, play with colors. And they got it. And I recommend you to drink this whiskey without any additional components, juices, tonic, maybe adding something else like Coca-Cola, I don't know, by cold drink, whatever. So some additions are very good. It works very well in cocktails like fashion, works really cool. Penicillin, Boulevardier, thanks to spice. So is it working? Is it going okay? Is it working well? And you'll tell me about all these impressions, and you'll tell me about your perception. Now, in the right corner, we have Rowan Coe. So Irish guy. Irish are famous for their history. In 19th century Ireland, 70% of whiskey was exported. The whole world was covered with Irish whiskey, 70% from Ireland, purely. In 19th century Ireland was its market was developing, so they sold a lot, and the manufacturing capacity was growing, and they had three key pillars, as we say. The George Roe, we mention him, and John Jameson and John Barks, and they actually were the owners, and they supported the global whiskey market, and that's how the world met the Irish whiskey. So Irish whiskeys are in high demand today. In the last 6 months, I had, within a week, minimum 10 people ask me, Dima, what you have with the Irish ones? Something unique, something nice, something tasty, something great. A year or two ago, we could get this once or twice, like what we have with Irish whiskeys. But today, when people travel, they really they chase something unique. Today, our guests are really spoiled. And if you have that in the bar, you will always be there at the top level. So it's also bland. And of course, molten grain. And the production itself is in Dublin, center of the city. Really an interesting stories there, of course. If we talk about this whiskey, George Roe was actually helping to develop Dublin, and the second part of the street, the Guinness production, and also the whiskey. Whiskey and Guinness beer, they were fighting, actually. And the manufacturers of whiskey told the beer was dangerous, and vice versa. Those were telling that whiskey sucks. So how did it work? So both parts of the street, they were investing in churches, and people saw that, the company invested in the church, will drink whiskey, because they do. And the rival now does the other thing, they helped to build a cathedral, we'll drink beer then. And that's how their marketing worked. In 1940, the factory was closed, and Guinness bought the factory at that time. In the 1940s, that was the Second World War, and step by step, they started actually selling whiskey. So a nice story, and the color is turquoise. It's you can see the St. Patrick's Tower located next to the factory. Even today, we have it, and a pear tree grows there. And 1840. It was planted, and still it gives fruit. It's still harvesting, God. And this bottle is round shaped, and using this specific geometry, it's very gentle. We even gave the name to the bottle. So Booba, we call it. And we have pears from that tree. You can see a pear on a bottle, and that's why we have the synesthesia. You didn't even try the whiskey, but already you can understand what can it give you. A drink, turquoise color, gentle, creamy flavor, flowery flair, and that's why our whiskey, first of all, it's these friendly flavors. It's more of a friendly flavor. So I think, you all did it. Okay, so we'll talk. Just wait. Good. So did you try whiskey? Okay. I can see that people. Who's ready to boast? Who's ready just to throw it? Just do it. Would you like to tell me why these shapes and how did it happen? So if someone has the doubts, Alexei? Okay, so round shape, yellow color. I understand. I get it. Fruit, like apple, round shape, yellow color. Okay, I get the idea. croissant. Okay, as you say. Okay, we have the blending expert. We have the champion. Yeah. So, Mike is there. Share. We're just working with both. Share. Copper Dog and Rowan Co. If you want to just pick one. What did you feel? Shapes you picked and color. So if you talk about Copper Dog, first impression, a little bit more straightforward and more sharp, and a star made of 2 squares. It's like a punch in the face, you know, that feeling. And green color because it was a little bit more fresh, like pear. I mean, the flavor is something more fresh. And Rowan Co., well, more warm. It's a flower. It has this round shape, smoothed angles. But I think it's orange. Orange color is really warm and still spicy. Warming. Spicy and warming. Yeah, good. Nice. Poetic. And it's really nice to communicate with your perception. You're talking to yourself. You're listening to yourself. I really want to get your impression right now. Maybe someone has doubts right now. If we talk about Copper Dog, I picked the octagon. Eight malt whiskey. I knew that. I knew that you would use 8 figure. Yeah, I knew that. Color is black, red, and orange because taste is like pepper, spice, honey. I don't know. These colors. I don't know why. And if you talk about the second representative, Copper Dog, or sorry, that's the Rowan Co. More creamy, more pear, green, freshness, orange, spice, and a little bit of caramel. White, like gentle, tender, I don't know, tender taste. And if a shape, then it's like, okay, a bun. Soft, nice. Fresh made bun. And first one was more, you know, straightforward. Yeah, it was more like sharp. White Copper Dog, white is black because of pepper. I felt pepper. I felt spice. And red and black, I couldn't say what exactly should be there. So yeah. Great. You just broke it into pieces. Phew. Talk about Copper Dog. Okay. I did not try to compare it with shapes and colors, and I did not use logos to compare. I felt in the flavor. I smelled it. I just smelled it, and I felt. The dog is there, and we started associating it with, like, the dog owner, okay? A smell of the wet dog. I'm sorry for actually giving this. Yeah. We have it, actually. Yeah. And Rowan Co. is soft, a little bit more soft. Softer, and the logo with this turquoise color. It's more elegant in some way, more sophisticated. Okay, yeah. Feel the logo with your tongue. Whoa, that's just. I just had these associations. That's it. Okay, this is my perception. Yeah, really, critique is important. Without it, we don't grow. We don't evolve. Whoa, we have this whole collection here. Rowan Co. The only one that gets black. I thought that black and the star. Yeah, acute angles. This. Just because of the strength, I give black color and star shape. Everything's great. Rowan Co. It's round, it's nice and tender and sweet. Yellow, orange, white, but the first one is very strong, so it's really black. I mean, the Copper Dog. It's like burning strength. In my opinion, yeah, I will say yes to you, the strength. I was surprised that we have acute angles and strength here. Yeah. It's high. 45%. Yeah, it's really strong. Why? Because they created this whiskey, Roe and Co. George Roe and Co. means the collaboration. Together with 5 Irish bartenders, legendary, working, and we have these famous bars in Dublin, and the blending expert collected them together. So the bartenders created this whiskey for bartenders. Why it's so strong? Everyone's trying to hide the big base, just to conceal it, but no. This high strength, why this whiskey is unique, we need to feel it. When we work with this whiskey for cocktails, the base is very important, and that's why it's so high. I mean, the strength. Yeah, that is cool. That is really great. So, but the copper dog, everyone says that we have these angles, but yeah, for copper dog, I picked this. This is like, I took the sleeve, I don't know. So, still the angles are there, but smoothed. But it's still nice, and so it's sour, something with apple, and so on. Roe and Co. Just yellow round, and I don't feel the strength in it. And vanilla and cream and like that. Okay, Sasha, thank you. And do we have... Okay, we can see that we have opinions, just as many opinions as we have people on this planet. So it's really important to give it to everyone. When we create something, a drink, it will be the best for us because we are the parents. We give birth to it. Like, give it to your guests. Let your waiters try it. Give to, I don't know, give to your cleaning ladies, whatever, anyone. To your chefs. Someone will criticize. Someone will like it. Sour, sweet. We cannot tell the guests, like, sometimes quite often guests are forced when it comes to taste. Like, try it because it's la la la. Give guest a choice. Let them try. Don't say like, okay, I have something very special, very unique. Listen to your guests. Guests need to understand that there are different tastes. Sour, sweet, salty. And we associate it, if we have sour taste, it's like, we don't always offer Negroni or dry martini because when it's bitter, people associate it with venom or poison or some stigmas or traumas, or there something happened during the childhood. Like, people come and say, okay, I don't like whiskey. I make a cocktail, give it, try. And okay, it's nice. What is there? Now you're in the club of whiskey lovers.
Yep. I'd like to say that now many people try to taste something and feel the flavor, to feel the smell, the taste. But thank you guys for sharing this taste and this smell. This is a very tasty whiskey, and one can drink it. This is what I wanted to comment. Cool. You know what I'd like to tell you? From a very early age, I was a synesthete. Because all the time we're arguing with my older sister what color letter A has. I was proving that it's red and she said blue. We were fighting about it every single year. My mom agreed to me that the A letter is red, so it was 2-1 on my team. And then we came to a dad, and dad said that I don't know what color this letter is, but it tastes like peach. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure. Learn more about shape. Look at geometry, shape. It works really great. It inspires you so much. Don't look at it with a narrow mind. We're always responsible for our customers. Give them unique, tasty, exclusive things, and give them emotions. Thank you so much. This was Dmitro Kalamaze. Thank you.
And dear friends, once again, a big hand to Dmitro Kalamaze and all the speakers who joined us today during this Barometer Christmas edition online show. And now I'd like to greet our community and to thank everyone who found time today and was with us online. We tried hard to make this possible, to make it happen, and really hope that you enjoyed. Of course, I would like to thank our partners whose constant support keeps Barometer alive. And of course, all the team can't wait to host you here for the Barometer International Bar Show 2021. And now I'd like to announce the dates of Barometer International Bar Show 2021. So from 24 till 26 of September 2029 here in Kyiv. Please welcome. We are waiting for this time and hope you'll join us here. Ну що ж, пані та панове, на цьому...
So, ladies and gentlemen, now is the end of our broadcasting, our live stream Barometer Christmas edition, which we managed to implement regardless of what is happening. So, September 24, 26, 2021, please book those dates in your schedule. Barometer International Bar Show will happen September 24 to 26, 2021. Once more, thank you so much. Thank you for being with us today. I'd like to thank all our partners who made it possible and who do everything for Barometer to live on. Happy holidays, see you next year, and definitely see you at a physical event. Thank you.